Now there's rifles in the hands of Wichita. Can they get more of the lineup? Self with an amazing 3K. Just
here. We're here for the second half of this Vine matchup against OG4Z and Zelos, who's kind of run the table a little bit. I'll give it to him, but I mean the way everything's panning out, OG4Z, they definitely can they can pull this out. I mean, it's never say never until the map actually says victory or defeat. So
exactly, but, this isn't impossible for them to come back. It's 10-2. It's an 8-round gap. It's gonna be hard, but it's not impossible. We've seen some crazy comebacks. It's just. And I mean, it is kind of heading into their favor too in the second half. We're gonna see OG on defense, and they are a little bit more prepared for defending. They have the Viper, they have the Brim, they have Sova for info. You know, I think they're a little bit more prepared for defending than Zelos was. So as long as they play that well, we're gonna be good. As we're heading into Agent Select here. Never mind, not Agent Select. Jeez, it's the beginning of the night again for me. Sorry, my brain broke. Oh man. All right, here we go. 10-2. Zelos up by 8 against OG4Z as we're heading into the first round of the second half.
Now Akuma heading right into that side. I mean, the man just blast backing over there. We see a quick little wall over from the likes. Oh, this is fast for Zelos, man. They're trying to close this out.
Yeah, Spade's health right there was just barely, like, I think he had like 9 HP, and luckily they have Astra, so they were able to, or Astra, Sky, so they were able to get the heals off, and Bomb is going to get planted on a site, so now it's going to be, oh, there we go. It's going to be one hell of a retake.
Oh!
Big post-plant maneuvers here from Zelos. This is going to be difficult. There we go. Modiga makes it a 3 versus 5 all of a sudden. Someone's defusing. Clay's defusing. Pixel picks up 2. Venom, beautiful shot out to Clay. Now Venom's in a 1 versus 4. Not in a good spot. Pixel takes him out, gets 3 under his belt for that 1 round, and now 11-2.
So here it is, man. This is actually 10-3. OG4Z finally find themselves a defense, get themselves onto this board. I mean, they definitely can capitalize on this. As we see, they got full Spectres, heavy armor. They can find themselves a guaranteed round right here. As long as they play their cards right, then they can possibly win off that bonus if they find themselves in a little cheeky situation to make the most of. So this may be the start of something miraculous. We could be seeing history in the making here for this team.
Yeah, sorry, my words broke again. I said 11-2, but it's 10-3. It is 10-3. OG on defending. I mean, this is going to be very hard. 7 more rounds for OG to come back. It's again not impossible, but it's gonna be a journey. Look at Akuma already down 50 HP, not quite able to make it into a teleporter there. Nerad's gonna use his heal, so that's already heals down for Zelos. Uh-oh. What is happening? Banana Phone, you good? You okay? Just scared by the outro.
Dude. Give me a break.
A minute left now. Nobody down yet. This is very slow so far. Very we're at kind of a stalemate between these two teams. Both of them just trying to get information, see where they need to go, what they need to do. Spade's in this beautiful cheeky corner. He might find 2 if he plays it right. Nerad's there. Uh-oh, Spades with the reaction time of a jar of pickles gonna find 1, but Akuma is gonna clean him up, and now it's 4 versus 4.
And you've also given these guys, you've given one of them at least a Spectre now. You get that 1-for-1 trade. Spades doesn't find the double, but it gets getting shut out right there. Pixel just following suit. And 2 rush as well with that Spectre now in the hands of Zach. Oh no, this is falling apart too quickly.
There we go. There we go. Clay puts him down to the 1 versus 2 now. As he takes out Zach, he picks up a quick 2-piece. This could be a potential 4K, but he's going to have to play it just right. Akuma is very low. But the problem is he does have backup in the form of Venom, but Clay's not going to check his corners, and that's going to cost him big time. Now Zelos is going to re-solidify that gap with 11-3 now.
Oh, no, man. That was a guaranteed round, dude. You just have to find those kills, and it just fell apart so quickly. You give you give one of the guys of Zelos a Spectre, and they're just gonna make the most of it. They're gonna find trades with that. and they're going to sit there and follow up. Say the guy with the Spectre dies, but as long as you get that trade, you sit there, you now have 2 guys with Spectres, 3, 4. Then they just have the exact upper hand that they were looking for last time. And it just all fell apart a little bit too quickly as we see Zelos just once again running the table here, just playing with these Spectres for this round, having really their own boat.
There's a lot of utility already being dumped pretty early into this round, so we still got a minute and a half left almost. So, I mean, you gotta be aware of the amount of utility that you're just dumping right in the beginning of the map. And look at that sneaky heal coming in from Spades, and I believe that was Modiga on the sky. Beautiful heals there. Sir Clay not in a good spot. He's got the angle, but he's also alone pretty much. He's got Brim's behind him on site. Oh, there we go. Rush picks up one. Gets the trade on to Nerad. Venom takes out Modiga. Suddenly a 3 versus 4. Rush by himself is going to get taken out here by Akuma. Now 2 versus 4. Banana Phone. I think Banana Phone's just going for it. Just going for the plant. There we go. He's got Akuma on site. And just like that, Zelos has taken control of a site. Bomb has been planted. And now it's Sir Clay and their Brimstone, whose name I can't currently see. There we go, Pixel. I keep forgetting. It's Clay and Pixel. Beautiful shots from Pixel. He's going to make it a 2 versus 3 now. He's got one to his left. He's got to do it quick, but Akuma's going to take him out nice and easy, but Clay knows where he's at now. You got to be nice and quick on this. No, Akuma. Beautiful reaction time. Trigger is everything, and now we're in match point 12-3. Zelos is running away with this.
Yeah, I mean, now it's 12-3. They're all kind of on rifles, really. Akuma now buying his. I thought that he was going to be in there for a second, but, I mean, they're just sitting high on Econ. You got the likes of OG4Z just all running half armor right now, not even able to really full buy on protection for themselves. So, yeah, I mean, not able to protect that site, better yet protect yourself. I mean, that's super concerning, and we're going to see it pan out as it looks like Zelos. They actually find that first pick.
Oh, my
God. Ties, man.
The bait. That's a huge one. That's Zelos' healer, and there we go. Banana Phone gets taken out as well. It's Trade City at long, and now it's a 2 versus 4. A 2-man advantage for OG could mean a huge difference in the rounds here, but they just gotta find them. Spades, beautiful shots onto Akuma. Now it's Venom all by his lonesome, sitting down long. Unfortunately, they do have Bomb up long, and he's not in a good position for a retake at all. He's got less than 80 health and a dream.
Of course he's not, man. I mean, you got these guys. Look at that mini map over there towards B long. You got 2 guys stationed coordinates saying, I dare ye, dare ye to come grab this bomb.
Good util for the recon bolt. Very good usage from there.
30 seconds
Vipers, that snake bite causing a little bit of issues for Venom. Oh man, there it is.
Oh,
there it is. That was all she wrote, and now OG just they still got 8 more to go, but they're able to pick up. They got the first one in the half, and then they just picked up another one. So, I mean, all in all, it's still it's definitely leaning towards Zelos at this point. They're on match point. It's a lot easier for them to get 1 more than it is for OG to get 8 more and tie it up, but we have seen crazier things happen.
Yeah,
I've seen an 11-1 comeback. Yeah. I've been a part of it actually, but it all comes down to those gun plays. As long as OG can get the trades in, I think they're gonna be okay.
Yeah, and it all comes really down to the flow of play. And we saw last round, excuse me, OG4G. I mean, OG4Z, lots of rhymes going on here. Okay. A little tongue twister for a name. These guys, I mean, they just played very aggressive there at the start. You see a very slow start from the likes of Zelos. They go for this typical default as we see a 3-2 split from them, or really a 2-1-2 if we're considering Hookah, that entry over there as mid. I mean, the way it just kind of pans out, we saw them play very aggressive and find those picks over on the side and make the most of that. But, I mean, really letting Zelos come into your hands, have the superior firepower, get those trades, make sure to win those gunfights and have a man advantage at the end. That's really what's killing them. And OG losing that element of surprise as they've already kind of stalled out.
Yeah, they're getting to the point where their momentum isn't really like if they can win the next one, I think they'll bring their momentum back. But I think OG might be just done at this point. But this could be a changer here. Nerad's gonna be able to stay safe in that corner. Bomb.
30 seconds.
Okay, now Bomb's going for a rotate. Bomb's going for a rotate to B site. Nerad, possible teleportation. No,
Oh
beautiful
God.
shots of spades. There we go. Makes it a 4 versus 4 now. Zalo's going for a quick rotate back to A site, using the sound cues. And if you look at the top left corner of your screen, you can see the majority of OG is wrapping back to B, and now they're on their way back to A once Clay gave them their information back. Beautiful plays by Pixel with the ult, and they're gonna run. Oh my God, that ult forces Banana Phone and Venom right into the crosshairs of Pixel, and now it's a 2 versus 3. Never mind. Wait, what happened? Oh, time ran out.
Yeah.
Time ran out. I was so confused. Well, there we go.
mean,
OG. Skin of their teeth.
Yeah, OG right there. I mean, I want to give props mostly to Zelos. That rotation was beautiful. You had, you know, the Sage over there just kind of heading out. You had Nerad just saying, okay, I'll dip out, make them think we're going there, because I am kind of being portrayed as a one-man army right now from these guys. They're scared to see any of us. So if I go ahead and find myself a pick, rotate out, they think we're going to go ahead and shift it because we've been playing pretty darn slow. And I mean, the rest of the team just absolutely flooding that site, and 4Z finding those picks right off the rip with those bombs. I mean, that's really what just changed it.
Akuma, just shoot it. You'll hit him. You'll hit him. Just shoot it. Oh! Almost takes himself out. But he is able to get that kill onto Spades, and that's going to be huge. That's a big fragger. A 4 OG gets taken out, and now it's a 4 versus 5. This is going to be a very weird retake here for OG, but it's not impossible. Walls going up, though. Abilities being dumped all across site. Shock darts flying everywhere. Akuma taking damage. Everybody's taking damage. There's so much happening. Ooh, quick trades. Very quick trades. And Rashta gets another one onto Akuma. That's 2 now, looking for a 3. No, Banana Phone going to catch him off guard from the side with that beautiful Sheriff headshot. Now it's their Clay, a 1 versus 3. Able to pick up 1. The second one is going to cost him. That's going to be Zach to finish it off. 13-5 in favor of Zalos. What a great match. Unfortunately for OG4Z, they were not able to get much done. But all in all, GG to both teams, man.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. The way Zelos just absolutely Zach the man to start it and to finish it. The way he just came out with that frenzy, just kind of blowing through everybody, and then especially when it came around to that attack side, you know that's where he feels in his element. You not instead of only having guys come into you, but the way they were playing a little bit slow, those rotations through Zelos. I mean, you already gave me fair warning. I mean, they're just one hell of a unit. The way that panned
really
out.
Are. It's crazy. They're such a solid team. They're just an incredible group of guys that are just talented at the game, and it's broken. Their team is broken. They need to be nerfed just a little bit. They're too nuts. They're crazy.
Yeah. So, I mean, the way they pulled that out, OG4Z, I mean, props to them, though. They gave it one heck of a run there at the end, finding themselves a couple rounds, trying valiantly to get themselves back into it, but it's just not enough when you have Zelos already having that momentum. They have so much kind of breathing room with that big gap going on. But, I mean, the way everything's panning out, I got to say they're going to have one heck of a run for the rest of tonight. We just got to see if they have the stamina to keep it going. So that will actually be our first roundup, but by no means is the action over tonight. We got plenty more to go. Me and Mickey will be taking a step away from the desk, and we'll be bringing in, excuse me, let me find the names right here as I turn into a pixely storm.
Watercolors.
Yeah, an absolute just 64-bit version of myself. But the way everything's going to pan out, we are going to be having Benson and Strive coming onto the show next. And also, that's just for today. We do have this Saturday still 2 spots remaining now in Radiant Arena. Only 2. I know y'all saw that little ad, that little roll kind of going in between our intermission, but and you will see it again. But keep in mind, that is 5 minus 3. There is only 2 spots left for Radiant Arena this weekend. So if you want to get in on the action for that, get yourself a big old cash prize for that, get some money in the bank. Make sure to type in Radiant or exclamation point Radiant in chat. Learn a little bit more about that as we'll be right back with the second matchup.
See, we'll get another one. Self will find Doobie
Blast does find Sylph though in the trade, and now it's a 2 for 2.
Yeah, Doobie being able to pick up 2 kills there is absolutely huge, though. So much damage to the economy if they can continue to get more here. As Deluxey gets 1, goes for 4, can't secure it. Badger needs to pick up the slack, but that is still a round win, but very costly for AU, losing 4 members to Pistols.
Smart play from Thrifty. It's not the kind of play that we would think we'd see. Because they are taking their time. They are making sure that they don't get caught off guard by some of these piecemeals. As Quantavious, as soon as I say it, Defcon gets caught off guard by the shorty and gets immediately taken down, and now the round starts. The massive rotations, though, coming in from Thrifty to go straight towards the A site. Gonna be pretty big as Doobie will find Killa.
3 members here in Garage looking to bust out, but here's Sylph just holding the angle. Killa's forced off down to 20 HP, but do they repeat or did they just let the site do? They just let the site do. Sylph picks up 1, picks up 3. Badger secures the round, and that's 2 in a row now, once again for AU.
Sylph just peeking out and saying, look, I didn't want to play this map 3. I wanted this.
The smoke dissipates, and Clay has his trigger ready.
Yeah, it does heal up the squad a little bit more. Now there's rifles in the hands of Wichita. Can they get more? The lineup! Sylph with an amazing 3K just shuts down the retake from Wichita.
And just cycles through the weapons to find the skin they like the most. I mean, whew, what a lineup right there. You hate to do that. 3 people pushing in from the same angle at the same time. It's just...
by Arma. Harrisburg needs to continue to do that. Work in those pairs, those trios, try to get those trade kills. That's how they get back. But Alex blind through all sorts of different things. Able to get that kill. Taco, though, finds 3. Secures the round for Harrisburg Armada. They desperately needed that to stay in this match.
The uplift from the Jet, not going to be taken up a little bit, but not going down. Alex finds Scuffy, just waiting for those exit frags. Is Harrisburg Armada pushing in? Taco finds 1 on the quad. That's huge. Goes for a second. What is that? Oh my lord! With the collateral, and the sheriff goes for another one, but not gonna land it. To try to get this quick retake, but I don't expect too much from it because of the buy up from Baba Booey. You see already the stinger of Spangly gonna take out Goaty, the repeat from Qua with the Spectre. Spangly to shut down the rest. A flawless round as it.
If you could do basic math here down below, you see that we are tied 29-29 in terms of round score. We are literally so even in this series. We are flipping a coin to see who's going to get side selection going into Haven. This is quite possibly one of the best series I have ever seen. I've ever casted. So much fun, and you're catching it all here at the Pit of Valor. This is what we bring to you. This is what we love. We look tired. We are tired. But Thrifty with the double Bucky gang coming in.
It's definitely something you like to see.
Yeah, it could. They're looking to try to wreak some havoc, so to speak, as Doobie will open up wreaking havoc and finding that kill on the Badger.
Yeah, but he can't be ready for this.
What?
It's Deluxey just picking up both. And that's a trade. Blast somehow finds Quantavious, though. And this is a very interesting round, to say the least. In a good position, Sylph sprang through the smoke, gets 2. Can't even talk because we're so late into the night. Doobie trades back, gets 2. Back to a 3v2. Spikes going down. Defcon and Doobie. These are the big names for Thrifty. They've done so much for the squad. Can they do it again? It's looking tough. RKS, the sub, coming in, securing quadruple overtime. And we're still alive here on Ascent. Double nano swarm to try and run all the way through, and I mean that's almost impossible. You can't survive that. Smoke's now coming out. Beckham's gonna be ahead of it though. Will they expect this? They do see get shots on target, but everybody's still alive. Teleports over the nano, but they can't get through. 2 dead, 3 dead, only 1 left. Thrifty pick up the first round.
Oh, that is not how AU had planned that round, especially after how they played the first half and how they played. Comes up from Beckham, firing through the wall, but can't find the shot just yet, as Sylph will trade. does end up getting that kill, but Defcom finds another one.
Now it's onto the site. They're getting hit from all angles. The spike still needs to be defused. Deluxey trades back. RKS showing up for the squad as the fill-in, and Killa continuing his streak of picking him up. 4-2-2 now for that Sova player. Looking real good here on Ascent.
It's a good
Fucking trades. He's just like, no, I'm just gonna kill you. And there's simply nothing you can do about it. Still being able to pick up another kill. They're on pace for a 30 potentially. And that's a scary thought.
The only thing I can compare how Deluxey is playing to is Team Fortress 2 Pyro. WM1 the entire game. That's how Deluxey's playing, and it's amazing. Now, I do want to say, Deluxe has snuck themselves onto the site. Dart sees the dart, gets the headshot, that's it! Chalk it up. That's going to be the victory for Asia United. The spike is down, just like you said. Just needs to pick up that kill to secure it. But there's the confirmation from Killa. Just as we thought we were going to have ourselves a long series, a very battle back and forth series. As you can see below, 14-12 in overtime on 5, 17-15, and you're jumping over. You're only going to get that 1-for-1 trade if you're lucky enough. Killa will find the long range, and that's going to be very, very sketchy. Beckham is
From that, especially with the economy they're facing, they need a miracle play to happen.
Yeah, they do need a lot to come through this. Oh, right.
Dart, bro. Ooh, that could be it right there.
Yeah, look at that. Sylph, name, trying to get another one here. It is this 2v1. They just got to play smart, peek together. Solid FPS tack play. What is someone got behind him? Deluxe picking up one. Starts to defuse. Pros don't fake. Pros don't fake.
He's not going to fake.
Pros don't fake.
He's going to defuse. The missed timing from Sylph is going to cost him the round. The defuse.
Killa's forced off down to 20 HP, but do they repeat or did they just let the site do? They just let the site do. Sylph picks up one, picks up three. Badger secures the round, and that's 2 in a row now. Once again for AU.
Sylph just peeking out and saying, "Look, I didn't want to play this map 3. I wanted this."
The smoke, it dissipates, and Clay has his trigger ready.
That does heal up the squad a little bit more. Now there's rifles in the hands of Wichita. Can they get more? The lineup! Sylph with an amazing 3K just shuts down the retake from Wichita.
And just cycles through the weapons to find the skin they like the most. I mean, whew, what a lineup right there. You hate to do that. 3 people pushing in from the same angle at the same time. It's just...
by Arma. Harrisburg needs to continue to do that. Work in those pairs, those trios, try to get those trade kills. That's how they get back. But Alex blind through all sorts of different things. Able to get that kill. Taco, though, finds 3. secures the round for Harrisburg Armada. They desperately needed that to stay in this match.
The uplift from the Jet, not going to be taken up a little bit, but not going down. Alex finds Scuffy, just waiting for those exit frags. Is Harrisburg Armada pushing in? Taco finds one on the quad. That's huge. Goes for a second. What is that? Oh my lord! With the clear and the shot goes for another one, but not gonna land it. To try and get this clear to really take, but almost not too much from it because of the buy-up from Valor.
Here we go.
Hello and what's up, everybody? Welcome back to the Pit of Valor. My name is Vincent, and I am joined by the one, the only Stripe. How's it going, my friend?
What is up, man? It is a pleasure to be back. It feels like it's been a hot minute and a half since you and I have casted, so I'm looking forward to it, man. And we're back to some comfortable, good times, some Valor in here this evening.
That's exactly right. Yeah, it has been a hot minute. It's going to be a good time. You're in for a treat if you are just tuning in. If you were just here for game number 1, that was an exciting matchup, and we got an equally exciting matchup, we hope, coming at you here. Team Avalanche and Gamer Duder Guys. No, that's not a mistake. I didn't misspeak. That's what you heard. Gamer Duder Guys. I have zero clue what to expect from those guys, but with a name like that, it's going to be wacky, I feel.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to, man. We're going to the good old traditional Ascent, a lot of which I've been playing recently, and I'm looking forward to it, man. It's going to be a great matchup, and as we get settled in, any kind of insight here on these two teams, what you're expecting, how it's going to pan out?
Well, I have heard of Team Avalanche. I've also heard of one or two of the names on that roster. Like I said, though, Gamer Duder Guys, that's a entirely new one for me. So yeah. I come in with zero expectations, which sometimes for the Pit of Valor, honestly, I like more, because when it comes to best of ones, especially when it comes down to Ascent, anything can happen. And so sometimes I'll make a fool of myself just sitting here saying, yeah, this team should definitely win, and only to get absolutely stomped into the ground. So the short answer is no, not really. I do know a couple of these Avalanche players, though, and so I'm expecting a lot from them. Zeno in particular, I've seen play before in a couple of different rosters, if I'm not mistaken. But I don't know. What about you, Strive? Do you have any names that you recognize or anything that you're expecting?
I'm gonna go on a big fat no on that one there, Vincent, in terms of recognizing names and such. But that's why I like to ask you. You're like the sage of Valorant when it comes to teams. Like I find that if I ever have any kind of doubt or uncertainty, or I'm just unsure what I'm getting myself into, I can always bank on you. But I'm gonna piggyback off your vibes here and just look forward to a really good matchup nonetheless. We're just getting settled in, getting everyone in the lobby. I'm just expecting a good matchup, man. Ascent for me has been always one of the, I guess, trickier maps to really excel on. As simple as it is, we always say, oh yeah, it's like, you know, when I'm on, I'm like, it's the Dust 2 of Valorant. Yeah, as much as it is, it's not an easy map to master. And what I'm excited for is to see composition-wise what we get ourselves into. That for me is going to be probably the deciding factor is how this game is going to pan out. And I hope it's a bit more, how can I say, competitive that first matchup that we saw. So.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm expecting that to be the case. But before we get into talking about specifics on what those compositional choices could be, let me talk for just a moment about some things going on over here at GLG. Ooh. We got the Radiant Arena back and better than ever. That is powered by Community Gaming, by the way. Huge shout out and thank you to them. But that's $3,000 total pricing over the course of 3 tournaments. We've already had that first one, but the next one is coming up this week. It's coming Friday and Saturday of this week. Make sure to get involved there. And the other cool thing is, I was talking about it on Twitter today, but I hear so many people talking about, you know, best of ones. We don't like best of ones. We want double elim. And fair enough. But we got both double elim and best of 3s here in the Radiant Arena. That is a great time. That means the competitive integrity at the very highest that it could be, Strive. And you should definitely get involved as well. If you have a team that's maybe looking to get involved over there, I think there's just a couple of tickets left for the one this week. I think there's like 3 I saw on Twitter. I'm not 100%. Don't take my word for that. But you can go over to glgaminglounges.com and figure that out to get signed up over there. It's gonna be a whole lot of fun. I'm really excited for it. Zero Marksman took home the victory in the first one, and that was a really fun series to watch. I got to cast the finals of that one. It was a pleasure.
Radiant Arena has been, like, I guess for me, like the GLG signature, right? Pit of Valor's Wednesdays on lock, on fleek. We can expect the usuals, and the gang always here to support us. But Radiant Arena is that one notch up, right? Immortal Plus, really solid players, solid united teams. And we tend to honestly more than often see very, very good matchups. And yeah, we are getting pretty tight on spots. So if you guys have not, as always, !Radiant in that chat. And of course, if you have not done yet either, our socials, GL Gaming Lounges. If you're not following that too, more than often you can find all the goodies there too as we get settled in for agent selection here.
Yeah, we certainly are going to be able to have some interesting ideas about what we're going to see on this composition. You asked about it earlier, and I'm definitely interested. Number one, with the changes of the last patch and everything, those have kind of bedded in. I've kind of seen some people going back to the old Omen play. Astra not necessarily guaranteed, but then as we get higher and higher level wise, you know, up in the solid tier 2, I think that becomes more of a guaranteed pick. What do you think here? Astra still is strong for you, Strive?
No, dude, Astra for me has been strong, will always be strong, and will, in my opinion, excel over Omen day in and day out. That's just my personal vibe. I love the utility and flexibility of Astra. Putting down stars, picking up stars. I mean, you got to appreciate that bit of kit, and it also gives you much more diversity compared to Omen's kit. Great for knocking off planters, great for opening up opportunity for picks, great for getting control of tight alleyways. So, you know, like for me, Astra as an agent is just, you know, one step ahead of its time for sure. And I think we're going to be getting that lock in momentarily. Expecting Mama to bring that one home for us.
Yeah, it looks like that's probably going to be the case. Zeno actually on the Sky, something I didn't necessarily think we would see, but I'm not at all disappointed to see. I think the Sky can be a very good pick here, and unsurprisingly, we're seeing killjoys for both sides. That's sort of become the standard fare at this point. You know, you only see that Cypher whenever there's a Cypher player who's really just a incredible Cypher. I think that's the only time you really see that come out. Otherwise though, pretty standard across this board. You know, the Sova certainly makes sense. Jets are both sides as well. The main difference being that Phoenix.
Yeah, very good rundown, and I'm looking forward to seeing what the difference maker here is with that Phoenix, like you mentioned. I am a massive fan of Sky. I think composition-wise, Team Avalanche here is just really vibing. I love the Astra and I love that Sky duo. That's going to be really greasy to watch. And Sky, again, for me, another one of those agents that I humbly think is hella broke when it comes to the birds of Flash of Doom that come around the bend. And not only are you full Ray Charles upon contact, but there is also a great announcement telling you that you've been revealed. So I appreciate that a lot from Sky, and we'll see how that utility comes into play here on Ascent.
Yeah, we definitely will be, and I'm interested once KO gets involved if we're going to see more of that Phoenix, or because there's been a lot of talk, right, about how Phoenix might be dying. So this might be one of the last times we see them see the Phoenix coming out relatively often. Well, the opening duel does go the way of Team Avalanche. You talked about liking their composition, but well, I certainly like their chances with that opening frag.
You're giving me both. As you can see, the attackers here kind of finessing their way off of this B, going to regroup back with the rest of the gang, getting in position for some sort of activity at this A side. Start carrying that spike, has Buddy Sky bunched up towards Short and Tree. KJ is about to be hella overwhelmed here. And with that opening pick continuing ahead, they have more or less full control of this A site momentarily. Ooh, Polar Cherry, though, with a great swing with that frenzy. The turret tapping away. It's done so much damage here, Vincent. He's revealed that he's going to wait for rotates momentarily now.
Yeah, but unfortunately, they're not going to come in fast enough. As I'm saying that, though, Angelo does somehow find that trade. With pennies falling, it is a relatively even retake. Low HP there for the Sova, the Team Avalanche, and it means the Gamer Duder guys are not in the worst position, despite being a man down as they get the information to come on through. But there's a turret in the way, and oh, that doesn't seem to matter as the Sova swings wide. Frags available. The Frenzy comes out good, and the Sova with a double kill. That's beautiful there for Gamer Duder guys to pick up the pistol.
What was looking really healthy to begin with for that attacker side just completely crumbled on the retake. In the end, the GDG boys, I can't Gamer Duder guys do the entire game here, Vince. I'm going to lose my voice by round number 6. The GDG boys are looking really strong, picking up the first, and of course that defuse is going to lend itself to weapons galore, Spectres and Ares aplenty. And why am I not shocked there that Sova is sporting the Ares through the paper mache walls at B site, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that it's gonna be funny. I'm gonna go with the Gamer Duder guys as long as I can, but there will be a point which I'll just have to give it up. I know it's coming.
And with that, look, oh, there, oh, what do you mean? That is such a broken concept and so unfortunate to open up a pick like that and not through this smoke. This is Pennies just dancing with the Demon Omen himself behind that smoke. Bashi has got a good hold of B main here, and with some drone support, he might walk up with that momentarily. And Kix gets tagged. What is Bashi gonna do? Of course he's gonna go for the pick. He knows Mama is lurking, or does he know? I don't think so.
No, I actually think that's gone unnoticed, and actually, yeah, Mama catches the guy off guard. Bashi falls, and it means a weapon regained, the Xeno falling elsewhere, meaning that Team Avalanche are not in a great scenario. Mama, who's left to try and 1v3, is gonna get a nice little orb for her troubles, but that's really all. Oh, what? You're kidding me? Paranoid and everything still finds a frag? That's outrageous. That should be short-lived based on the HP advantage, but still, one more just for the road ain't too shabby, Strive.
No, not bad at all. Great way to start off. GDG looking very healthy on this defensive side. And by the looks of it, they're going to be bonusing up here, if not buying light. At the same time, though, Avalanche did a good job of pulling some weapons off the backs of GDG. So you can see that kind of reflecting in the financial situation in those bank accounts. But moving ahead into this sheriff round for Team Avalanche, critical. If they can get this eco, man, their money's going to be even better off next and going to put us on track for a bit of a broke buy scenario for GDG. We'll see what happens in this next round.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, look what Bosch is doing, wanting to kind of recreate the victory in the prior round early on, but this time not so successful. There's nobody really home, and Team Avalanche, they're being very careful here in mid, but they have quite a few players committed, and it's Angelo who's going to have to do the massive work.
Angelo getting swung on, but he has a response against kicks. Pennies, one clapperoni. Ooh, with a second as well. Looking healthy there with 2 opening picks. Now Meatwad contesting with the Vandal. He's getting blinded. He's counter blinding. 2 people blinded on the short. Now they're going to swing him up close and personal. No connection there from Jet as he dashes away. And this swing is huge. Is able to get the 1. Lights, though, is able to shank that Vandal off the side of Meatwad as we're now back to a 2 versus 2 scenario with a half HP Astra. And they don't get the Vandal, Vincent. It's still stuck there on short.
Oh, that stock dart does massive work. The frag going the other way, though, as the trade essentially 1 for 1. But if you look at the HP, it's not at all even. With a killjoy on both sides, it's Polar Cherry who has the big advantage, even with this SMG and the timing. Well, gets the info. Now with the spike being recovered, Team Avalanche can go pretty much anywhere, but they still only have the 1 player to contend with, and with 17 HP, Strive, like, this is just not a great look.
No, tough. I mean, I had a feeling that Polar Cherry was going to go for the swing, but he chose not to, and oh, goodness me.
Oh.
The Turret of Doom excels yet again. Gotta love when that happens on the KJ. So. Good patience, but all good. In the end, 3-0.
Yeah, exactly. GDG in good straights for the minute, but we'll see if that changes with the weaponry. It's been pulled out here for Team Avalanche. They are looking to push towards B more than likely. The Blade Storm already being popped out. That's an early one, but that can certainly be a deadly tool at the hands of the attackers. Cosmic Divide also a potential here as well. It's a bit of a moving past each other in the dark, either or, and the spam once again not successful this time out.
That's spam just keeping everybody at B main at bay. You can see Xeno there on your side view is lit down to about quarter hit points. Hawk goes out. They're gonna go right on into sight. Kakisuke is holding steady. Meatwad is able to get a pick to open things up, swinging off of stairs. That is Kicks getting the best of Bashi Mama with a frag. Meatwad, though, swinging off his flash. Responses everywhere as the Lights is able to send that run it back right on home as we sit now in a 3 versus 2, but there are 2 very lit members of Team Avalanche here.
That's a great hot hands, and it takes out 1 player. That's Kicks gone. As the lockdown comes through, it's going to have to be a fast retake in order to deny this. Peaks coming from both sides, but unfortunately neither of them able to really connect it. Xeno who takes that frag, and Meatwad having to wait out the time, now has to do it all alone. The swing from Xeno connects, and the frag is there, meaning that this is Team Avalanche finally getting on the board.
A little bit of a dismembered retake there, Vincent. I mean, there was a bit of an idea of go fast and get better advantage of that lockdown. There was the hold on a second, put the gas on, I'm going to wait it out. And that, of course, lent itself to Avalanche getting the round. And on that note, too, they're holding on to their weapons. And this is going to push GDG down to a save. We'll see what they can do on this eco, as it's looking like a very B-centric play from the attacker side here.
Looking like it for the time being. And, well, I mean, listen, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. It worked out last time, though. You did have to commit both the Blade Storm and the lockdown. Not that that's not worth the risk, but nicely done. Headshot from Bashi, using the Sheriff to lay down the law. And GDG suddenly have the advantage and might just find another one, as Meatwad is in a perfect position. Unfortunately, it's an immediate trade, though, in the favor of Mama.
That one and done play style has now lent itself to a 4 versus 3 scenario in the advantage of GDG. Polar Cherry tapping away with that Sheriff, and no response, but Angelo. Look at this slippery omen on the flank, but the door's closing on him. He is not going to make his way into sight. They have full control here as Angelo, with 2 members of his team, have to somehow retake.
They have to try their very best. The Hunter's Fury doing something, but realistically not doing much but just zoning for a little bit of time. And Mama takes the third frag of the round. These pistols not really connecting, though they have done some damage. Unfortunately, at that range, Angelo is not going to be connecting all that well. It's a Kisuki. I'm going to struggle with this name all day long with the Guardian to try and 1v3. It's already found one, and with shock darts going both ways, that's a great find. Now it's a 1v1 and low HP on both players. That means that it's just one shot apiece, and he can play very passively right around this generator. Gets halfway and just waits for the swing. Unfortunately, the Guardian, not the gun you want in that scenario, and Pennies takes the frag. Team Avalanche are still here.
Kai Kisuke, I could have swore Vincent, had he gone with the full stick, may have just brought it home, but I have a good feeling Pennies had vision of that spike, so the animation would have shown it being defused, but darn, that was close. One hit would have been all it took with that Guardian. I'm kind of heartbroken on that clutch. I really felt with that beautiful shock dart one, and the second one actually connected towards long as well. It would have been just such a clutch play.
But yeah, there's no doubt about it. Plus, it was an eco round, really. So that would have made it all the better, right? But
yeah,
not to be. And this time out, it's a big advantage when it comes to these ultimates. You got from the shadows to run it, or rather, not run it back to Bladestorm. My apologies. In the lockdown, all available for GDG. And they've gotten some mid control here early on. This is a good strategy, and Avalanche, they've been pretty good at playing these slow, methodical rounds, especially if they're going to win these opening tools like that.
That begs the question of what does GDG's play here doing like these solo pushes, right? There's no trade potential, nothing, and you just get picked off, and you can see by the looks of it, they're just falling. Avalanche is just, full W keys aplenty. They have full sight control. Two-man advantage on top of that. Oh, Angelo! Well-placed crosshair comes swinging with a swift A key, and he's managed to do some damage. KJ lit down to basically nothing as well, so consider a 2v2 in our books here, Vincent, as they try and get control of this B site once again.
This lockdown is so good, but the Hunter's Fury is there to deny it. You could use them from the shadows in order to get information, but it doesn't matter if you just frag out. Two frags go the way of Angelo, but likes and kicks have the better, and they make it 2 apiece, meaning that it's all tied up here. Team Avalanche have really just answered the call after those first 3 rounds go GDG's way.
Really good Hunter's Fury, good usage of that kit, and quick thinking too. Many often just kind of expect that Hunter's Fury to be that, I will kill this player mentality with a drone, but when used to support some utility and denial of, in that case, the lockdown, you can see the results that it has delivered. We've evened it up, like you said, Vincent. Moving ahead, ultimate still available. The Astra on that attacker side still has yet to use that Cosmic Divide. I'm very keen to see how that gets used in this matchup.
I mean, they've been hanging on to it for a long time at this point. I'm with you. It definitely needs to get utilized at some point soon. Owl drone coming out over towards A to get some information. And, well, unfortunately, whilst that's happening, one player does fall. Boshi is in a forward position, but probably going to get found out very shortly. The Deep does. Pennies tries to get aggressive, gets punished for it, but at the same time, the opposing jet falls to light. So ultimately, this is not working out for GDG as, well, Team Avalanche kind of making it look simple on this anti-eco.
And with this spike planted now at A, Avalanche so well positioned. Alit Silva looking pretty darn bleak for Gamer Duder, guys. It's Meatwad though, full hit points, choosing just to kind of scope things out, and with kicks, just love tapping that A and D key respectively, is able to clean up 2 clean shots there towards Tree Room, and that's going to earn Team Avalanche their 4th, Vincent. Really good job, really clean take, and I will say, if I had to count down the number of times they've taken full site control, it's been pretty darn consistent. Avalanche definitely knows how to get onto sites here.
You're absolutely right. It definitely has been a strong point for them, where they typically are connecting well on those takes. And I mean, in fairness, that was an eco round, but still, they were passive enough, and they used the owl drone to really clear out the angles that were necessary, and made all the right calls, all the right decisions. And the only thing that I could say is that they've been quite one-dimensional in their attacks. If it's B, it's going to be B from the start. If it's A, it's been A from the start. And right now, that's been okay, but I have a feeling that might start to get punished later on.
Yeah, we'll see how it works out. I mean, it's a very, very valid point, Vincent. You kind of become robotic in a sense, and you lose that pizzazz and the shake-up that you could offer with some fakes and different types of map control. But that's where I'm wondering, like, you have so much strong utility from the side of this Astra. Why are we not dumping that ult, right? Let's shake up that attacker side, divide one part of the map and maybe execute somewhere else, or use it to your advantage to get on a site. There's a lot of utility to be used here, but we'll see in conjunction now with that lockdown available too, what Avalanche is going to do, which, I mean, to start off is going to be getting denied from Bashi nice and early, and they're still kind of camping outside of A. So your breakdown of their strategies is really well put there, Vincent.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the problem when you play so passively. You allow for aggression on the opposing side, and that's some great curveballs coming through from Meatwad. And he's got 2. Polar Cherry, another frag on top of that. It leaves just the Lurker of Light, who has a lockdown in hand, but against 4, that's a tough ask. You know, you're more than likely going to get punished off the back of this 9 times out of 10. But let's see if Lights can pull it off. But like you were saying, you know, you wait so long, even though they did a great job of getting out of the way of that run it back, it was just so obvious that it was an A hit.
Yeah, now Lights is still lurking for more. So up against 4, is it really the play to be hunting for kills? I don't necessarily think that it is, but somehow, oh boy, oh, that's good. That's good. Little bit of luck on Lights' side. I truly thought wasn't gonna make it that far, but in the end, it worked out. Like in that case, Vincent, why did Mama not go with the Cosmic Divide on A towards Heaven, blocking off that drop down, right? That would have really done a great job of denying any kind of picks that came out there, and instead they just got absolutely clapped trying to get onto site.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly would have been a viable strategy. I think that you're right about that one, number 1. And number 2, like when you're going to commit this hard, you have to commit. You got to have map control. Map control is such an important piece of winning Ascent that if you don't have it, you put yourself at a huge disadvantage. But, well, speaking of disadvantages, certainly a disadvantage for GDG over this A site, considering that they're going to contest it with the lockdown. This should give a free site plant over to Team Avalanche, and it looks to be just that.
These are often the most tricky situations to play, Vincent. You've locked it down, you've gotten onto site, and now you're going to have to deal with a 5-man retake. And that can be overwhelming, right? Many of us are used to getting on sites, opening up early picks, and making space, and in most cases, having less to deal with. But now, here's the Cosmic Divide we talked about, and this is good. Oh, beautiful connection there. Polar Cherry 1 and 2, Mama, and answer back. Finally, Bashi is able to get one on to Lights, and that leaves it down to the post-plant scenario of Mama and friendly Sova. That is kicked. He's doing his part, swinging on the other side of the wall, and gets denied by Bashi. Of course, you can count on Meatwad there, Vincent, to finish off the barrage. I cannot believe I just said count on Meatwad.
I mean, well, you can though. That's the thing. Like, I mean, the guy's put us in this position, so I mean, he's been absolutely phenomenal. Top of the leaderboards there for not only the team but the server as well, with Lights in contention for that same thing. But you know, it's been really good. You know, kill here, 2 kills there, left, right, and center, been connecting those shots. But like you said before, you know, that retake, it's hard. It can become overwhelming, and it became overwhelming very quickly for this Team Avalanche side. They've lost now 2 in a row, and well, I guess what goes around comes around, because, well, Kai Kizuke, I'm getting there, guys, I promise, has unfortunately found, you know, the same fate that he has been throwing down throughout this first half.
Let's see what happens here at this point. We're just being very patient, looking for some sort of opportunity. The attackers, yet again, it seems like are on top, nice and early, but this has kind of kersplatted when Meatwad comes into the picture. So we'll see now what happens here. They're, again, sticking true to their style of play. When it's A, it's A. When it's B, it's B. So this time it looks like they drew A out of the hat.
Yeah. I mean, and well, these stars are gonna start giving away exactly what's going on. Nice dodge there from Polar Cherry, but unfortunately doesn't connect the shots. It was a good move, but you know, you miss the shot. Sometimes it happens. There's a potential from the shadows to come through, and timing for Bashi. Again, no utility to back it up. You really got to be doing a little bit better at this level. You're typically not gonna be swinging into, nobody staring at you up top there through that smoke. And Jello does find one, so that is, one to bring it back. What is it, 2v4? I mean, that's still tough.
And I'm just watching Meatwad blow my brains out with that Odin as Angelo is still pushing for more. 2 so far in this post plant center. Nice. Gets a 3. Angelo. Massive impact plays now swinging. Meatwad with the mouse 1 all the way down. And he is against Sova. And you can sure as heck bet it's a Hunter's Fury. But Meatwad's got it figured out. He's going to go try and hunt that out. But guess what? Kicks is in a complete different area code. And he connects on that exit frag. Really good positioning by him. If he was playing any more aggressive, Vincent, that could have been a disaster.
Yeah, I mean, when you have the Hunter's Fury, you can just confirm that from the very beginning. That was what Kix was playing for, and played it perfectly, exactly like you're talking about. And now, if we take a look, the money is certainly not ideal off the back of that round. You're gonna have to pull out a Sheriff for Polar Cherry, but otherwise, it's not too shabby. Even though there's some light armor on the back of a couple others. As I say that, actually, a Marshall getting pulled out. This is looking like a more of an eco as time goes on, and indeed, it is just going to be buy what you can type round here for GDG, as Team Avalanche have sort of, despite the fact that this has been 2 rounds, it was 2 rounds in a row before that GDG won, it was close enough that Team Avalanche still monetarily are in pretty good straits.
Yeah, without a doubt. And is it a very close matchup too? Honestly speaking, 5 and 5 respectively on the scoreboard. And this is now the Cauliflower of Doom coming out from the side of Team Avalanche, and that gets denied quite quickly. Still, there is a good opportunity to retake from that lockdown. Omen Ultimate 2, Xeno 1 and 2 Lights as well, as they've managed to get it down to just 2 members of GDG, and both of them do have ultimates here. Kai Kasuke is pinned in the back, and he cannot connect with that Sheriff, unfortunately, as Big Mama comes in huge there, and it's down to Polar Cherry, who's one heck of a lurker, it seems.
Yeah, but this time lurking with a Marshall, and does collect a Vandal, so now of course that can be a deadly combination. Does actually trigger the bot, which means that now the information's given away, and Xeno takes the frag.
And that's a wrap, my friend. Quick as it started, it just ended, and now this is it. Final one of this half to get us going. But holy cow, look at the yellow Christmas lights there on the side of GDG. There is ultimates galore available. Let's see what they make of it on this round. It is a dumper to lose it type of moment here for them.
Yeah, for real. I mean, they got everything possible you could be wanting. So I'm expecting something aggressive, and well, we can see on our screens, it's gonna be Meatwad early on, gonna use this to run it back. That's gonna be flanked by a Blade Storm more than likely. Well, actually, not so much. It's the Blade Storm that gets aggressive initially, and that's gonna get Owl droned out. So Washi's gonna have to at least wait a little bit on that before getting a re-aggression on.
Bashi aggressive on main. Oh, he gets the one and dashes away. Really good job. And lucky for him, there was 2 people to pick from there, and all in close proximity for the most part. And we will see now at this point, yet again, they're just chilling at this A side. There is lots of utility from KJ there, though, to reveal their positions once they try and get onto site. First Hawk, second Hawk, and off they go into site here. And here comes the alarm bot going off. Utility activated to block the entrance towards tree. Meatwad, the Flash Maestro, is going with the run it back out of heaven. He gets sent back to his body. Still a hop up, and bit of a tickle there from Jet as it's down to just 2 members of Team Avalanche. Penny's on site, gets straightened up by Meatwad, and it's down to Lights again. The counter KJ lurk coming out here. We'll see if he can make it happen. And no, he cannot, as Kai Kasuke out of heaven earns him that 6. So, dude, this has been a back and forth series. 6-6 to round it off.
Yeah, for real. The thing about it is, it looked so good initially, that take did, and it was just ultimately really well done from both the duelists, the Jet getting involved and being a threat. Didn't even get really kills there, but just was a threat, and off the back of it, we had the running back and everything coming through, just perfectly placed. So Team Avalanche, doing okay in their opening half, but I think it could have been a little bit better, all things considered. GDG, though, are going to be happy with this one as they pull away that 6th round.
It's been interesting. I mean, it's been a close match. I think purely because we've been seeing a lot of very similar style plays, a lot of YOLO plays, just W key, no trades. It's just been a back and forth fiasco for these two teams. And yeah, as you can see there, Kicks using a lot of early utility there, hearing the pickup of the orb, and he doesn't make much of a connection, but with that drop down of Jet, the whooshing of the air, and the tapping of the guns, it's kind of wondering, wait a minute, guys, what is happening at B here? Meanwhile, the bomb is nowhere in the neighborhood, so I'm not expecting a full commit. They're going to kind of maybe regroup and make a decision with ample time on the clock here. Minute 7 to go.
Yeah, we can already see a really different style of play here for GDG than Team Avalanche. They were very much, you know, early commitment everywhere that they were going to be going. This time, though, GDG, they're very much into, okay, let's spread out across the map, get information, and then decide where to push. And it looks like A is going to be that place. Kicks takes massive damage from the hot hands, and it is Bashi to ultimately continue and complete that frag, as Kai Kazuke does find one himself before getting traded back out by pennies. It's a 3 versus 4, and scratch that, making it 4 versus 2 as Zeno gets back involved, trying to connect these headshot angles. So difficult, though. Lights does find one before Meatwad closes the round out with a double kill.
Dude, what a great set of shots out of heaven there. That pixel of the top of the head showing, and he makes it happen. And on that note, man, that's just really healthy. I'm loving to see GDG come out on top. And with, yeah, I'm just kind of blown away. I'm kind of speechless, to be honest with you, because those shots out of heaven were just spectacular. Like you said, really tough shots to connect, and they made it happen.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's the old headshot angles, right? Like, never the easiest to find, especially with, you know, classic at times, which can be a bit, you know, inaccurate. But, you know, unless you're right-clicking, then it can hit anything from any distance, but whatever.
If only that's how it worked. I mean,
it basically does. It feels like it sometimes, okay?
I'm with you, man. I fully feel your struggles. And now look at this great smoke as Bashi, uncontested, does a great amount of damage onto Mama nice and early, and poor Zeno is lit as all heck. They're kind of grouped up to Mortar's Market. If all things work out, that's 2 free picks, but oh yeah, Bashi fade away onto Mama, who's lit. There is still a Zeno sitting inside of Marketplace itself now. And yeah, I don't foresee this ending too well, as Angelo is able to swing and to pick up one. And Zeno decides to just, you know, grab his seat on the balcony, get a little mojito going. Mojito for Zeno.
There we
and,
go.
Chance of survival, man, slim to none. So let's just call this one a nice and early turnover to GDG as they get that 8th.
Yeah, that's a wrap on the anti-eco, but, you know, that's exactly what you would expect considering the weaponry advantage, you know? And actually, the cash flow is not ideal here for the defense. Team Avalanche, they mismanaged some cash. I mean, they're gonna have weapons and rifles, but like they have to reach into the bank, grab, you know, light armor on 2 players, and I know from the cash at the beginning that the you know, abilities are certainly going to be just a little bit more light than you would expect. I mean, look at the Jet, only has 1 cloud smoke and 1 updraft, so like that's just not exactly what you would have expected to see, considering. But well, Team Avalanche still in a good position to maybe take this round. This is looking, for the moment, very much like a Team Avalanche attacking round. Everyone grouped up here towards B, and it's only 1 player defending.
This is going to be an absolute landslide and very much do or die here. That's the run it back to open it up, getting right on in. Here we go. We'll see Kicks getting tagged, getting swung. Bashi has support from the Phoenix as well, and he is going to go right back to where he started. And this is it. GDG, despite absolutely busting the bank, are looking pretty strong with the dog. Zeno spotting multiple out in sight. He's made that communication that there is plenty there to contest. We'll see what they do as they have control of main as well. It's going to be a massively difficult retake for Team Avalanche here with this nice post-plant scenario.
I don't know how that hawk didn't blind anyone. It's given a false sense of security. As I say that, though, Lights makes a brilliant read, and Mama's there for the help. I mean, that's 2 players down as GDG sort of fall to pieces. That said, it's a shooting gallery over on the opposite side, leaving Pennies left alone. 1v3. Already found 1, but has to reposition off the back of the hot hands, and the information being gained, but Penny's shots are so good. He's got 2, but that spike's taken away, and now there's not even enough time to actually complete the defuse defuse, if I'm not mistaken. No, not at all. Pennies takes all the frags at home, but doesn't win the round.
That was a great retake attempt by Team Avalanche. Those opening picks towards B main was my biggest fear. I thought truly that the post plant with 3 on site, 2 in main would have been really clutch for them. They would have had great flank opportunity once they got onto site, but in the end, it worked out and they pick up that 8th. This attack side of GDG looking really good, and you got to appreciate the power of Meatwad with that running back to really open up space as a duelist. He's doing his job, man, and that is very, very critical in these types of matchups.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You know, taking the initiative, right, is something that is sort of not spoken about all that often, but I do like to talk on it because it is indeed so important, like you're talking about. And for the moment, we are in a interesting scenario where the defense, you know, they're just kind of like, well, we don't have weaponry, so let's just kind of jitter peek things and get info that way.
And as we patiently wait here, give us a moment to get resettled. Patience, patience. You guys are probably wondering what is happening. As are we. As we're watching a bit of a... if you guys are seeing what I'm seeing, I see the POV starting screen with a half slice of the game. So y'all only get to watch half the situation go down. That's all. Close your right eyes. That is the solution to the problem.
It's like, you remember the Google Cardboard or whatever it was? And then you like you close one eye. That's what that was pretty much.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I think in our peripheral vision, unfortunately, we missed a whole series of kills. Getting back into it, GDG now 2 versus 2 as Mama is doing his part one more time, opening up some more space against Meatwad. That's a critical agent out of the way. Polar Cherry, such a patient player. He holds his crosshair steady on Tree Room and swings around for that second. Vincent is now GDG have landed the 10th and are looking so strong. And oh my God, 3 ultimates. And yet again, it seems like the run it backs never stop.
No, I mean, you know, talking about the running back, by the way, the fact that the running back is at 6 ult points, and we got like multiple ults at like 7 that shouldn't be, like, from the shadows off the top of my head. Like, dude, that's just so good. Like, it's outrageously good value the running back is. And I think that if you're not using it as soon as you get it, pretty much every time, you're almost not using it correctly. I know that's a scary thing to say, but I mean, it really feels that way.
Like, I think, to be quite honest with you, that running back, like you said, is hella under or undervalued, right? It should be worth so much more. Comes up so often, and it's a really, you know, any case use type of ultimate. You want to rush, okay? You want to just get some full health back, okay? I mean, pick your flavor of the day. As the lockdown again, another one of those really good ultimates, both on attack and defense. Here we go. Pennies has the Blade Storm active. Sitting at market, has teammate there ready to go. The dog gonna try and open up space at logs. Reveal 1. The joust back and forth. Bashi, knife on knife action as they're gonna go for it in Meatwad. That's the run it back. We talked about it. Better to use it and get it over with as he's gonna get swung on and cannot survive, or he does survive. I apologize. GDG, man, they earned their double ones and come back on top yet again.
That they do. It's been flawless, the victories here for GDG at the half, or rather since the half, I should say. 5 rounds now in a row, and this is not looking like it's showing any signs of stopping. We take a look at the defensive setup. Team Avalanche, they ain't got no cash. Their money's broken. They just gonna have to pull out some sheriffs and hope and pray. You got Xeno with the hero rifle pull out, and well, they're essentially just giving away what is match point for the time being, and gonna have to play against 6 rounds of, you know, to hit that tie game point.
I don't know how I feel about that, like, desperation buy of that one gun. Like, what does it really earn you? You know, I've talked about it time and time again. You're better off just saving, honestly. It's not like you're gonna come out on top with just one gun to be the hero. And you can see the attackers are basically yet again on site. Avalanche on a 5-person retake. That's the Hunter's Fury opening it up as well for Kai Kisuke coming out from hell. He's tapping away and cannot make much happen, but here we go, getting into it. Bashi and Meatwad. Pennies finally has a trade off of that. Question is, did he get the gun? Xeno out of heaven is able to make that hero play come to life as, oh my God, the tail end of that Nano Swarm catches it, but GDG, man, as kind of expected, come out on top, and they're going to pick up that 12th, and off we go to match point.
Yeah, and like I said, 6 rounds are the difference here. You're gonna have to win 6 in a row flawlessly, not dropping a single one in order to send us to overtime. But you know, on your point, that purchase, like, I get what you're saying, but if you have the kind of player who can be the difference maker, I sometimes do get it. I'm like, all right, you know, one gun, sometimes that can be the tide turner, you know, and especially if you have like sheriffs and everything to follow that up. But it didn't work out, and well, that's sort of the hard end of that gamble.
I'm a statistics kind of guy there, Vincent, right? If I had some paperwork in front of me to justify that, I would have been all about it. But,
Yeah.
you know, 5 big weapons against 1 hero play, percentage or likelihood of success, I mean, it's tricky. I respect it. You're in a tough situation as it is. You're really reaching for anything you can get your hands on. And unfortunately, it lent itself to an unfortunate series of events as we are now witnessing GDG on that match point here. Spike hanging out outside a beat. The rest of the guys, very strong default, looking for information. Pennies with the one and dash technique coming out on top. And that's a good opening pick for Avalanche. A nice change of pace. We'll see if they can continue it with some more as Angelo and Friendly Jet have really good control and sight on this middle.
Yeah. I mean, we see how effective the frag and dash can be, but the double swing is very, very good. Mama waits for just enough time, but it is just one trade as Boshi gets away with his life, but is not ready, not for the array aggression. Does get out with the updraft and the dash, but ultimately falls. It leaves Meatwad left alone. 1v4, no run it back available, and simply a dream.
Boshi reaches really deep into the kit there to try and escape, and he narrowly does. As now we're watching Meatwad just finesse his way around, spots the tip of Penny's gun, but there is 2 members there ready to swing him, and Penny's makes sure that he does the deed and comes out on top. So Team Avalanche, alas, have put a bit of a halt on the barrage of GDG as they picked up their 7th. Is this the turning point, Vincent? Is this going to take us to that beautiful tie game and potential OT? I think potentially, yes. A good feeling about it.
I mean, listen, I'll go back to your playbook and say, you know, looking at the notepad, I don't know if those stats are there quite yet. You know, it's a big ask, but it's certainly plausible, right? Like, we definitely could be seeing the start of a comeback. It's gonna have to be a little bit more, though. A couple of extra rounds here. Maybe we get to like that double-digit mark, and then I'll start believing a bit more. For the time being, though, this operator still having a strong position here in mid, and nobody's currently home, but that could change very quickly as Boshi's looking to come through the nebula, and does indeed, as this time it's not the frag and dash, it's just the frag and run for your life as Team Avalanche take the man advantage once again.
Really good opening pick, and I'm glad that's coming out from the likes of Jet there, as Meatwad has decided to get up close and personal. Penny still has that dash escape available as he is holding steady. Meatwad cannot die here. He is a critical player for GDG, and rightfully so. Very disciplined of him. Doesn't look like he's contesting just yet, but I'm about to eat my words. Nice shoulder peek. Meatwad is a slippery monkey, dare I say. He's gotten that intel, so he knows that Penny's is still watching, but wait a minute. As I say, he's gotten intel. He's not backing away from his post. He's going to go for the flash. And another to come around. He swings on it, and Penny's whiffs, and he's down to 38. Really good job by Meatwad. He's opened up so much space yet again towards Tree. And this control, it's looking like a really good A collapse here. Sit tight, Vincent. Here we go.
Yeah, Paranoia comes out to deny that space once again for a little bit longer, but Lights is on the site. Has to come up big, but comes up empty. Lights falls, and it's Polar Cherries to take that frag. It's a quick trade by Zeno as the Hunter's Fury comes through to deny the spike temporarily. That goes down now, though, as it's a 3-on-3. Run it back used, and unfortunately, no way! Mama gets away with murder! At least just one player alive here as it's Kai Kazuki, who has to do it all against 13 HP in hand. A shock dart comes in, attempt is made, but not gonna be connecting. Now they know exactly where he's hiding. All they gotta do is double swing, but with low HP on one of these players, it certainly makes it difficult. He doesn't even get a chance to shoot his gun as Pennies takes the frag after swapping out for the rifle. Though no more need for the operator in those close range scenarios, and that's another round on the board here for Team Avalanche.
Really immense work there from Meatwad. I mean, that gap that he opened up in Tree Room was literally the catalyst for that collapse on site. He did his job so well, and the post-plant scenario unfortunately kind of crumbled as it went down to a 2 versus 1, like you pointed out, Vincent, as now we've got our 8th. Like we said, statistics, they're good and all, but sometimes your funny gut feeling just tells you otherwise. And I think this is one of those moments for me. It's looking really strong for Team Avalanche at this point, and they're closing the gap after, as you can see on that scoreboard, a 5-round rally from the side of GDG.
Standing ahead.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely been those moments. I don't know if I'm there with you yet, but I certainly would love to see it. It would be a massive comeback. And if they can come back and win it in overtime, what a brilliant storyline that we would be talking about moving forward here in the pit of Valor. As it is now here, round 21. It's going to have to be a good one. As GDG look to maybe move towards A, but use a spike here. It's over at B. This is all a fake.
Oh, this is just one big show at this A side. Omen has regrouped nicely, and look at it. They've already shanked all the rotates over with the lockdown too. They've sold it, man. They've sold it like a used car salesman. Say that janky 1962 crap wagon. And on that note, they're gonna get right onto that B site. Full control coming out here. Jet and Omen are situated and ready to plant this off, but I don't think Team Avalanche at this point are like, wait a minute, we just got juked, boys.
I mean, the good news for them is that they have an advantage, a 2-player advantage at that. I honestly, Boschi should pop the Blade Storm here. That seems like the right decision. Actually uses the dash to get out, and the Cloudburst to get enough space despite the Seekers, despite the Hawks, everything not going their way, as that site is certainly viable, and Boschi's still alive. Somehow finding 3. It's a 1v2 now on the site. It's gonna be Meatwad, but is not able to connect whatsoever because Penny's blades are absolutely dominant, as that is another round. And well, round by round, we're getting closer to your wish and your guess, as Team Avalanche are looking good.
And it's down to, well, unfortunately, not much at all, as the defensive side, man, looking really, really healthy. This is getting a bit too close for comfort for me, Vincent. Whoa, Penny! What a pick! Boschi, knives out, just strafing, is denied so quickly, dude. Love the plays. Team Avalanche, yet again, in the driving seat, looking strong with the drone coming in. Kick's gonna make quick work of that, but they're not really committing at this point. The attackers are going to have to take a bit of a breather and go back to the drawing board here.
I mean, talk about just dislodging the, the spearhead of the aggression, right? That was the Blade Storm shut down immediately before it could find anything. How have they had that read onto Angelo? I mean, that's ridiculous. Gets tagged pretty heavily through the wall and actually gets tagged through the smoke. This man didn't see a darn soul and somehow has gone down. As Zeno as well comes in for help. It's just 2 players left alive here for GDG, and that is quickly falling to pieces as Kix cleans up a double kill here in the later stages of the round. It's now double digits, and I just beggars belief.
Dude, that clean up shot that you guys see there was the beginning of the end for the side of GDG. As at this point, their turtlenecks are getting a little bit tight there, as they're kind of questioning their reality. They got a 2-round gap to close, and at this point, it's, look at it, GDG are on a save. So eco rounds can be one of 2 things, either a complete landslide one way or the other. It's going to be 1 Deke Fiesta or just pure denial every way they go. But if they can get an opening pick here, Vincent, and pick up a gun or 2 off of that, it's going to be conducive to a really good joust here for the GG.
Yeah, that's the thing, though. Lots of pot shots being taken. Oh, and of course, with the X-ray, it just makes it all the more exciting for us here in the caster booth. But ultimately, it's some information here from Kai Kazuki, who has knowledge now that there's 2 players in that middle position. The Trailblazer comes out, and well, Zeno gets caught out with that Trailblazer in hand, so don't be controlling your dog, not when this player's pushing you, and well, that's a great usage of utility. The Nanoswarm plus the suck, I mean, that's just ridiculous. That's part of the reason that Astra is still so strong.
Dude, and look at the scenario now. The attackers have managed to make their way onto B side. They're going to plant that spike as well and play the post plant. I will commend the likes of Lights there. The mix up in the utility, the constant shake and bake as to where that's placed. In that case, it was on Tree Room. Lent itself to a fantastic pick on that Jet, sight unseen, as Polar Cherry. Oh, with the 1, with the 2, connects so well, and that is it. We're going to wrap it up as Polar Cherry, in a fury of shots in the end, man. GDG on the eco. They bring it home, man.
Mate, are you just like what just happened? You've spelled destruction for the poor Team Avalanche side after you gave them hope, gave them light.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. It's right through the heart.
The caster curse is real. If you don't believe in the caster curse after that one, I don't know what else I can do to convince you. But oh man, it is all jokes, of course. But I don't know how you called that the comeback straight into the just straight up Deagles on the anti-eco. Poor guys. When it comes down to Avalanche, that's the round they dropped. Such a frustrating one to lose, ain't it?
Yeah, it's tough, man. Like I said, those eco rounds are one of two things, and they always end up that way. They rarely are they close, at least from the way that I feel. I mean, they might have been, but I just don't really pay attention to those rounds. It's either like a complete landslide, and we get beautiful, hold from the defensive side, the counter eco, or they just eat absolute 26 shades of dirt from the depths. And in that case, to close it off, those 1 Deags, the 1 sheriffs were just really crisp and clean, and hey, conducive to a win after what I think is probably a bit of a stressful situation for GDG, right? Considering how that rally came back from the side of Team Avalanche too. So good matchup, man. Really good way to open up the second match of the night.
Yeah, I mean, going from what was a 6-12 score line into what is ultimately a 10-12 score line certainly is looking better for Avalanche. Unfortunately, that does mean they're out. That was a valiant effort like you're talking about, but it's GDG to move on. So that means that they're going to get the opportunity to play for it. I don't know, where are we at? Is this, we're not quarterfinals yet, are we? Let me just double check here. Yeah,
we're not there yet,
not quite yet. Round of 16. Listen. I'm sorry. Counting is tough for me. I'm a caster, obviously. Come on now. But that is going to be it from myself and Strive, at least for the time being. We're going to have Mike and Mickey come back in, which is going to be interesting. I'm telling you, Strive is a freaking magician over here. He is. He's just making the technology work to his own devices. Anyway, I'm gonna go run scared because Strive is spooking me out. We'll see you back here in just a couple minutes for more Pit of Valor action.
Tears around like an ocean in my head. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, know I'll find you in my dreams. Find you in my I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality.
Midnight and city lights on the other side. You're calling me up at the same time. I'm in the daylight. You're calling to say hi, but your words they cry. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Your silence speaks so loud. And I hear you calling out, yeah. We're talking about nothing. Then you said something under your breath. I can't take it. I know what you're thinking. I wish I could fix this, yeah. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Silence speaks so loud. And I hear you calling out. I just wanna feel free, and I just wanna be me. Yeah, I just wanna go so crazy. I just wanna be a freak. Yeah, I just wanna rise to the top. Yeah, I just wanna go reach the peak. So I've been really well focused on success. Hey, y'all will see. Yeah, you won't see that I will get it. Cause I'm really focused, man. I make it with the rap and I just follow my path. I just follow my passion. To me, this is what's precious. Yeah, in my soul, man, I can feel it. So every single verse, man, I just gotta go and kill it, man. I gotta be the kid. I could be the guy taking you wild. I could be the villain. What good is a kid? Lately, I'm painting my path on my way. Yeah, I got no time that I can waste, so I've been sitting in the space. Yeah, making rest every day, man. You know that I go insane. Yeah, I hit you with a bullet to the brain. Let us stop first if we going, you going insane. You don't know what I'm gonna do. You don't know what is next. And I'm loving the fact, truly it's making me blessed. Cause I work on my team, no snakes in the grass. And we have a trust in the wind because of the work that we did in the past. Because of the work that we did in the past. When we went to hours, you barely got breath. So I get the realm and we didn't finesse. So I got the feelings that we might be next. Cause when we go in, we win in the match. When we go in, we win in the match. So that's how we do, cause we be the best. We be the best, best. Yeah, we be the best. Whoa. Yeah, we be the best, best. We be the best. Hey, yeah, we be the best, best. Hey, we be the best. Yo, you wanna come from a test? Whoa, you want to see we the best? Hey, you don't see that with the best kid, so I suggest you never really come and test it. But otherwise, I will smack your face like Michael Jordan does with a ball in the basket. Oh damn kid, but you didn't expect it. You never really thought that this could just happen. But now already come on and we pull out with the action. Just people the feed, those they don't get it like. Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed. Life destroyed. Until I walk awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Superhero.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Pit of Valor. Back with your boys, Mick and Mickey over here, or actually on this side of the screen. So with this matchup we got coming into now, we're going to be looking at the likes of Weary Boys and Mad Dogs. And just as a follow-up from that last game, which I watched between Avalanche and, you know, BDB or GDG, goodness gracious, dude. That was... I was hoping someone was going to be pulled out there. I know they reached the double-digit threshold. I was hoping they had a little bit more behind them to get into overtime. But purely Caster's curse, it is real. So we're going to try and keep that to a minimum in this matchup so everybody can do what they need to do.
It's so hard, though. It's so hard not to just verbally predict everything. But I do got to hand it to Team Avalanche. I mean, the comeback there was real. They tried their asses off, but at the end of the day, it just was barely not enough to get them into the, you know, to keep them alive. So.
Yeah. So hopefully at this point, and it's this matchup that we're going into on Haven here with the likes of Weary Bros and Mad Dogs, we're hoping for a little bit more of an even matchup, especially on the likes of this map we got going. So, you know, Haven, we know it. not as many people love it. So I mean, it's very. I will say, I know we had the whole argument last time on Bind of saying like, people are going to say it's defense sided, attack sided, but Haven, this is most definitely an attack sided map. There is no shot about it,
Oh, yeah.
and there's no question.
Oh, 100% I agree. And the reason because there's 3 different sites. Sorry, my camera is just having a meltdown right now, trying to fix it. But that's okay. But Haven is it literally, you have 3 sites. So while you're able to get 1 or 2 people on defending side to hold down one site, A and B maybe, C is getting bombarded by the rest of the team. Because they're just on attacking side, you just have so many different, like through garage, through a short, you can literally just curve your way into every site. There's at least 3 entrances to all the sites. And so that makes it extremely difficult to cover all 3 of those sites, especially when, you are a man down or what have you. So I think I agree. It definitely is an attacker sided map. I'm sorry about my camera, audience. Did I do it? There we go. I fixed it.
Yeah, but I mean, just like you said, I mean, there's 3 enters to every single site. One of them are going to be especially for the A site and that C site. 2 of them are going to come from CTE most likely. So, I mean, it does kind of restrain the map a little bit to some extent. So it's not just free range over the whole map, but it is a most definitely a harder place to defend because you do have so many more variables to worry about. So I'm super excited to see what these 2 teams can really line up with because I mean, this map alone brings the most interesting defensive gameplay because of that fact. You have to sit there and worry about 3 sites. It's really interesting to see, guys rotating between 2. Possibly, I personally run like a killjoy and I kind of sit there in between A and B so I can find a way to get like a notification whenever either one's on some side and just play for the retake. And these guys are much more experienced than I am. So just for them to play it out, see exactly how they're duking out these matches, where they're going to be taking their sites, how they're going to be falling through those retakes makes it super exciting. And I'm just stoked to see what they can bring and what these rosters are going to look like in terms of this agent select.
Oh, yeah. I mean, like you said, Killjoy, you got to have a Sentinel. When you're playing Haven, you have to have either Killjoy or Cypher. You have to have one of them. It's a no-brainer. There's nothing else to it. You have to because of their ability to. Like Killjoy and Cypher can lock down one site by themselves. No problem.
Yeah.
They can potentially hold C or garage or wherever by themselves. So that's going to give you a huge advantage to have one of those on your team. And right off the bat, in Agent Select here for Mad Dogs, we're going to see Neen. I'm sorry. We're going to butcher the crap out of your guys' names today. I'm sorry. But we already have a cipher for Mad Dogs.
Yeah, and we just got to see that counter pick over here for the likes of Weary Bros. I mean, if they just stick with the kind of lineup they got right now, Viper always being such a great pick, but she doesn't exactly have the stops that you need. She doesn't have those stalls. So it looks like Sins is going to be that man here with the Cypher. And the real switch-ups we're going to be having is, between that Viper pick over here on the side of Weary Bros, and meanwhile, we have the double duelist over here for Mad Dogs once again. So we're kind of seeing an EU versus NA lineup in the agent select screen this time around once again in this 3rd matchup.
Yeah, for sure. I am. I gotta say, I am very glad that from Epic and Kanar, we're gonna see Sovas. Because you gotta have Sovas on this map. It's such an open map. You have to have all those angles covered. And I think Sova really gives you that opportunity to, cover the angles that you need to with that. So I think that's going to be a huge play. The Sova arrows and even the owl drones are definitely going to come into play.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think that's one thing that's going to be super exciting about KO is how he almost has that same exact range almost to it. He doesn't give you an exact pinpoint location, but the small trade out for intel, you get literally essentially a 3rd duelist or a 2nd duelist out of him because of that one fact. So we are going to see a couple duels possibly here in mid as these guys are looking to line up for it. And Weary Boys is leaning over towards the C side.
Yeah, we actually got 2 duelists apiece, so this is interesting. And then in terms of smokes, we got Astra for Mad Dogs and Omen from Weary Boys. So this is definitely looking interesting. Immediately, we're going to see some Viper utility down mid. We also see the wall going across from B site to A site. Just barely covers up long there with that wall. Very good placement there. But here we go. The entrance from Mad Dogs onto A site. They're going to go ahead and just slap bomb down nice and quick. And now they just got to worry about the post-plant defense. And here comes Weary Boys for the retake.
All coming from the likes of CT, it looks like right now. So the way this is going to have to push out, they're going to have to check every single angle. And it looks like Skins and Striker are there for it with these frenzies to open out. But with trades going all over the place, Mad Dog's falling pretty quickly here.
No. Yep. Spike going for the defuse. Kaner not in a good situation. Messiah is going to go ahead and just shred him real quick. And that's going to give Weary Boys the first point in the match. 1-0 now.
Yeah, just a super clean retake from these guys, especially when you're forcing everybody through CT, finding that little tunnel right there. Not too many players allocated to that heaven. I mean, everybody's coming in essentially a straight line. It's almost like a domino effect. If you can find that initial shutdown, you can find follow-ups for that and let your team to keep playing into that. But I mean, if you have the likes of, which we just saw right here, Weary Boys just finding that first pick, flooding that site and just finding all those picks, especially when you have those frenzies and ghosts in hand, you allocate a little bit more the risk right there up front for those pistols. It definitely paid out for them, and it looks like right here they're going to have to follow it up here in Garage with Mad Dogs having one hell of a push over here.
Oh, Striker. Oh, getting two. Can he get the third? Ronnie's right there. Very, very hurt. The spray catches him. Striker picks up 3, but there's 2 more sitting mid. It's suddenly a 2 versus 5 situation for Mad Dogs. There we go. There's one potential ace from Striker. There we go. The ace from Striker out of nowhere with that Spectre. Gonna solidify the second point on the board for Weary Boys. A beautiful second round from him. Look at this replay. Look at it. 1 from Striker, 2 from Striker. Ronnie gets tagged up so heavily. He backs up, but then he just backs right into the spray, and then there we go. Striker able to get the last 2 for Mad Dogs. Beautiful, beautiful shots from Striker here.
Man, what a start here from all these Vipers. I mean, we got Vipers today. They are going off, especially when you got that Spectre in your hand in the second round. I mean, the name of the game is already spray and pray with that gun, and especially in the second round, it's going to have one heck of a start, but so is J-Ron with that Vandal pick on the Fluffy. I mean, you got the Spectre, bub, but you can't do everything with it.
You're not that guy, man. You're not that guy. Striker is. You got an ace with the Spectre. Striker's that guy. Whoa. Beautiful Vipers snake bite thing. What that's called from Striker. You got the lineups. He might. I think he's looking for another one. Yeah, he looked for another one. He was able to land it, but Spike's going to get planted anyways. Now, Epic looking for control of Heaven, able to take out 1. Messiah is there for the trade. Striker picks up 2 more. Suddenly, 1 versus 3. Ronnie goes down. 3-0 is your score. Weary Boys not giving up a round yet.
These guys are clean. I mean, they're clean with the aggro. I mean, obviously, that second round, you had Striker just absolutely just holding down that left mouse button with the Spectre, and it's working for him. Because this guy's sitting at 8-0, but also their retake. I mean, at first with the pistol round, you sit there and question whether, I mean, it really just comes down to Arsenal, but they just followed it up there in that third round with Spectres against rifles. So for them to be pulling this out, I mean, these guys' comms are absolutely on point for them to be finding these picks, and their retakes are just astronomical.
And let me just say, I've never seen either of these teams play, and tonight, this is already like, Weary Boys is starting off strong. Great first impression.
So the way they're playing this out, I mean, they're putting absolutely Mad Dogs on the tip of their feet right now. I mean, you can see Messiah right here teasing them out there on C-Long. You know they'll probably be eyeing that now with 2, and Striker knowing and getting the pick there in Garage. You know where they're going. You know where they're eyeing. Just lock this down. Find a way to surround the prey because the wolves are out hunting right now. And Weary Boys are in those shoes.
Ronnie, the timing there. He goes in the astral form. Striker's able to take him out. Striker's just been so strong with these shots. Just in general, hitting his shots pretty well. And he was able to lock down Garage pretty early on. But now we got a little bit of a standstill here. The only remaining members from Mad Dogs, 3 of them, are sitting mid, looking for any kind of information to give them, you know, a hint of where they should head. Epic trying to cover A short here, and then you still have Striker in Garage. So you got both those angles for B covered, and this is just not a good situation for Mad Dogs. There we go. Suddenly a break in the silence. Striker takes out K. Now, but Dig is there for the quick little refrag. Now it's a 2 versus 4. Information coming in. Messiah pushing in with the blind. Teleports up top. Able to locate a couple. No, never mind. Sens is actually nuts at the game. Able to pick up both of the Mad Dog players. And now Weary Boys 4 in a row.
I've heard it time and time again in these public lobbies, man. It always helps to have a Cypher with some hands. I mean, having a guy that knows how to use his gun, Sin's getting the follow-up right there. And I got to say, that was all just in part of his team. I mean, Messiah getting that blind, Epic just falling through with a dart, everybody just colliding on this B site, finding the pick over on, you know, Dog. It's just, or Dag, excuse me. I mean, the way everything just played out, just absolutely clean from the likes of Weary Boys and putting themselves in a 4-0 lead. Well-deserved 4-0 lead to really just kind of put some emphasis on that.
Very, very, very well deserved. Very strong lead coming out of the gate from Weary Boys. I mean, right off the bat, 4 rounds in a row. That's gotta feel good for them.
And saving those guns too. You're not exactly allocating too much to econ here, and that's exactly what's bringing us our first op in the game as well. Because we do see Jet over for Weary Boys over here, just kind of utilizing the op a little bit, finding himself towards that A site, trying to find a pick over there, but he's not going to find anybody because it looks like Mad Dog's going here for the C push. They're going to be kind of forced out here because you see that, I mean, Messiah and is just holding this down. He's absolutely just peaking time and time again, putting the pressure on, as we now see them kind of figuring out where exactly to make their next move.
And the crazy part is, for the majority, you know, except for that Jet on A long, Weary Boys has kind of stayed, you know, they stayed put and they held their angles, and now they have that advantage. Striker able to just barely peek out of garage, and that takes out Mad Dog's Jet, and now man advantage to Weary Boys just because they were able to play their angles so well. And here we go, Fluffy. Oh, not gonna cut it. Gonna take a little damage from himself, but he's gonna go ahead and back off. Calls for a rotate. Guys, I need help at A. They're pushing hard, and yes, they are. Blind's coming out. Fluffy's gonna go ahead and back off completely. Looking for a reposition here. Dag's gonna go ahead and get bombed down. And bop, there we go. Spike planted on B site. Abilities coming out. There's the setup from, or the lineup from Soba there.
This retake, once again, we've seen Weary Boys do it not once, but twice now. So now we're all sitting here with rifles, with obs, just all kinds of different weaponry at our hands. And it looks like Mad Dog's maybe the one to pull this out with Striker, that one big trump card still being alive.
Oh, man. Yeah, unfortunately, Neural Theft was able to sell him out there. And there we go. Mad Dog's able to get their first point on the board. Now 4-1, still 3-round delta. This is still anyone's game though, because we're heading into round number 6, and after this round there's still 6 more rounds in a half, so it's still anyone's game. But with that said, look at Striker. Dude is 13-2 on round 6.
Yes.
I can't. I mean, just honestly give it to him, dude.
My guy, relax. It's not that serious. But apparently,
NJ,
he's nuts, man.
That NJ stands for no jokes. This dude ain't playing at all. He's out here to get kills as much as possible. And Epic's going to be there to help him as he's going to grab that first pick over towards Ace Long. And just as we see it now, the quick rotate from Weary Boys, I got to say that's kind of concerning. Oh, but they're going to hold out on it, because you don't exactly want to hop on this, because Dake's going to be sitting there in mid, and he could grab an easy pick onto Sins if he finds a way to get out and really put himself in the open.
Yeah, the thing I'm paying attention to is these 2 players down here in A short. They could potentially just completely take over A site if they really wanted to. There's only 1 player there. They're going to hear the Algerone. They're going to back off. But Kanar is, you know, getting some good information down long. There's an Algerone in front of him, so he's waiting for that timeout. It finally does. And now he's able to push up on site a little bit more. But they have to be aware that there is still Soba. That's going to be Epic, still up in heaven. Looking for some control, and meanwhile, Weary Boys is kind of spread out here. They got somebody down at C, but now they're mostly going to head towards A. There we go. Information from both sides. Nang takes out Messiah. Now Epic's 22 HP and a Dream up in heaven. Suddenly a 4 versus 4. Bomb is planted on a site. Nang just going to barely get out of sight with a little bit of help intact, but Dag mid takes out Fluffy. Looking for a second. Striker's just too quick. 3 versus 3 now.
This lineup, man, he loves it. He loves that lineup on the default.
I mean, if it works, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And there we go. But look at Kane. I think he's setting up for the Hunter's Fury here.
It most definitely is, man. Look at this,
Yeah,
already
that's-
coming out. He gets one hit on Epic, that's done for, but Niang's gonna find that instead, and he's just gonna flood everybody out of the site, and they have to just kind of retreat here.
Yeah, they
Playing
have
for
no
time,
choice
just,
but to save.
just tying out that time as much as possible. That was the best move, as we see. You know, Mad Dog's picking up their second round with that. Purely just off Kanar here, just playing it out and saying, yo, I got all. Just run off that. Play for the post.
Yep. He didn't get any kills with it, but I mean, at that point, you don't really need to. You know, like, why are you going to push site? All you got to do is just play your angles, play for bomb, and if you can, with that Hunter's Fury from a distance, you can play site perfectly. And that's exactly what Kanar did. He knew he wasn't going to be able to win he knew he wasn't going to be able to get, you know, all three of them, but he could get at least a little information, and at the very least, push off that defuse. So that they could grab that round. That's exactly what happens, and now it's 4-2. Mad Dog's coming back a little bit, but Weary Boys still in the lead by 2 as we're heading to round number 7. Minute and 30 on the clock.
Well, they're making this push here towards Garage. I mean, Mad Dogs,
Deploying drone.
they know they're typically going to be running into Striker over here, but it looks like there's been a little bit of a mix-up on the side of Weary Boys, kind of make a little bit of change in the allocation guys here. And knowing that Cypher's over there now, they're going to be making one hell of a push. But Epic saying, all right, let's get you out of here for a second, give our boys a chance to reset. And he's actually going to find a hit on the Astra.
On the Ronnie, just a little bit of damage there too. J-Ron's gonna go ahead and capitalize off of that by taking out Messiah. That's Omen gone. That's smokes for Weary Boys. They still have that Viper utility. Epic, beautiful shock dart onto Dag, and look at J-Ron. Oh, he moved right into the spray pattern. Epic and Striker both picking up one. It's suddenly a 2 versus 4 situation. Kanar mid with his Cypher. I mean, they're not in a good position. He's trapped. They got so much crossfire on him. They got Sens and Epic both at the crossfire. Fluffy's holding Garage. And the Viper's A short. And there we go. Not much you could do there. And now it's suddenly a 1 versus 4. Same position, essentially. Not able to do much about it.
Well, dominant around there with 4 of your guys still standing. You got plenty of money to play with, as all these guys didn't really have to use any besides for that armor. And I gotta say, surprisingly, we know that Fluffy here running that off. I mean, he's had his moments there, but he's sitting at a 2-3 right now. So, I mean, his biggest factor that he's really contributing right now, and we can check on the minimap every single time, he's towards that C site, as you typically are with that operator, and he's just kind of holding it out, just really eliminating the choices for these guys, for Mad Dogs, to kind of cut it down to a 2-site game once again.
Yeah, again, oh, look at Fluffy with the op mid. He's picked up pretty far. He's got his teammate there to help him out, but that's still such a risky position with the op that far up, so he's going to go ahead and back off. They got a little bit of information. The Weary Boys is able, I mean, they do lose one person there, and unfortunately, that's their main information gather. That's Sova. You know, they still have Cypher for info, but Sova is your main, like, that's his deal. You know, that's his signature ability, is that recon. So without that, you're gonna have a little bit of a harder time defending or attacking, for that matter. And here we go. J-Ron gonna go ahead and toss out Spike. Gets caught on the trap wire, taking a good amount of damage here, down to 6 HP in a Dream. He doesn't care. He continues to send it onto site. Oh man. Uh-oh. Oh, J-Ron not in a good position, but he takes out Sens anyways. There we go. 1 apiece for Messiah and Striker. Turns into a 3-on-3 all of a sudden.
1 enemy remaining.
Bear with us. We're having a little bit of technical difficulties. We are back.
Oh, but Dag
just
isn't.
like that. Dag, yeah, he's running smooth. No Pringles Toaster can for his Wi-Fi, but unfortunately, Fluffy's just going to be a little bit quicker, and that's going to give Weary Boys their 6th point.
What a great play from there. I mean, being the last guy standing, you know you don't want to switch out that op. You want to find a way to go ahead and get the opening pick, but he definitely buffed it out as, I mean, he didn't really get that opening shot like he was supposed to towards mid. So, you know, buffing out as best he can. As we saw, you know, Sova getting picked off there in the early stage. That's huge when it comes around to being on the defense. But, I mean, the one point I really want to bring up is that that's really only super useful for retakes there. I mean, Sova, you want to know how the site's laid out. You know, everybody's going to be stacking on top of it, and you want to know where these guys are when you're checking your corners to know where to look first. But it seems like Weary Boys, their comms are just so on point that they don't exactly need it. And now they're just Fluffy with the opening pick on A long.
I mean, this man, he's definitely got He almost took out. There we go.
Oh.
Gets a second on Dag, and now it's a 3-on-5. Fluffy going big with the op right out of the gate in this round. Minute left on the clock. I mean, Kanar's got Spike on his back. 2 down for Mad Dogs. Man advantage for Weary Boys, and this is not looking amazing for them.
Oh my
Fluffy.
God.
Oh my
Oh my
God.
God.
Is he gonna ace? Epic,
Give it
don't
to
you
him.
dare.
No,
Let
Epic,
him
no.
ace.
Yeah,
There we
just shout
go.
it out for the boy. Give it to him.
Come on. Oh my,
No.
what? What just happened?
Striker's here
Okay.
for follow-up. He's
No.
got it.
And then that's what gets him. Okay, random one tap with the sheriff through smoke takes out 2 of them, and then or takes out 1. But and then I just don't get it. I just don't look at this entry. Look at this opening for Fluffy. Boop. J-Ron's gone, and then he just goes right over to short and picks off 1 more. Like what? I mean, this man. There was no point for that. Why'd you have to go and do that? He gets a 4K. With an op.
I mean, that just really shows. I mean, it's there for a reason. It's so expensive now. I mean, it's your big, like, main line of defense when you're on this side of the map, and we see Fluffy just utilizing it to every single extent. As he misses that first shot towards the Sova drone, but he's going to be looking for this follow-up because he knows that the guys are probably going to be looking to push C, at least from a different angle after that kind of peak.
Yeah, as you say that, Mick, they're heading towards garage. If you look at the top left of your screen, ladies and gentlemen, you can see all the red heading towards garage, and now J-Ron gets picked off pretty early. That's going to be a big one. He's a fragger for them, and now Striker and company just locking down garage, and that's okay, though, because Mad Dogs has a new target called B-Site. Dag gets the opening onto Messiah. Suddenly a 4 versus 4. Ronnie's going to go ahead and plant bomb. Epic is coming for some information. Striker, I mean, all of Weary Boys just being forced out of B-Site, looking for any kind of entry here. And this is going to be very difficult to even get on site. Uh-oh. Here we go.
Okay.
Trades. Fluffy. Beautiful right click on a Ronnie. Striker picks up a 3rd. Now it's a 1 versus 3. Yang takes out Epic. No. Striker going to get us 4K. And the 8th on the board for Wearies. Now 8-2 with a 6-round delta. This is still not impossible. You know, Mad Dogs could come back. But so far, Wearies had a pretty strong lead on the map.
Yeah, we just see him doing such a great job when it comes around to pushing these sides and just finding those retakes because, I mean, you have Striker. Not only is he just Viper and finding a way to just kind of construe your vision, but he's also 22-3. But this man has had 2 4Ks this game. He had an ace and a 4K in the last round. And he's a force to be reckoned with. He's the only character in this. He's the only agent in the double digits right now. And he has the lowest deaths as well. Like, this dude is just, he's no joke. And when you have him holding that garage, you were absolutely just locking down that C site with Fluffy, just kind of standing post with the operator, no matter where he is, because he's that second guy with the 4K, and he's going to find a double here at the start on A short. Oh my God.
Oh my God, what's happening? Epic finds 1 through smoke. 2 of these are getting, these guys are just getting magical kills. I don't know what's going on right now. Nero Theft comes out from Yang, and now it's a 2 versus 4 all of a sudden. I still don't know what's going on. My brain has to process this. That was, oh my God, the opening there from Fluffy. Oh my God.
I mean, he got his. I mean, he definitely got his.
He is that guy. He is definitely that guy. But now Mad Dog's playing it pretty slow. 50 seconds on the clock. You're going to go ahead and team up. Back-to-back is definitely the position you want to be in for the trades, which is definitely going to be a necessity here because you have Striker and Epic right here. Oh, my Striker. Beautiful headshot onto Dag. Suddenly, by himself. Yang, I know I'm butchering this guy's name. I'm sorry. Epic going to slide right out of that Cypher cage and take him down now. 9-2, Weary Boys. I mean, the collateral from Fluffy. We do have it on replay. Look at this. This is insanity. And it was to open up the round.
It's right here. Man's going to go full confidence mode on the A short. You got Epic trying to find himself some kind of peak, and then Fluffy saying, all right,
oh, my God. Ronnie and Kanar were just kind of like, I'm sorry, what just happened? That was very heavy. That was a crazy way to start that round for Fluffy, and then to capitalize, it's 9-2 now. Look at this full rush from Mad Dogs on the C site. The trades are coming out. Fluffy, J-Ron, and now Epic's getting in the mix with his Hunter's Fury. Does a good amount of damage. Not gonna be able to find one, but J-Ron's gonna take out Messiah. Epic does a good amount of damage with that Hunter's Fury. I think he hit 3 of the 4 Mad Dogs alive at the moment. Striker getting a weird glitch with his Vano there, but Fluffy now approaching site with that op. And there we go. No, he whips just barely. But look at the health. Look at the health from Kanar.
Enemy remaining.
There we go. He finally gets taken out. Now it's Ning in a 1 versus 1 Striker. On Ning, all you gotta do is play time, but he says, no, I'm gonna run and gun. Beautiful headshot on the Striker. 9-3. Mad Dogs not out of this fight just yet, as we're heading to half number 2.
Yeah, and that was one hell of a half there for the likes of Weary Boys, and they have to follow that up with a second round, really. And I gotta say, Mad Dogs, that was their opportunity to grab a lead. I mean, you have 2 duelists. You have a lot of influence to push these sites, and especially utilizing the Astra, getting those smokes down. Even with the Cypher, you have those cages to provide a little bit more kind of coverage. And then everything just kind of lining up for them when it came around to offense. But Weary Boys, the way they just kind of held that out, you have the firepower of the likes of Striker and Fluffy. It just seems to put all that to none.
Yeah, honestly, Striker and Fluffy have just been so solid in this game. Just such pivotal agents for. I mean, it's just crazy to see something like that in something like this tournament. You know, we're not huge, but to see players like that, okay, suddenly Mad Dogs down to 2 players versus 4 on Weary Boys. That was a crazy site take, and now bomb is planted, and it's just Daig and J-Ron with the dream.
I mean, just the way that played out, as we were talking literally about Fluffy and Striker, they're your 2 guys to grab those opening kills onto that site. Just absolutely sweet lead. And he may find himself another right here, winning against the likes of a Sheriff. Oh my god.
Oh man, that was unfortunate. But there we go. Now a 7-round delta. Weary Boys still in the lead. 3 rounds to win, 2 to match point. Mad Dogs have got to. They've got to pick it up.
I mean,
gotta pick it up.
Weary Boys, they win this guaranteed, right? I mean, the way they've just been slaying out so far, they now have the weapon advantage. Really, only guy to kind of match them right now would be Ning. And I mean, what he's doing, he doesn't even have the full armor, just like Weary Boys. He still has a little bit less protection. But A-side could be a different move, because I mean, especially kind of getting one heck of a fight over there towards C. You want to go ahead and stack that as much as possible, because we can see Astra, Cypher, and Sova allocate towards C. You got Reyna on B. He's rotating it out. If Weary Boys takes this right now, they could find such an easy pick. I mean, they have essentially a free plant right now.
Yeah, they really do. But here we go. As we say that, J-Ron coming up to solidify his position in heaven. He's got that Sheriff. He knows exactly what they like to plant. Fluffy, beautiful denial onto J-Ron. He says, no, you cannot shoot my friend with your Sheriff. Now, Ronnie and company coming back through CT area. That's the thing. They're all trying to retake. All of Mad Dogs is in one spot. Quick little trade there from Fluffy and Kaner, and now it's a 3 versus 4.
Eden. Well, they're playing this out. Weary Boys still having the man advantage, kind of capitalizing on that. As Sins grabs one, and they're just grabbing these trades as the time is ticking down on this bomb.
Oh, Kanar dropping right into the spray of Messiah, and that's gonna be 11-3. The next point that Weary Boys get is gonna be match point. So Mad Dogs have got to turn. They got to put their ass in the gear now, man. They have to. These next couple rounds are so critical. I mean, if they already let them get to double digits, unfortunately. So if they let them get one more, we might as well just call it there.
Yeah, and they're at a stage in the game where they couldn't exactly give out that last round. They did not want to save. That's why they're going ahead and having to do a split buy on both of these rounds so far. So that's why, you know, you also have the likes of Weary Boys. They're kind of sitting fat on Econ again. They're pushing with it. They're just trying to close this game out while they still got the upper hand.
Yeah, that's really all you can do is just play your times right and just try to capitalize on your positions. There's a lot of damage being dealt to Mad Dogs off the start here. Already down 2 players, and I mean, Dag is not in a good position either. Now Nyang's alone on site, looking for a pick or two. No, Fluffy's gonna get him, and now it's... Uh-oh. Oh no, J-Ron.
Spike planted.
J-Ron. Oh man. He's got to get a pick here. I mean, I think we're just gonna go ahead and call it Weary Boys 12-3 on this round. And I mean, Dig's got 16 HP. Beautiful.
That could have happened, man. I know
was
you wanted
gorgeous.
to say 12-3, but I believed in him. That could have gone south really fast.
Oh yeah. I mean, especially. I mean, having who was that, Dag in that position, that wasn't, you know, it wouldn't have been impossible for him to do that. If he had a little bit more health, I think he would have had. I think he honestly could have had that. If he had a little bit more health. He was down to 16 HP. You know, Messiah came around, was able to draw his attention, and right at that perfect little moment, I believe that was Striker that ended up pushing him. So, by the way, Striker, he's almost got 30 kills, 4 deaths, 9 assists. I don't understand how this man is existing. I'm pretty sure him and Fluffy were grown in test tubes in labs specifically made for, you know, just to become a gamer. So I think, you know, I think it's a little unfair to have these guys in the competition. No, but it's all fun here. Oh, Sen's getting tagged. See, that was great. That was honestly great. The Reyna got tagged up a little bit there. Oh, okay, J-Ron. Reyna got tagged up a little bit there, but she was able to get that cover fire back through mid window and was able to give their Reyna just enough cover to get out of that position. Kanar's got to check his corners. Flies right into one, but does he see it? Yeah, Ronnie's going to pick him off. Now it's 3 versus 4. J-Ron almost kills himself with fall damage. 1 versus 3 turns into 1 versus 1. Nyang picks up 2. Can he pick up the 3rd? This is huge. He's got to do this to keep them in the game.
Where is everyone hiding?
Oh,
The
this
information. Playing the sound cues.
Oh my
Beautiful
God.
from Nyang, and that's gonna give him 12-4. Mad Dogs is still in it.
That was huge right there. Utilizing that old, knowing you need to sit there and figure out when you're in that 1v1 situation. I think that's the perfect use of that ultimate, because you know that this game is over if you don't use this right now. You need to get that intel. You have to find out where he is on that site. You're not going to get a pinpoint location because, I mean, it only really finds them when while they're moving, just marks the spot. But regardless of that, I mean, you have to find at least a general area to know where to put your crosshairs to be ready for that fight. And Weary Boys, the way Mad Dogs just found those picks, a little bit of damage here and there, it all adds up in the end because, I mean, you saw right there, Nyang, he had to have those shots. In that Bulldog battle, he had to have those shots already on his opposition. And just a clean little take there from them after such a desperate attempt.
Yeah, and it worked out exactly the way he needed it to. That neural theft in those positions, that thing is so risky because right as you're activated it, you could get pushed. You know, they see they're like, oh, he's in his neural, push him, dead. That's it. It's over. It's such a huge risk to use any ult in that 1v1 position, but it worked out perfectly for them. And here we go, immediately on the defuse, but Striker was ready for it. Ronnie gets taken out. Now the trades come out. Fluffy, Dag both get taken out here. Messiah gonna make it a 2 versus 4. Striker's got the lineup with the snake bites, and I mean, I don't want to jump the gun, but I think that's gonna be it. 13-4. So I am gonna jump the gun. Sorry. Oh yeah, Striker picks up 1 and 2, and there we go. Gets a 3-piece to end it off. 13-4. Was that the same score as our one from earlier? Was that the same score for the first map? 13-5.
Yeah, it was a little bit longer of a game, and it was also a little bit slower map because, I mean, once you get in the shoes of, you know, Worry Boys right there, you get that lead, you sit there and say, all right, we're absolutely just going off. Striker's dropping 30 bombs. He got an ace. He got a 4K. Fluffy got a collide with the op. Just let the man.
Sign them both.
Just let the man.
Striker and Fluffy. Yeah.
And at that point, they just kind of ran with it, sped up the game as much as they could while they had that momentum and just closing it out. So, I mean, one heck of a match here for Weary Boys. I'm sorry, Mad Dog. I mean, I've never seen. I'm just like you. I've never seen these guys play before. And I mean, it's not the best first impression, but I mean, they're definitely in this tournament for a reason. I mean, today, sadly, it is a single elimination at this point. So it's just kind of right out the gates. You don't exactly have a chance to really redeem yourself. But with that being said, they do have a chance Friday and Saturday in Radiant Arena with those 2 slots left that you got. So
2 slots, $20 per ticket. Get it in, exclamation point Radiant in chat right now on Twitch if you're here. If you're not, I don't know where you're watching us, maybe Facebook, I don't know. But still, GL Gaming Lounges on Twitter. Make sure you follow us there to get all the updates you need. And real quick, before we head into break to take it into the quarterfinals, real quick, I just want to give a huge shout out to our production team tonight. We have myself, Mickey, and then we also have Mick with me over here. And then behind the scenes, we have Samter, who is, I believe this is his first time doing an event with Great Lakes Gaming. So incredible job from him. He's doing fantastic tonight. And then we have Skittles on Observer. Beautiful work from her. So real quick, round of applause in chat for production team. And I think we're going to go ahead and send it to a break before we head into quarterfinals. So
yes, sir. Y'all be joined once again by Old Strive and Vincent. So be looking forward to that.
Oh, man. He's got to get a pick here. I mean, I think we're just going to go ahead and call it Weary Boys 12-3 on this round. And, I mean, Dig's got 16 HP. Beautiful.
That could have happened, man. I know you want to say 12-3, but I believed in him. That could have. He's rotating it out. If Weary Boys takes this right now, they could find such an easy pick. I mean, they have essentially a free plant right now.
Yeah, they really do. But here we go. As we say that, J-Ron coming up to solidify his position in heaven. He's got that sheriff. He knows exactly where they like to plant. Fluffy, beautiful denial. 3-on-5. Fluffy going big with the op right out of the gate in this round. Minute left on the clock. I mean, Kanar's got Spike on his back. 2 down for Mad Dogs. Man advantage for Weary Boys, and this is not looking amazing for them.
Oh
Fluffy! Oh my God! Is he gonna?
Where these guys are when you're tracking your corners to know where to look first. But it seems like Weary Boys, their comms are just so on point that they don't exactly need it. And now they're just Fluffy with the opening pick on a long.
I mean, this man, he's definitely got. He almost took out. There we go. Gets the second position. He's trapped. They got so much crossfire on him. Yeah, Sens and Epic both at the crossfire. Fluffy's holding garage. And the Viper's A short. And there we go. Not much you could do there. And now it's suddenly a 1 versus 4. Same position essentially. Not able to do much about it.
You're in garage with Mad Dogs having one hell of a push over here.
Oh, Striker. Oh, getting 2. Can he get the 3rd? Ronnie's right there. Very, very hurt. The spray catches him. Striker picks up 3, but there's 2 more sitting mid. It's suddenly a 2 versus 5 situation for Mad Dogs. There we go. There's 1 potential laser Striker. Oh, man. He's got to get a pick here. I mean, I think we're just going to go ahead and call it Weary Boys 12-3 on this round. And, I mean, Dig's got 16 HP. Beautiful.
That could have happened, man. I know you want to say 12-3, but I believed in him. That could have. He's rotating it out. If Weary Boys takes this right now, they could find such an easy pick. I mean, they have essentially a free plant right now.
Yeah, they really do. But here we go. As we say that, J-Ron coming up to solidify his position in heaven. He's got that sheriff. He knows exactly where they like to plant. Fluffy, beautiful denial. 3-on-5. Fluffy going big with the op right out of the gate in this round. Minute left on the clock. I mean, Kanar's got Spike on his back. 2 down for Mad Dogs. Man advantage for Weary Boys, and this is not looking amazing for them. Fluffy. Oh my God. Is he gonna?
Where these guys are when you're tracking your corners to know where to look first. But it seems like Weary Boys, their comms are just so on point that they don't exactly need it. And now they're just Fluffy with the opening pick on a long.
I mean, this man, he's definitely got. He almost took out. There we go. Gets the second position. He's trapped. They got so much crossfire on him. Yeah, Sens and Epic both at the crossfire. Fluffy's holding garage. And the Viper's A short. And there we go. Not much you could do there. And now it's suddenly a 1 versus 4. Same position essentially. Not able to do much about it.
You're in garage with Mad Dogs having one hell of a push over here.
Oh, striker. Oh, getting two. Can he get the third? Ronnie's right there. Very, very hurt. The spray catches him. Striker picks up three, but there's two more sitting mid. It's suddenly a 2 versus 5 situation for Mad Dogs. There we go. There's one potential laser striker. Oh, man. He's got to get a pick here. I mean, I think we're just going to go ahead and call it Weird Boys 12-3 on this round. And, I mean, Dig's got 16 HP. Beautiful.
That could have happened, man. I know you wanted to say 12-3, but I believed in him. That could have... he's rotating it out. If Weary Boys takes this right now, they could find such an easy pick. I mean, they have essentially a free plant right now.
Yeah, they really do. But here we go. As we say that, J-Ron coming up to solidify his position in heaven. He's got that sheriff. He knows exactly what they like to plant. Fluffy, beautiful denial. 3-on-5. Fluffy going big with the op right out of the gate in this round. Minute left on the clock. I mean, Kanar's got Spike on his back. 2 down for Mad Dogs. Man advantage for Weary Boys, and this is not looking amazing for them. Fluffy. Oh my God. Is he gonna?
Where these guys are when you're tracking your corners to know where to look first. But it seems like Weary Boys, their comms are just so on point that they don't exactly need it. And now they're just Fluffy with the opening pick on a long.
I mean, this man, he's definitely got. He almost took out. There we go. Gets the second position. He's trapped. They got so much crossfire on him. Yeah, Sens and Epic both at the crossfire. Fluffy's holding garage. And the Viper's A short. And there we go. Not much you could do there. And now it's suddenly a 1 versus 4. Same position, essentially. Not able to do much about it.
They're in garage with Mad Dogs having one hell of a push over here.
Oh, striker. Oh, getting two. Can he get the third? Ronnie's right there. Very, very hurt. The spray catches him. Striker picks up three, but there's two more sitting mid. It's suddenly a 2 versus 5 situation for Mad Dogs. There we go. There's one potential laser striker. Oh, man. He's got to get a pick here. I mean, I think we're just going to go ahead and call it Weird Boys 12-3 on this round. And, I mean, Dig's got 16 HP. Beautiful.
That could have happened, man. I know you wanted to say 12-3, but I believed in him. That could have... he's rotating it out. If Weary Boys takes this right now, they could find such an easy pick. I mean, they have essentially a free plant right now.
Yeah, they really do. But here we go. As we say that, J-Ron coming up to solidify his position in heaven. He's got that sheriff. He knows exactly what they like to plant. Fluffy, beautiful denial. 3-on-5. Fluffy going big with the op right out of the gate in this round. Minute left on the clock. I mean, Kanar's got Spike on his back. 2 down for Mad Dogs. Man advantage for Weary Boys, and this is not looking amazing for them. Fluffy. Oh my God. Is he gonna?
Where these guys are when you're tracking your corners to know where to look first. But it seems like Weary Boys, their comms are just so on point that they don't exactly need it. And now they're just Fluffy with the opening pick on a long.
I mean, this man, he's definitely got. He almost took out. There we go. Gets the second position. He's trapped. They got so much crossfire on him. Yeah, Sens and Epic both at the crossfire. Fluffy's holding garage. And the Viper's A short. And there we go. Not much you could do there. And now it's suddenly a 1 versus 4. Same position, essentially. Not able to do much about it.
They're in garage with Mad Dogs having one hell of a push over here.
Oh, striker. Oh, getting two. Can he get the third? Ronnie's right there. Very, very hurt. The spray catches him. Striker picks up three, but there's two more sitting mid. It's suddenly a 2 versus 5 situation for Mad Dogs. There we go. There's one potential laser striker. Oh, man. He's got to get a pick here. I mean, I think we're just going to go ahead and call it Weird Boys 12-3 on this round. And, I mean, Dig's got 16 HP. Beautiful.
That could have happened, man. I know you wanted to say 12-3, but I believed in him. That could have... he's rotating it out. If Weary Boys takes this right now, they could find such an easy pick. I mean, they have essentially a free plant right now.
Yeah, they really do. But here we go. As we say that, J-Ron coming up to solidify his position in heaven. He's got that sheriff. He knows exactly what they like to plant. Fluffy, beautiful denial. 3-on-5. Fluffy going big with the op right out of the gate in this round. Minute left on the clock. I mean, Kanar's got Spike on his back. 2 down for Mad Dogs, man advantage for Weary Boys, and this is not looking amazing for them.
Oh my
Fluffy! Oh my God! Is he gonna?
Where these guys are if when you're trekking your corners to know where to look first. But it seems like Weary Boys, their comms are just so on point that they don't exactly need it. And now they're just fluffy with the opening pick on A long.
I mean, this man, he's definitely got. He almost took out. There we go.
Oh.
Gets the second position. He's trapped. They got so much crossfire on him. They got Sens and Epic both at the crossfire. Fluffy's holding Garage. And the Viper's A short. And there we go. Not much you could do there. And now it's suddenly a 1 versus 4. Same position, essentially. Not able to do much about it.
Here in Garage, with Mad Dogs having one hell of a push over here.
Oh, Striker. Oh, getting 2. Can he get the 3rd? Ronnie's right there. Very, very hurt. The spray catches him. Striker picks up 3, but there's 2 more sitting mid. It's suddenly a 2 versus 5 situation for Mad Dogs. There we go. There's 1 potential laser Striker. There we Oh, man. He's got to get a pick here. I mean, I think we're just going to go ahead and call it Weary Boys 12-3 on this round. And, I mean, Diggs got 16 HP. Beautiful.
That could have happened, man. I know you wanted to say 12-3, but I believed in him. That could have. He's rotating it out. If Weary Boys takes this right now, they could find such an easy pick. I mean, they have essentially a free plant right now.
Yeah, they really do. But here we go. As we say that, J-Ron coming up to solidify his position in heaven. He's got that sheriff. He knows exactly where they like to plant. Fluffy, beautiful denial. 3-on-5. Fluffy going big with the op right out of the gate in this round. Minute left on the clock. I mean, Kanar's got Spike on his back. 2 down for Mad Dogs, man advantage for Weary Boys, and this is not looking amazing for them. Fluffy. Oh my God. Is he gonna?
Where these guys are when you're trekking your corners to know where to look first. But it seems like Weary Boys, their comms are just so on point that they don't exactly need it. And now they're just fluffy with the opening pick on A long.
I mean, this man, he's definitely got. He almost took out. There we go. Gets the second position. He's trapped. They got so much crossfire on him. Yeah.
Welcome back, beautiful people. We are ready to go with another matchup. Just when you guys are getting cozy and comfy, we're right back at you with some more matches here. Getting into another one here, Vincent. Off we go. Going to be Exalved versus Flu Esports on one of my all-time favorites, without a doubt, Haven. Exalve going to be defending. If you guys didn't know, as usual, the cheat sheet to all that fun stuff is down there. So thoughts and opinions for you and I. We were talking in pregame, some very familiar faces in this matchup.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you, you know, it's kind of a blast from the past, if you will. Beacom, Blast himself, Kunai, Doobie. Those are just some of the names that Exalved bring to mind. Flu Esports, they're a bit newer on the scene, but they've been around, especially the last couple of weeks, where your boy Nick has been in and out of some teams, Dreos as well. That kind of ends where I am at least more knowledgeable on this team. So for me, I do think Exalved have the edge in this one, especially as they've been really kicking it against some really top tier 2 type opponents. Unfortunately, they've been losing to a lot of them, but you know, those type of games, they are learning tools. That's what puts you from, you know, one level up to the next. And just being in those games, it means that this Exalved team has had an opportunity to level up.
Yeah, at this level of play, I mean, losing is part of the game, and I think it's more part of the game than it is to win. It's what develops your team, gets your chemistry going, and the more and more you play as a squad is how you grow and become united as one, and that's what Valorant's about. I think more than many other games, like I'll say Counter-Strike lent itself a lot to that type of play too, but Valorant, especially with the kit and the support from different agents, being cohesive as one unit is, I think, has become more and more apparent with this game and the release of it. Just honestly, it feels like yesterday, but over a year and a half ago now. So it's a vibe, man. I'm looking forward to this matchup. I'm looking forward to seeing what familiar faces from Exalve can bring. And talking about Haven, one of the trickier maps to excel on as a team, right? That ABC combination, 3 sites to plant on. It could be a doozy if you're not coordinated as a squad, especially I'll say the defensive side getting greasy with quick flanks and stuff. It can get ugly really fast.
It certainly can. I mean, that is absolutely one of the key factors for this map is the coordination point, and I'm just loving that you brought that up because of the fact that, you know, whenever you get down to it, whenever you are looking at a coordinated roster, that's always going to be a lot stronger. And I don't know that this is going to go through because I'm pretty sure that KO is not allowed right now. So we have a KO lock, and I'm thinking that that's going to be going back to lobby as we reset, because I'm almost certain that that's not allowed here.
Yeah, it's not allowed, Vincent. You're right, based on the current rules of today. So I guess the pigeon got lost somewhere between here and Ashton's place before he picked that. So hopefully we can dispatch another pigeon and get that going at light speed right over to him. This time delivering that message of do not pick KO. So yeah, we're gonna go back, assuming everything else aside with that KO. Comp-wise, looking good. Doobie, of course, a familiar face on that Sova. For me, Blast on that Omen. I've seen it before. Beckham excels well on that duelist, in this case, the Jet. I think once we get back to the picks, kind of have a good feeling that's what we're going to see out of their side. The question for me remains, what's Ashton going to end up with if it's not KO? Attack-wise, though, I do like the Cypher, man, on both
Select
sides.
your
That's going to be
agent.
delicious to see what that can do.
Yeah, you typically do see Cypher happen a little bit more often on this map than you do the Killjoy, for example. Just based on the fact that Killjoy, especially that lockdown, can be quite difficult to contend with, and that's usually the difference maker that kind of puts that Cypher up above. And also you can use that camera to essentially solo hold, I mean, or zero person hold actually a site. You know, if you rotate out, you know, kind of cheat over, but then get an additional position onto that site. So lots of interesting ideas with the camera, but like I said, I do expect that we are going to get a reset here. If not, that's going to be interesting. I don't know what would happen if that were the case, but man, I can't wait for this KO to actually be involved in tournaments. It's going to be a lot of fun, isn't it?
Yeah, KO for me has been honestly a pickle. Really frustrating to deal with. It gets the better of my nerves in I'd say 9.6 out of 10 times. Just when you think you're good, a knife comes flying at your head. Just when you think you killed the guy, he's on the floor and someone revives him. So it's a troubling agent to get a hold of, and that knife I think is really heavily underrated. We're just kind of going, I think, with the LO3 as they're posted up heavily for this aggressive push, and they get that nice pick. The defense trying to get a little bit cheeky with it there, Vincent, but looking like they're going to execute onto the A quite quickly.
Very quick indeed. Shock darts coming through from Doobie, and an attempt, but Blast is the one who's taking the shots and connecting the shots in addition, as they are looking very strong. It's Creation who finally does return the favor. It's a 2-for-1, but Drios does come back, and it's a 1-on-1 right click good. As well, you have to admit, a nice little pistol round early on from Exalted, but it's taken away by Flu.
So insiders have chimed in here, Vincent, and turns out that KO is hella allowed. So Ashton is going to be sticking on that. So we're going to get our waft of it tonight. And first for us, I think, on this Pit of Valor.
Hey, I'm feeling good. Listen, I was playing with the information I was given, and that just means I'm freaking excited to get going here, because I mean that just means this is the first time that I'm seeing the KO actually in competitive play, as we saw the knife going out there early on, trying to get some information, but does get destroyed. It is just a anti-eco round here for Exalt, so not too much to be found.
Very chill vibes across the board for the attacker side, just kind of poking around here. Exalt has already taken some good damage early on as well, as did Omen on that attack side. Oh, Val goes in massive there, gonna send Blast to a different dimension. He gets a second piece for himself, heavily aggressing onto B. Spike now getting planted for the window side. Omen is already there, ready to receive the football across the court, as Creation is able to open up even more gap across the board. Just 2 members of Exalt here against 5 of Flu Esports in this post plant.
Very nicely done. I mean, but again, anti-eco. What you expect? Beckham nearly looked for that no scope, but not to be. Not gonna happen this time out, as we are gonna see that 2-0 start. But now that this is the time, this is the moment. As everyone purchases back in, we get to take a look at what the strategy is for the defense. Exalt, we talked about them being maybe slightly favored, but that's, you know, BO1 days means that realistically anything can happen, and Haven makes that even more so.
Critical round here for the attackers. We'll see if Flu can make some magic happen with these Spectres and that 1 Bulldog and a Dream. They have good money building up in the economy too. The knife in hand, that's going to be a chunky old reveal, as they're going to get control of that orb. The cage about to fade, and they're going to get away unscathed by the looks of it. And we patiently watch on that attacker side. One of our favorites, Vincent, that run it back on Phoenix is ready to boogie. So I would expect them to use that this round. No point in holding it at this point.
No, I don't think that you should. And we talked about in the first game that we casted this POV about how that's 6 ult points, and that's the thing about Phoenix. If you can get it up really early, it's a really solid advantage that nets you, and that's exactly what Flu Esports have, and they're going to want to take advantage of that as soon as they can. It looks like B is the site to go towards, and that run it back going to be clicked on through. It's Creation looking for the information. He doesn't even need to see, because he finds the frags anyway through the paranoia. Does get sent back by Tempt, but it's a 5-on-4.
That's the thing with that running back, man. It unlocks that hidden adrenaline, that hidden courage that you would never really have if you were, let's say, vulnerable. Being invincible, as Beckham goes in for the nice spam on Creation, he's got to dodge that set of utility. Gets a second on to Drios, and it's down to Vel holding steady. He gets the 1. They're on the defuse. Beckham is going to go for the big old stick. They're spamming away. They got the half. Pigs coming out every which way here. Doobie, 1 versus 1, and Vel is just so well positioned for the clutch. The attackers come out on top. And Vincent, I was saying that run it back is the key to the hidden courage within. Kind of makes you feel invincible.
Well, I mean, it's because for just a few moments you are invincible.
Yes.
You know, death doesn't mean the end. It just means the very beginning of new life. And as well, Flu Esports, they do use that new life in order to take round number 3 and put themselves in a really strong spot. That KO not really getting involved just yet. It's not been able to find much value because right now, Flu has simply been playing a super solid offensive game where Exalv simply have not been allowed into this thing here.
Yeah, it's been really well done, and you can see this quick aggression towards A is nice, and unfortunately, with the big flank coming out from the back end of Long, they have that site uncontested. Omen now rotating towards Heaven. 2 flankers and more coming through that CT area. Nice attempt. Beckham has managed to open some sort of gap here on an opening pick with a knife kill as well. Swift he is on that Jet, Vincent, as they're going to try and retake.
Indeed, he is, but it isn't going to be enough. Paranoia coming out. It's a good placement from Doobie, but then Beacon continuing to find work. Blast comes out through and somehow able to find a connection on the Marshall. So it's ultimately the triple kill from the Blade Storm off the back of that, and then the run back in from both Blast and that Sova that just turn the tide for Exalv. They make the plays that they need to, and we've been looking for, something to turn that tide, and it's Beacon.
Love to see it, and that's the thing with the defensive side. When you come in from the back end there, that flank opportunity, we talked about it in pregame, it's a troubling scenario. If you do not have map control, flanks are just going to send you for an absolute roller coaster, and they, as much as you want to watch them, you have to worry about CT and traditional rotation spots too. So this map lends itself really well to getting control from the behind. I'm looking forward to seeing more of that here in this matchup for the defensive side.
Yeah, you got to be aware of it, right? If you're Flu, and nice opening. Beckham just taking that frag. This time, it's not the Blade Storm, it's the operator, but Fraggleton does have something to say, and Doobie falls elsewhere. So, Strive, this is not over yet.
No, we just got an opening pick. Things are just getting warmed up for these players. Just kind of feeling each other with 1:15 left on the clock. Spike drop down towards middle window area as they're trying to spot some opportunity, and regrouping as a squad now.
I have the spike.
Spike in hand, and we're going to see if we can lay out a plan here. But look at Blast on this aggressive point. This might be a one and done for him if he gets swung by multiple.
Yeah, but I mean, if he finds 2, or even
my
better,
God.
they walk by. He might not have the info, though. That's what's scary, because when will he find out that this has happened? This owl drone gonna make some noise, though not a whole lot of it, and nobody else is really here except for the one player in the CT area. And Tempt does swing ultimately and gets a 1-for-1. That means, though, that the flank can come through, but oh no, the neural theft! Worst timing for Blast. He does find 1 and gets away with his life, though.
This flank huge, as there is a double contest there from this side of Vel and Drios, and we're down to a 2 versus 2 scenario now. Beckham looking for opportunity, gonna destroy that dart and not get revealed either. And this is the KO utility denying that short control. A smoke to half is the plan here with the pop flash away, and they're sticking it. Vel finally swings. Beckham did a good job getting it above that half, but it resets now. We watch here for Ashton in a 1 versus 2 scenario, looking for one well-placed shot. He knows there's one more alive. Val goes for the dash. It's half. He swings and he connects with a beautiful headshot there, Vincent, to bring it home. So Papa KO in the house.
Yeah, I mean, no utility available there, but now the null command available just in case. That's the fancy running back is what I want to call it. But nicely done here by Ashton, just connecting the shots. Maybe you could argue a bit overzealous on these peaks are these two players, but you know, you got to swing at some point, and they just kind of commit, hoping to win the gunfight, but Ashton's far too strong and allowing for the first round of Exalted getting on the board.
And on that note here, I mean, for those that are new to KO, let's talk about some of these skills as we go through it. Of course, you know, GLG is built upon the veterans and some of the new players too, so we like to educate you as we go through this.
Yeah.
Watching now, this is Ashton spotting through the window. He has a decent amount of kit, but this drop down huge. Gets the 1, great transfer for the 2. Really good positioning there, Vincent, as he's managed to do a good amount of damage and leave it up to the rest of the team to clean up the floor here and bring it home. So good job from the side of Exalted. They're bouncing back and looking healthy.
Really well done. And I mean, that was, we didn't really mention it, but the economy for Flu, despite winning 3 rounds on despite winning the 3 rounds before that, they had only had, you know, 1 additional purchase in them, so they were on that eco this round. Just had the sheriffs in hand with a couple of other upgraded pistols, and so now they have full weaponry available at this point. Operator still for Beckham. That's going to be a certain crucial point, as that's towards A, along with that Sova of Doobie. So be on the lookout over there, as Fraggleton might be looking to get aggressive. Actually, he's gone through, but Doobie has the connection and has another one as well. Beautiful stop, re-aggression for Beckham, finding a triple kill. Nearly a third, or rather a 4th on the round, the 2nd for Beckham, but unfortunately for him, Drios is far too strong.
That's the beautiful pop flash. That is what we like to call flash drive for the side of the KO, as Drios is going to deny that. Blast now contesting. Virginia looking for some more Omen on Omen with a Cypher in the back there. He's going to go for the TP. Good choice. Off he goes to C most likely, and that is the play. He's going to plant it. So talking about some of the kit here, Vincent, good opportunity as we watch for this plant to go down with that camera nicely hidden away. KO is built upon, really, I think his specialty is that 0 point, which is that knife that you see him throw. It suppresses anyone in the radius of the explosion, and it'll actually notify on his feed who's around that. So kind of like a recon dart with a bit of spice mixed into it, which is always nice to see the usage. As Blast has support of fellow Cypher, make it look easy from Garage, and then gonna get that defuse and bring it home. So keep your eyes on KO, guys, and if you have not already played some KO activities in Valorant, be sure to get on it. Really cool agent to play.
Yeah, and I mean, what we saw there, kind of continuing that trend on the site, from the backside, that was the flash drive. You know, you briefly mentioned it, but it's kind of a flashbang that is sort of, you know, gives me Counter-Strike vibes. You know,
Yeah,
it's like you can do a right click with it and do a pop flash. That's what we saw go over the box, right? It's really interesting. It's very different from just about anything else that we see here, and it's really cool. I think that this character is a lot of fun, and our apologies on not knowing quite what the ruling was, but we got it figured out, so it's okay.
We're good. We're getting some KO on the end of it, man. Like, let's just forget the past. We're just watching some KO action now. So I'm looking forward to seeing how the rest of this works out. The current scenario, very even across the board, as we're sitting in a bit of a timeout, whether it's TAC or Tech TBD, I don't really know. But this matchup so far, it's kind of giving me map 2 vibes, Vincent, where it was really tight. And we're going to see how it goes on the Switch. So that's kind of where I put my marbles for now. I will say, though, I'm really loving the Cypher play on both these teams, right? On this map, especially, if you're going to be running a Cypher or want to run a Cypher, this is the map to do it, because that flank potential, like we said, it can really send you for a roller coaster ride.
It certainly can. But if we talk about some ultimates here, the Neural Theft, that Cypher you were talking about online here for Exalted, but also the ultimate here for KO. It's called Null Command, if you're not familiar. And that is, like we talked about, kind of an ability to go in, get knocked down, and then get revived by your teammate, essentially, as Beacon does unfortunately get tagged, but is elected to stick it out. A brave decision, but ultimately seems to be the correct one as the curveball comes through. Beckham somehow blinded, doesn't seem to matter, is still found that frag regardless with the lineup, and that's an unfortunate way to lose the opening duel if you're Flu.
Good job. I mean, Beckham's putting himself in some very sticky situations and doing what many Jets don't do often is the backdraft, right, or the backdash. We see a lot of side dashing, and that lends you, not a lot of opportunity to tempt there with the utilization of that tripwire is able to get counter Cypher Fraggleton out of the image. And with that note, this is looking good for Exalted as they have a 2-member advantage. And now Beckham has the knives active as well with that pick onto Drio. So you guys may be able to witness the usage of the KO ultimate, but given the current trend, how it's just Virginia alive, I don't think so. Exalted looking for the flawless.
Yeah, it's gonna have to be a massive look when Ashton blind doesn't seem to matter. That's kind of a consistent theme in that round for Exalted. Nobody really could see anybody, but they still got all the kills. We saw it through, the smoke, or rather through the cage with the Cypher. We saw it at the opening from Beckham, and then there by Ashton at the very end. So everything coming up brilliantly for Exalted Esports as they are sitting on multiple of those ultimates that you were talking about. Running back still available, as is Hunter's Fury for Flu, so it's not all bad. But still, with this operator in hand and not really any weaponry to speak of, Flu are definitely on the back foot.
See, I do like Beckham's playstyle as a whole, right? He's keeping things really, really loose. He plays C, he plays A, he keeps his positioning very fluid, and you can see Blast on the top of the box with a 1, 2, and 3 combination. And count on Doobie to do the deed onto Virginia. Make that a quick and painless, flawless round for Exalt, as we should be getting a bit of a replay here. Look at this setup here. That Smoke does a good job at denying the recon dart too there, Vincent.
Yeah, it does. Just for a moment, and that allows the re-aggression, right? Like, that's all that you need, and that's why those cloud bursts can be so effective. And then Blast just doing Blast things, right? I mean, that's just consistently who this guy is, typically making so many plays for this team and continuing to do it just now. But here's the thing, Strive, we got weaponries back in the hands of Flu Esports. Now is their moment, their time to shine, where they can potentially turn this around.
I truly hope they can, because we are getting towards the latter end of this first half. Not a lot of breathing room to make up the gap, but it's still pretty close as it is. So even if we end off with, an 8-4, 7-5, it's nothing to blink about there, Vincent. It's going to be a healthy half for both these teams. Going to set us up for a good second, but so many ultimates on the side of Exalted. I'm just patiently waiting for them to dump those sooner than later.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? They've been kind of hanging on to these for ages at this point. It feels like they're just kind of winning out in these gun duels. As we do see it from the shadows pulled out. It's going to gain some information and actually not committed anywhere, just to purely grab some info and then fall back. It's, one of the main uses that you tend to see out of that ultimate.
They found my wire.
It's a good way to use that kit, and you can see Tempt has already got his ducks in a row at A. He is being heavily aggressive. Rotates are coming through nice and early too. They don't even have sight yet, and there's rotates present. He gives it up, and that's good communication from the side of Exalted. They want to play the retake here. Creation God mode with that running back is going to make use of that ultimate finally, as they have the spike planted, and here comes Beckham. Up dropped, dash ready, updraft ready. Let's boogie.
Oh, and everybody's paranoid. They're so blind, they ain't got no clue what's going on. And Fraggleton somehow finds 2 from underneath the heaven. It's 1 player left to find. Misses, does the knives. The res comes through from onto Ashton. And there it becomes the Hunter's Fury, denying the defuse for just a few moments. But with 3 players left alive, and, well, no one to deny the second attempt, it's going to be Exalted to pull that one back and make it a nicely done 7-3 scoreline.
I almost started throwing my Korean caster accent on there when Jet went knives out. I'm not going to lie, Vincent. That was some finesse. He went right on into sight, connected with 2 clean kills. I was hoping for that smoke one to come to be. That would have been the 3-piece for him. But look at him on the board, man. 14-7, dominating. 7K, most likely going to grab an op. At this point, it's just a question of where is Beckham going to play and pick off first. And from there, it seems like a bit of a landslide.
Yeah, Beckham, wherever Beckham is, just death follows I mean, basically playing real life Death Note as you do. And, well, Flu Esports, they're going to have to figure out something to contest him.
Doobie now has enemy drone coming in his neighborhood. That's the knives activated, and here we go. That's the side of Flute going in big here, pushing onto site. This is a bit of a light bite for them, getting up close and personal. Nice dash there, opening up some space, moving those crosshairs away from enemies in sight. And with that, really quick and simple, Flute just get right onto C, plan away, and now Beckham's got to do some magic on a 1 versus 4. Can he do it though? Let's see what he can make of this. Spots one. Whiff. Gets it on the second. Alas, that is Vel already lit now. He's got 3 more members to finesse through here with the rifle in hand going in. See how he clears this out.
He does have some till, but I mean, that's a lot of damage being done. Less Cloudburst now, and I'm just going to get out with the operator. That's probably the right decision being made. Though he sticks around for a little bit too long, and Drios actually finds that kill, completing what is the thrifty victory in that round for Flu. They do well to find that off the back of not only that Blade Storm, but some nice shots from a Sheriff, from a Spectre, actually. And, you know, that's not always something you're going to see. But what it does do, Strive, is it ends this run of rounds. It has been 7 in a row for Exalted, and that's certainly a good stop. You want to quit the momentum there, you know, before the half ends, right?
Without a doubt. I mean, you got to get everything you can get, and ending with 4 is respectable. We've seen time and time again, I will say, on this map especially, a little bit of a set too. I find it to be heavily, I guess, team-sided, not map-sided. A switch comes out and we just go for a complete roller coaster of a ride, and I'm hoping to see that for the side of Flu. I mean, assuming they get this one, they end up with 5. We're in store for a really juicy second half, and it's going to be interesting to see how pistols pan out. I'm kind of getting ahead of myself, but I'm honestly very excited.
Yeah, I too am certainly looking forward to that. A lot of damage done there to the Cypher early on the side of Flu. But look at how much aggression there is from Exalted. They are not afraid to have it forward positioning, and with 2 players aggressive towards A. B-Hit is kind of not known, but it will be known just after that as Doobie gets smoked out, dark cover goes down. Has potential to throw out some shock darts, but it's going to play it a little bit more passively. As we do see the 0 point coming out, they're trying to deny the area, but it's not going to do all that much. Virginia, though, in a perfect position. This flank could be big, but it doesn't actually connect it on time. The paranoia goes out. Misses everything, does Virginia. That's absolutely tragic. Fraggleton, though, reflank, has 1, not more, and he's going to get taken down as well, leaving Drios left alone 1v4, or rather 1v3. But the Hunter's Fury still in hand. He's got the 2 already, and now just has 9 bullets in the chamber. Can't connect for Doobie, who has the defuse already halfway. And Exalted, a round that could have gone against them a million times. They pick it up.
I was waiting for the Hanzo plays there. Maybe a bit of a delay with the shock dart, maybe some recon dart activities to kind of put you know, a wrench in that defuse, but it didn't work out. Tough scenario. Drios, I had a good feeling about that clutch as we're watching a little bit of a mini replay of not too many rounds ago as we end off this half in a good style. I mean, 7-5, Vincent, or rather 8-4. I apologize. I'm kind of stumped as to where this is going to go, man. I'm torn, very torn.
Man, I would have felt you, but after that last round, I've honestly lost a lot of faith in Flu, because they had so many great positions, right? And they just flubbed all of them. Even that last one, I mean, that's a very winnable 1v3. And I mean, I'm not giving Drios a hard time. Like, you didn't win a 1v3, like, big whoop, right? But, like, there was a lot of things that could have happened. You had a shock dart as well. You could have played it a little bit more passively. Instead, kind of just took the fight wide swinging. You could have played it a little bit better, I think. And so all of those things to say, Flu really struggled there in that last round.
Yeah, that flank, you said it well, was the complete goof of the round. Like that would have been the determining factor. I don't know what inspired him to want to shoot with the back turn. No one had seen him, and it was just like a 1 bullet, like indecisive, like spaz click. So, yeah, that burned me. That didn't make me too happy. But getting into the second half of this matchup, Exalted have shown their stripes really well on the defensive side. They know how to get aggressive. Are we going to see that similar type of tempo on the attack side now where they're really on the aggressing side? I think so. So this is going to be a good Exalved half. I have my eyes peeled for them, and I'm feeling really good for them on this coming up set of rounds.
I'm with you on that. I think that their aggression on the defensive side shows me that they're not afraid to play fast and loose with the rules of engagement, and that's exactly what you want on a map like Haven, where the defense can be very split. Oftentimes, if you go fast and aggressive, you can catch players off guard, and it just makes it all that much better whenever you find that open site or the site where there's just one player sitting, and that can consistently be the case. And considering that they only have 5 rounds to find before they come out victorious, that does give me a lot of positives coming out of half number 1. But listen, it's not all bad for Flu. They had some good looks, but they were just few and far between.
And for me, the KO still hasn't shown the stripes, right? I haven't seen any monumental KO plays, any kind of gigabaits like ults and run in W key and just open up space in that sense. Like KO is not a duelist by any means, offers some initiation tactics, but that ultimate to me is a run it back minus the back part. It's kind of like the run it and then you just fall to the floor. But that you know what I mean? Like it's the run it forward. It's the run it and face plant. But that in itself is bait, right? You're looking at a KO 800 HP on the floor. Do you shoot it? Like what's the rest of the team going to do? Right. So yeah, let's see how that works up. I mean, KO is still relatively fresh, and we're not watching some of the greasiest plays I've seen, but it has potential for more. So let's see what happens here in the second half, and I'm hoping for some KO plays, man. That's what we're here for now that we have it in this matchup.
Listen, it took me till last month to see a really good Yoru play at the top level. So I'm not by any means like talking down on Ashen, but I'm with you that it hasn't quite been there just yet. I'm hoping to see something different, but right now, Exalved looking to get a forward position, and well, they use that utility from KO to kind of clear this area out pretty easily, though Crackleton is on a nice little flanking position to find something. Elects to hold his fire and unfortunately gets punished for it.
Look at this positioning there from Beckham, holding steady on window, gets the one with a double tap on the left and a single right. Alas, Kracian has the trade. He's going to bake some cookies in his fire. Regen up, and that is the lineup from downtown. Going to connect on 2 by the looks of it, I think. He sends a double shock dart. Val opens it. Blast. Clean right click. Oh, jumping. He is nothing but a frog. Look at him go up and down like a piston, connecting on multiple frags there. 9-4. Clean job.
Disgusting. I mean, that is jumping in classic at its worst, or I guess at its best, depending on if you're a fan. But it is outrageous. I'll tell you that much for free. You should never be able to get away with that. And unfortunately, that is the case. But nicely done. Blast putting it to beautiful use. And now 9-4. This is forcing a save, as we see from the defense. I like that they're doing this. Look at this defensive setup. Rather, they got 5 players here at A, and that's exactly the type of thing you want to see from a defensive saving, but I don't think it's going to matter all that much. They look to rotate here into B.
Now with that spike planting, Beckham doing his deed, dashing right on into sight. He is cooking alive. Gonna get away mostly unscathed. Gonna take Ashen out with the drive-by one shorty. As we're going to try and refresh the overlay, guys. Bear with us here, making sure that cooperates somehow. Yes, alas, we are back and ready to go. Blast, going to mouse one to victory here. Do lots of damage, and, with that, Exalved going to earn themselves another round and looking really healthy here, Vincent.
Kills on that sort of eco where you're very limited investment. Not too bad. Not too bad. I don't think that's really anything that you could have asked for better from Flu, like,
that goes there.
Realistically. So, with that said, it's going to have to be a monumental round. Bell, operator, is in hand. No ultimates to speak of for either side. The blast is awful close from the shadows. Not that that's going to be a high-value target, but still something to keep your eye on. As Vel looks to get aggressive here towards A. Could take a shot to that cage, but doesn't like to do it. Not just yet, as 2 players get across.
Look at this position, though, from Tempt. Such a patient beaver he is, making quick work of Kracian. Gonna try and get a gun, but there is a Jet watching. Vel waiting, misses that shot. Gonna go for a second swing, as he is dealing mono-e-mono with Cypher in the background there. And now he knows there's a Jet in the vicinity. Fraggleton, look at this positioning, has a friendly neighbor knock it on the outside of B. But it looks like the attackers are not interested very much in either A or B site. They're grouping up towards C here, and there's just a lonesome Omen to hold that off.
Indeed, and this flank, or rather this work from KOs could be magical. Not yet, though, as Virginia has found the frag here at C. Now Ashton gets involved. That lurk coming to fruition. Doobie on the side, able to connect with another. Vel, though, still has a nicely placed shot to attempt to bring this back, but unfortunately, that's a sole player remaining. Vel and their operator is going to have to find 3 more players in order to
30
clutch this up.
seconds left.
This is a big investment to lose, but I don't think Val has that on his agenda for this round. He's looking for more. There's a Lit Silva, a full HP Omen. And with that spike now rotating towards C, Val has gotten the wrong invitation as he's migrating towards the opposite end of the map here. With this big
10
rotate
seconds
to
left.
do and 2 members up, looking pretty bleak for him. I would really hope he saves that $4,700
Spike
investment.
planted.
Yeah, I hate the fact that should be a save, but it's a 2-on-1, and you're down 6 rounds. So it looks like Vel is just gonna go for the hero play, and I think I can understand that idea, but unfortunately doesn't get the timing, doesn't get any vision of his opponents before getting shot in the back of the skull, and that is now an 11th on the board here for Exalt.
So we disposition a Blaze Storm, we disposition an Op, and in the end, it's going to go to Exalt. They've built themselves such a healthy delta, 11-4 here. Guns aplenty, and you can see the disparity in terms of guns on Flu's side. They're really scraping the ground here, Vincent, for whatever they can get. And it's not looking too sharp at this point. Beckham, 18-11, Blast, 17-8 with that clean 3K pistol you guys saw earlier. Really good showing from these 2 members.
I mean, yeah, Flu Esports kind of shooting with hopes and dreams at this point. They're out of bullets, and they're going to have to try and pray for some success as, well, Exalt in such a great spot overall in what a 7-round advantage. I mean, that is just massive. Looks like this is going to be an A play, though, and creeping up is Tempt, who is going to be the first to meet any sort of resistance in that tripwire.
Tempting fate he is that tripwire gonna... Oh, this is it. So this is what we're talking about, guys. For those that don't know, this is KO's ultimate. He's gonna go in heavily here. Where he dies, if he falls while that's active, is gonna be an opportunity to revive. He's able to open up 1 pick. They do get him, so the system failure means he is down on the ground. His teammates can still revive him. You can see Val is trying to take him out of the picture as his team is rotating to try and make something happen. He's got 4 seconds on his counter before he fades to the depths, and he is out of the image. So Flu now 3 versus 1 with the death of Ashton, and Blast repeating history with the TP plant scenario on C. 1v3 clutch, guys. Get your popcorn out. This is going to be really nice.
And if there's somebody who can do it, Blast certainly could be the one. Is actually in a pretty interesting position. Now has another smoke on the cards as well. But unfortunately, because they're rotating so intelligently, Flu, this is actually really, really bad for Blast. They're not going to know what's hit him. If they just stick this defuse, it's bad news bears. And, well, the worst part about it, Trios is just ready and waiting in that position in spawn. Blast kind of outplaying himself in that one.
Blast had the right idea. He knew he had to make some space. There was 3 people up. Going against a 1 versus 3, being a sitting duck, he's for sure going to get swung and traded on. So he kind of ventured out of the site, looking for opportunity, trying to make himself a chance at success. It's the right play. I don't dismiss it, but he just kind of got too comfortable on that rotate around. Didn't hard clear his right corner and paid the prices. Oh boy, Fraggleton going to digest an 18 HP hit on that drop down from site. So that's not a great start to the round for him.
Yeah, I hate to see it. Yeah, I hate to see it. I mean, listen, I do that too. Don't worry, Fraggleton, it's fine. And then I kick myself the same way that you've just smacked at Fraggleton. But nonetheless, nicely done. That is a knife that has been placed very well. What realistically has not happened all that often, but the 0 point is effective this round, and that just kind of forces Vel back for a little bit of time. No longer able to take that upwards position, and the dash coming in means that it's going to be difficult to contend with Vel. Going to get up close and personal, but Ashton through this dark cover connects with the shots, and Vel falls. Beckham close again with the judge. Whoa, but does not quite get Creation, who now has to run it back.
That hero play did not work out in his favor as Drios is doing his part against Doobie 3 versus 3. That's the run it back he wanted. So he's at 18 hit points. And the beauty of that run it back is you go right back to 100 upon arriving at your original destination. As we're playing the post plan here at Spike Planted front site, it's Tempt and the gang holding on the outside here. Fraggleton opens up one. This is now Ashton with the knife to disable any kind of utility so they cannot flash out. He gets the one and he gets the another with a clean 3K. That knife single-handedly diffused that situation for them on that post plant. The Phoenix was essentially useless and no flashes available.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about it, right? The lack of big plays coming through from this KO, but that's exactly the kind of big plays that we were wanting to see. I mean, early on we saw the fragment come through. That's what you're seeing right there, and then of course the 0 point that we've been discussing left, right, and center, unable to use any of their abilities. They just swing and die in the crosshairs of Exalved, and now it's match point against the Bladestorm.
And you can see Exalv going fat W keys aplenty. Beckham gonna do his trademark up in the air. Oh no, he shoots at the legs of Fraggleton. He does make the best of it though with a clean right click onto him. Jumping up for more. Flying this time, he gets his jumping Judge Vincent as we're down to a 4 versus 3. And at this point, Exalv site control is in their hands. And here we go.
Oh, Hunter's Furies, both sides. Trios has already found one, but Doobie denies him by taking the frag the other direction. Unfortunately for Flu, it's all Vel, who's 34 HP, but has a shot on Doobie. This is brilliant from Vel, who can now attempt to take the 1v1, but this is the problem, is giving so much time away to the Cypher to reposition. Tempt is in a great spot with full health, and now it's all Vel. One headshot stands between them and the next round, and unfortunately it's over because that's the end of it for Flu. Exalt taking the victory 13-5, but man, that looked very, very exciting there at the closing stages of that game.
Tight matchup. I mean, Exalv, though, just one step ahead of the game, dude. They played out of their brains. Beckham went off. I will commend it to that really good defensive side. His fluidity on that op, playing A, playing C, always leaving some doubt, getting aggressive. That knife play on that A take, beautiful, flying in the air. Exactly. They just, and it was just really well played game overall by Exalv. They did everything right. And Flu, though, man, I was expecting them to struggle a bit more than they did. I'm not going to lie. They had a great showing, too, as a squad. So much potential, and I have a good feeling we're going to see more from Flu moving ahead in these matchups here.
Yeah, I think that they would probably do well to take a look at that agent composition, or at least look to be maybe a little bit more aggressive, utilizing what they had. Their defense was lacking some aggression, in my opinion. But the thing about it is, right? We talked about the KO. Let's talk about it for just a second. Final thoughts, because this is the first time we've gotten to see it. We didn't really feel like it was like the greatest of showings on the defense, but once it kind of started to get moving, that's exactly the type of plays that I see plausible for KO, right? And that is exciting, right?
It's huge, man. Like, appreciate the flash on its own, and I was expecting to see way more of it. The beauty of KO with that right click lob into the air is it's such a Counter-Strike-esque flash, like you said, and when used correctly for peeking aggressively, it's a monstrous bit of kit. So that's the beauty of KO. We're expecting more of that, and that especially the knife that you throw that suppresses on a post plant. Imagine throwing that knife on the ground and you're suppressed for 10 seconds. You can't flash out, you can't throw smoke, you can't do anything, you can't wall, you have no post plant retake potential in terms of kit. You got to swing, and planning front B like that, saving that knife for the end out of grass, like that's the type of stuff that's going to bring KO, I think, to the next level. And you and I know pretty well, I think, Vincent, KO is going to be a staple in games moving forward in the higher level gameplay too.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a lot of potential for that, and I'm with you on that one. Unfortunately, we do have to say goodbye to Flu Esports. Unfortunately, is going to go out there, but Exalved, they move on, and like I said, you know, they've had some good opportunities have Exalved in the last little while to really play against some very top quality opponents, and every time I see them, they get better. Especially in tournaments like this, where you know, it's maybe a little bit less high top tier 2 type teams, and more like tier 3 inching into tier 2. And so it really makes me happy to see them just improving so consistently over the course of time. But unfortunately, that is going to be it from us for right now. We are going to be going on a short little break, but right after that, we're going to be back with more action here in the Pit of Valor. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few. Does get sent back by Tempt, but it's a 5-on-4.
That's the thing with that running back, man. It unlocks that hidden adrenaline, that hidden courage that you would never really have if you were, let's say, vulnerable. Being invincible as Beckham goes in for the nice spam on creation. He's got to dodge that. Half is the plan here with the pop flash away, and they're sticking it. Vel finally swings. Beckham did a good job getting it above that half, but it resets now. We watch here for Ashton in a 1 versus 2 scenario, looking for one well-placed shot. He knows there's one more alive. Vel goes for the dash. It's half. He swings and he connects with a beautiful headshot there, Vincent. I mean, for those that are new to KO, let's talk about some of these skills as we go through it. Of course, you know, GLG is built upon the veterans and some of the new players too, so we like to educate you as we go through this. Watching now, this is Ashton spotting through the window. He has a decent amount of kit, but this drop down huge gets the 1. Great transfer for the 2. Really good positioning there.
Of Juby. So be on the lookout over there as Fraggleton might be looking to get aggressive. Actually, it's gone through, but Juby has the connection and has another one as well. Beautiful stop re-aggression from Beckham, finding a triple kill. Nearly a third, or rather a 4th on the round, the 2nd for Beckham, but like we talked about, kind of an ability to go in, get knocked down, and then get revived by your teammate, essentially, as Beckham does unfortunately get tagged, but is likely to stick it out. A brave decision, but ultimately seems to be the correct one as the curveball comes through. Beckham somehow blinded, doesn't seem to matter. Not all bad, but still with this operator in hand and not really any weaponry to speak of, Blue are definitely on the back foot.
See, I do like Beckham's playstyle as a whole, right? He's keeping things really, really loose. He plays C, he plays A, he keeps his positioning very fluid, and you can see Blast on the top of the box with a 1. That's good communication from the side of Exolve. They want to play the retake here. Creation, God mode with that running back is going to make use of that ultimate finally, as they have the spike planted, and here comes Beckham. Up dropped, dash ready, updraft ready, let's boogie.
Oh, and everybody's paranoid. They're so blind. They ain't got no clue what's going on. And Fraggleton, goes out, misses everything, does Virginia. That's absolutely tragic. Fraggleton, though, reflank, has 1, not more, and he's gonna get taken down as well, leaving Drios left alone, 1v4, or rather 1v3, but the Hunter's Fury still in hand. He's got the 2 already, and now just has 9 bullets in the chest.
Look at this positioning there from Beckham, holding steady on window, gets the 1 with a double tap on the left and a single right. Last Creation has the trade. He's going to bake some cookies in his fire. Regen up, and that is the lineup from downtown. Going to connect on 2 by the looks of it, I think. He sends a double shock dart. Val opens it. Blast. Clean right click. Oh, jumping! He'll be 3 versus 3. That's the run it back he wanted. So he's at 18 hit points. And the beauty of that run it back is you go right back to 100 upon arriving at your original destination. As we're playing the post plan here, spike planted front sight. It's Tempt and the gang holding on the outside here. Fraggleton opens up 1. This is now Ashton with the knife to disable any kind of utility so they cannot flash out. He gets the 1 and he gets the knock.
Finds the frags anyway through the paranoia. Does get sent back by Tempt, but it's a 5-on-4.
That's the thing with that running back, man. It unlocks that hidden adrenaline, that hidden courage that you would never really have if you were, let's say, vulnerable. Being invincible as Beckham goes in for the nice spam on creation. He's got to dodge that. Half is the plan here with the pop flash away, and they're sticking it. Vel finally swings. Beckham did a good job getting it above that half, but it resets now. We watch here for Ashton in a 1 versus 2 scenario, looking for one well-placed shot. He knows there's one more alive. Vel goes for the dash. It's half. He swings and he connects with a beautiful headshot there, Vincent. I mean, for those that are new to KO, let's talk about some of these skills as we go through it. Of course, you know, GLG is built upon the veterans and some of the new players too, so we like to educate you as we go through this. Watching now, this is Ashton spotting through the window. He has a decent amount of kit, but this drop down huge gets the 1. Great transfer for the 2. Really good positioning there.
Of Juby. So be on the lookout over there as Fraggleton might be looking to get aggressive. Actually, it's gone through, but Juby has the connection and has another one as well. Beautiful stop re-aggression from Beckham, finding a triple kill. Nearly a 3rd, or rather a 4th on the round, the 2nd for Beckham, but like we talked about, kind of an ability to go in, get knocked down, and then get revived by your teammate, essentially, as Beckham does unfortunately get tagged, but is likely to stick it out. A brave decision, but ultimately seems to be the correct one as the curveball comes through. Beckham somehow blinded, doesn't seem to matter. Not all bad, But still, with this operator in hand and not really any weaponry to speak of, Blue are definitely on the back foot.
See, I do like Beckham's playstyle as a whole, right? He's keeping things really, really loose. He plays C, he plays A, he keeps his positioning very fluid, and you can see Blast on the top of the box with a 1. That's good communication from the side of Exolve. They want to play the retake here. Creation, God mode with that running back is going to make use of that ultimate finally, as they have the spike planted, and here comes Beckham. Up dropped, dash ready, updraft ready, let's boogie.
Oh, and everybody's paranoid. They're so blind, they ain't got no clue what's going on. And Fraggleton, the way it goes out, misses everything, does Virginia. That's absolutely tragic. Fraggleton, though, reflank, has 1, not more, and he's gonna get taken down as well, leaving Drios left alone, 1v4, or rather 1v3, but the Hunter's Fury still in hand. He's got the 2 already, and now just has 9 bullets in the chamber.
Look at this positioning there from Beckham, holding steady on window, gets the 1 with a double tap on the left and a single right. Alas, Creation has the trade. He's going to bake some cookies in his fire. Regen up, and that is the lineup from downtown. Going to connect on 2 by the looks of it, I think. He sends the double shock dart. Val opens it. Blast. Clean right click. Oh, jumping! He'll be 3 versus 3. That's the run it back he wanted. So he's at 18 hit points. And the beauty of that run it back is you go right back to 100 upon arriving at your original destination. As we're playing the post plane here, spike planted front sight. It's Tempt and the gang holding on the outside here. Fraggleton opens up 1. This is now Ashton with the knife to disable any kind of utility so they cannot flash out. He gets the 1 and he gets the knock.
Finds the frags anyway through the paranoia. Does get sent back by Tempt, but it's a 5-on-4.
That's the thing with that running back, man. It unlocks that hidden adrenaline, that hidden courage that you would never really have if you were, let's say, vulnerable. Being invincible, as Beckham goes in for the nice spam on Creation, he's got to dodge that. Half is the plan here with the pop flash away, and they're sticking it. Vel finally swings. Beckham did a good job getting it above that half, but it resets. Now we watch here for Ashton in a 1 versus 2 scenario, looking for 1 well-placed shot. He knows there's 1 more alive. Val goes for the dash. It's half. He swings and he connects with a beautiful headshot there, Vincent. I mean, for those that are new to KO, let's talk about some of these skills as we go through it. Of course, you know, GLG is built upon the veterans and some of the new players too, so we like to educate you as we go through this.
Yeah.
Watching now, this is Ashton spotting through the window. He has a decent amount of kit, but this drop down huge. Gets the 1, great transfer for the 2. Really good positioning there.
Of Doobie, so be on the lookout over there as Fraggleton might be looking to get aggressive. Actually, it's gone through, but Doobie has the connection and has another one as well. Beautiful stuff. Re-aggression from Beckham, finding a triple kill. Nearly a 3rd, or rather a 4th on the round, a 2nd for Beckham, but like we talked about, kind of an ability to go in, get knocked down, and then get revived by your teammate, essentially, as Beckham does unfortunately get tagged, but is likely to stick it out. A brave decision, but ultimately seems to be the correct one as the curveball comes through. Beckham somehow blinded. Doesn't seem to matter. Not all bad. But still, with this operator in hand and not really any weaponry to speak of, Blue are definitely on the back foot.
See, I do like Beckham's playstyle as a whole, right? He's keeping things really, really loose. He plays C, he plays A, he keeps his positioning very fluid, and you can see Blast on the top of the box with a 1. That's good communication from the side of Exolve. They want to play the retake here. Creation, God mode with that running back is going to make use of that ultimate finally, as they have the spike planted, and here comes Beckham. Up dropped, dash ready, updraft ready, let's boogie.
Oh, and everybody's paranoid. They're so blind, they ain't got no clue what's going on. And Fraggleton, the way it goes out, misses everything, does Virginia. That's absolutely tragic. Fraggleton, though, reflank, has 1, not more, and he's gonna get taken down as well, leaving Drios left alone, 1v4, or rather 1v3, but the Hunter's Fury still in hand. He's got the 2 already, and now just has 9 bullets in the chamber.
Look at this positioning there from Beckham, holding steady on window, gets the 1 with a double tap on the left and a single right. Alas, Creation has the trade. He's going to bake some cookies in his fire. Regen up, and that is the lineup from downtown. Going to connect on 2 by the looks of it, I think. He sends the double shock dart. Val opens it. Blast. Clean right click. Oh, jumping! He'll be 3 versus 3. That's the run it back he wanted. So he's at 18 hit points. And the beauty of that run it back is you go right back to 100 upon arriving at your original destination. As we're playing the post plane here, spike planted front sight. It's Tempt and the gang holding on the outside here. Fraggleton opens up 1. This is now Ashton with the knife to disable any kind of utility so they cannot flash out. He gets the 1 and he gets the knock.
Finds the frags anyway through the paranoia. Does get sent back by Tempt, but it's a 5-on-4.
That's the thing with that running back, man. It unlocks that hidden adrenaline, that hidden courage that you would never really have if you were, let's say, vulnerable. Being invincible as Beckham goes in for the nice spam on creation, he's got to dodge that. Half is the plan here with the pop flash away, and they're sticking it.
Enemy remaining.
Val finally swings. Beckham did a good job getting it above that half, but it resets. Now we watch here for Ashton in a 1 versus 2 scenario, looking for one well-placed shot. He knows. All right, guys, welcome back. As you can see, we have bypass caster desk. I am joined by the lovely Sir Mickey here tonight. Mickey, how is it going,
Choose your
my guy?
agent.
I'm doing great. I gotta say, that last match we saw between Flu and Exalved was absolutely nuts, and now we're gonna see Exalved one more time versus Team Flakers, who's gonna be defending on Haven. And there we go. I was surprised that we're actually doing KO. That we're actually allowing KO in here. So Ashton got him last match, snagged him again this match. So we're gonna see some cool KO plays. Hopefully, we got 2 Omens on either team, 2 Jets, 2 Sovas, followed by a Cypher and Killjoy on either, and a Reyna for Duelist on TFL. So this is gonna be an interesting one.
Yeah, it's going to be really pretty here as we get into it, guys. We kind of jumped the gun a little bit. These 2 teams eager to get on in. They hit the live on 3 button before we could blink twice. So we are ready to boogie into this one, Mickey, and I'm hoping for a good matchup. Of course, Exalve coming off the win on this exact same map just before this. For those that are joining us or have been joining us all night. For those that are new, it is a pleasure to have you. Familiar faces and new. As the usual goes, exclamation mark Radiant to get involved with some Radiant Arena goodies. As far as I know, 3 spots available to sign up for that tournament series. Tickets on sale, and if you have not already, at GL Gaming Loungers on Twitter. And yeah, let's boogie into it. Get live as can be. Let's see what Exalve is going to do starting off on the attack now.
Yeah, I mean, they got to be feeling good coming off that win. What was that, 13-5, I think, on Haven? I mean, it was a pretty strong... Yeah, it was a pretty strong match for them the whole way through. And so now we're gonna be back on Haven. Here we go. Doobie's gonna get a little bit of entry information as we go. Oh no, Dizio. There we go. Floaty's gonna be there to help him out, but a lot of shock darts, a lot of utility being dumped immediately, and now it's just suddenly a 2 versus 4 coming out of the gate for Team Flakers. They're a man down, but it seems, there we go. Temp picks up 2, quick little third, and now 2 versus 2 all of a sudden.
Look at this connection.
Oh, hello. What just happened?
I hope we got a replay on that because I want to see how that lined up worked out here.
We do.
We're gonna get it, man. Y'all can
Production
bank
says
on
we have a
production to
replay.
have the sauciest of replays. Hope.
Oh yeah, here we go. Look at this. We got Dezio. He was in a lot of trouble, but I mean, this was pretty nuts. All in all, I mean, all of a sudden, Floaty gets taken out here. Temp gets a quick 2-piece, takes out Dezio, then Floaty, and then it's a 2 versus 2. And we're saying, Magical, what are you gonna do in that situation? And just beautiful shock dart takes out the Cypher there, and then it just leaves 2 1v1. It was easy from there. Magical getting a pretty nice headshot, starting things off. Immediately tanking Beckham down in health. There we go. What is it? Charisma is in the corner, gets a 2-piece, but Beckham's gonna get a quick trade. Now it's a 3 versus 4 all of a sudden.
Aggression towards that long, and you can see that KO knife going to disable the Reyna from doing much of anything now, sitting in a 4 versus 3. Beckham again doing his usual deed, getting a in position for something. 20 hit points, 1 and done scenario. As we are looking for some sort of opportunity for the attacker side, they're going to have to make up a bit of a gap here, considering Jet is super low. What is Beckham looking at? Please behave. This is a children's show. You can't be doing that. Come on now.
Behave, guys. Behave.
50 on the clock. And he connects on the Reyna. So Reyna's a 1 hit from death here, Mickey. Let's see.
Oh, yeah.
Here comes the execute.
Very low HP on that Reyna. And now it's still a 3 versus 4. Man advantage to Team Flakers, but 2 of those men are very, very hurt. There we go. Danny takes out Beckham, but Blast is there for the trade. 2 versus 3 now. Dezio's going up to heaven, trying to get some information, try to lock down sight from up there. Spike is going to get planted, however, on site. And now, oh, there we go. Doobie looking for a shot at the Magical. Not going to be able to lock anything in. And Dezio going to go ahead and lock in the first win here for Team Flakers. Or second. Second win. Yes, second win.
You know, we're casters, Mickey, but despite, popular belief or unpopular belief, we know how to count. So that does equal to...
We don't.
We do. Come on, give us some credit,
What
man.
is numbers?
All right, I just read, okay, it's DEF2. That's all that I know. So that's 2 rounds to the Team Flakers, my friend. Looking really strong, and this is now the Exalted Esports Buy Fest. You can see all across the board, Phantoms galore. Looks like this team knows what the real gun in the game or the best gun in the game is, which I truly still believe the Phantom is meta, but to each their own. Let's not get into a heated debate here about Vandal Phantom battle. Let's get into
I love the Phantom. All in all, I'm gonna go with, like, in general, Vandal's my pick, but I do really like the Phantom. It gives you a little bit of an advantage when you're in those close quarter situations.
I'm with you.
But I mean, look at the clutch pop from Blast, and then Ashton's Ion. Oh, they have. I genuinely off topic, but the best skins in the game, I feel like, are made for the Phantom, and like exclusively on the Phantom. I feel like.
I can vibe with that statement, man. As an Ion Phantom user, I can 100% agree with you. It's a great skin, as you can see. They are getting put to very good use here. Tapping away towards that garage, 2 members there. That is KJ and the poor old Charisma, who is now lit down to more or less 20 odd HP, as they have chosen to regroup and aggress on this C site. Getting in position here, Blast has his crosshairs ready to go. First smoke towards garage and second to follow towards CT. I think the knife to open it up, and they're gonna W key ahead. Dezio in a great position, unspotted.
Oh, they don't know Beckham.
There, they don't know.
Oh my God! 3! He picks up 3, but now it's a 2 versus 2. Magical's got help for the retake here. Denny gets 1 versus 2 all of a sudden. Denny's not. Oh, there we go. Magical gonna finish things off. Beckham was not in the position he needed to be in there. But all in all, that was an insane round with that 3-piece. I mean, that was pretty nuts. Dezio just played that so perfectly. You know, they had Beckham immediately dash on site, and he totally could have blown his cover by taking Beckham out. But he played it nice and slow, picks up Ashton, then Blast, then Tempt. Just 1 to 3 beautiful shots from him as we're heading into the 4th round. Scores 3-0.
Beckham, you know, went for that dash like you said. Oh, hello, a response. Charisma counterpart Jet gonna digest the better of that. He goes for the right click. Dezio, though, is on a different dimension with that response. You know, Jet went right for the dash there, Mickey, onto site, and I don't know why the team thought that he had cleared the left, but he truly just went right in and didn't do much of anything besides that. As you can see, Team Flakers, man, on a rampage early on. I believe that was a save for Exalted too. Just 2 members left here. Ashton with the Sheriff. Silva is looking for some opportunity as well in A. He's managed to grease his way through, but they are really pushed up on grass here. Ashton is kind of just holding on to hopes and dreams at this point, looking for some opportunity, and they might get the spike plant too here, Mickey, if they can weasel their way towards A.
Yeah, the crazy part here, Strive, is that half of the players alive still have their abilities. There's Danny playing trigger discipline perfectly, able to get a headshot onto Ashton, but Doobie mid is going to trade out Magical here, so now it's a 1 versus 3 for Doobie. Not going to connect anything. Denny's going to take him out pretty quick, and now all of a sudden it's 4-0 in favor of Team Flakers, which is kind of crazy because Exalt, again, like we've been saying, they just came off that victory. Same map, 13-5. It was a huge gap, and now Flakers is kind of hopping on and taking the lead. So, I mean, obviously this is still anyone's game, but for the most part, so far, Exalt has kind of been getting stomped on, but hopefully they can turn it around here.
You kind of took the words out of my mouth there. It is a very green game so far. There's still so much gap to close. 8 more rounds to pick up in this initial half. It's a bit too early, I'd say, to jump the gun. And Charisma with a wind and a miss there. That knife going to deny him opportunity to use any kind of utility, and followed up by a flash. They're looking to aggress. Dash in. Beckham is the fearless monster. Goes right into sight the plant, but the Hunter's Fury now going to send him back home.
He got it down.
That's it.
He got bombed down. And now they just have to watch that angle. Yeah, they do have, Flakers does have the number advantage, but Floaty going for the flank, not going to be able to get anything done. Tempt was watching that beautifully. And again, all Exalt has to do is watch that angle, make sure there's no diffusing going down. And here we go. That smoke's going to make it that much harder. Ashton picks up 1. Charisma gets 2-piece. Beautiful. Magical. The shock dart to Ashton. It's suddenly a 1 versus 2. Blast looking for the information. He gets 1. Not able to get the diffuser, but is able to get Charisma. Is he going to be able to get the last guy? No. The Magical is going to be able to save that op, but that can't be good for either team's eco. I mean, that was kind of a slaughter on both sides. We just ended up with 1 player each, and now we are 5-0, I believe.
It's a pickle and a half, man. Unfortunate set of events there. I truly thought had he mouse one a little bit harder, he would have had the connection and the response on that defuse, but unfortunately he just kind of went for the tap tactic, and you can see he ended off that round with enemy had about what, like 15, 20 odd hit points. So tough scenario to be in. Is again now Denny is, I think, opping. Opping Reyna is not a familiar sight to me, Mickey.
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest with you. Bit of a difference, especially having that Empress available. So we'll see how that pans out in this round as Tempt is getting sent back away after the dart reveals him.
Oh, there we
Matchball,
go.
though, is just on top of his game. He's been a force so far. Really good solo plays coming out of him as Team Flaker is looking strong with the initial pick in this round. Minute 13 to go. 2 ultimates available. That Reyna Empress, not expecting that to activate unless he picks up a rifle in the near future.
Yeah, I just want to touch on that. Like Denny going with an op is very that's very unorthodox. Because in my opinion, Reyna is made for more of a open layout and or close quarters battle because of her blinds. And when you're long range with the blind in an op, I just feel like there's not enough time to throw out an orb and then scope in, because by the time you scoped in, your orb's already destroyed and they already have that angle on you. I just feel like that's how that would pan out. But I could be totally wrong. Denny could get a 3-piece right here with that op. But here we go, floaty down long, looking for some information. Couple of players tagged up on Flakers, and now Flakers now has that information to work with. And here we go, floaty gonna start things off, taking out Beckham with a quick little taparoonie. 2 versus 5 now, Strive.
Watch Blast there, though. He's so well positioned. Oh, there's 2 low enemies coming on. Ventel's gonna do it, though, with the 3-piece combination. Charisma finally trades it out. So Tempt did what Blast could not do, but insufficient yet again. We land just 20 yards short of that finish line. Team Flakers looking good. Pick up the defuse, and onwards they go.
Yeah, just barely wasn't able to find the 4th or 5th on that spray from Tempt, but either way, it was pretty nuts. That shot from Floaty here, that was beautiful.
Yeah, you can see Blast there was looking in the right neighborhood, but he gets swung on by Charisma, but he's got Tempt to deal with. And with that, my friends, that's a trouble. Where am I?
Whoa!
Whoa!
What happened? There we go. We were in another dimension.
If I had $1 for every time that happens, man, when I'm on desk, I swear I'd be a millionaire by now. Like, oh my God.
It's all right.
So far, really good, man. I'm gonna say this matchup has been a joust and a half, right? The Exolve team, which came off of a very clean dub on this map just, literally 2 seconds ago, it feels like, are now getting really punished. Time in, time out. Flakers is just dominating. And even Beckham, who's been very swift. You saw that really clean flick headshot connection there. I think that was from Hope Magical, if I'm not mistaken. Or no, it was Enemy KJ. The name doesn't ring a bell right now, but they're just landing all their shots, and they're working so well as a squad as I continue to time travel again. But yeah, Mickey, it's looking good for Take Flight so far.
Oh yeah, I mean, so far, yeah, it's 6-0. Flakers is definitely pulling ahead of this, but we have seen crazier comebacks in the past weeks on Pit of Valor. So I mean, this is in no way over. Oh, what just happened?
What,
Denny? Oh, go off, Dad! Do it again, Denny! Do it again!
He's looking for it.
Oh no, Doobie just barely quicker. Beautiful start from the round from Denny. Magical was there to clean up. Gonna get 1, looking for 2. There we go, another wall bang. Oh my God, tell me we have that op shot on replay, please. We do. Give us 1 second, we're gonna replay that for you guys. That was absolutely insanity. By the way, that is the 2nd op collateral that I had seen tonight for tonight's Pit of Valor. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we are in the semifinals. This is week 47 semifinals tonight. It's Team Flakers versus Exolved. Whoever wins this is going to go on to the grand finals next. Look at that beautiful shot from Denny. And then the third one to follow it up. Oh my goodness.
I gotta ask the real question though here, Mickey. You see how fast he dismisses? It's almost like he's spamming his dismiss key. Like instantly after the shot connects, he's dismissing out of the way. Like that's what makes Reyna so deadly. You're in and out of battles, and just as much as the kit itself lends itself to, I guess, being aggressive and making very strong plays, being able to utilize that dismiss right away after you connect the shot is what makes Reyna. So let's see what they can make of it here with this 5 versus 5 scenario. Another chance at victory. Charisma though is holding steady. Ashton just went full W keys ahead, and he pays the price.
I'm sorry for laughing, Ashton, but that was great. The body just flopped. There we go. Charisma was ready for that recon dart, but didn't need to take it out. There we go. Beckham's on site. That's the signature move. Dezio gonna stop the push just a little bit by taking out Tempt, and there we go. Trade's coming in. Floaty picks up two. Doobie's gonna get a refrag. Denny gets the final onto Doobie, and just like that, score is now 8-0 in favor of Team Flakers. Strive, we only got 4 more rounds. If Exalted wants a chance in this, they gotta pull it back now.
This has been a disastrous scenario for the side of Exalt, but you know what, Mickey? Like, if you watch these rounds time in and time out, how many times have you seen Beckham be the hero just to dash in into a smoke, right? I've seen it at least
definitely
3
a
or 4
couple.
times. Like,
Yeah.
it begs the question of what are they leaning on here, right? Are they leaning on Beckham to be the hero play of just planting and just kind of pugging these strats, or are they looking to do something a little bit different and diversify? But this dash into sight tactic not working. Is look at the aggression, man. Charisma fearlessly on grass. He has Floaty to back him up, and they get an opening pick with what, 6 seconds into the round. And on that note, the attackers, oh my god, Hope Magical as well, still pushing ahead. They've picked up a strong delta. Minute 23 on the clock. What do you do as Exalted at this point? Not much on the table.
Yeah, I mean, you still got 3 sites are your options, but the thing is, you're kind of trapped here. They could wrap around, go to C or go to A, but I think they're just paying too much attention to mid right now, and they could be getting the rotates down. Here we go. Floaty and Doobie in a 1v1 of sorts. Floaty gonna go ahead and get taken out, but Dezio is there for the trade. 2 versus 4 now. Dezio looking for some smoke shots. We got both Omens and both Jets still alive for both teams here. Oh, Charisma with the flank. Oh, but Beckham's just that quick, and now it's suddenly a 2 versus 3 situation. Team Flakers up with the 1-man advantage here. But this could be the round where Exalted starts to take things back. Denny, though, we know how lethal he is with that op. He sees a gun barrel. Beautiful shot. Takes out Black, but he knows Beckham's there. Another beautiful shot from Beckham. 1 HP in a dream. He's going to go ahead and get bombed down, but here comes the Hunter's Fury. That's going to be troublesome, and then Dezio immediately is ready for that counter. Going to pick up the op for victory. 9 in a row for Team Flakers. Whew.
Mickey, I'm low key admiring the FPS deny plays of Reyna here. Like that swiftness on the dismiss.
Is it deny?
Is this? I think it's deny. Denny.
I would
Whatever
say
it is.
Denny.
I said Denny too, but you know what? We're not upset here. We're all about the team and the unity among them. And Team Flakers as a squad, man, are just stomping. This operator play, the double op scenario, is lending itself to a lot of good opening entries, and they're just picking up so much with, like, you know, the first 10 to 15 seconds. But I think Exalted has kind of picked up on some of this. They're using a bit more of their time and being patient, but I think it's gonna be a Beckham dash into sight again. Why does my spidey sense tell me this is about to happen?
Oh yeah, here we go. 3, 2, and he's on site. There we go. But he doesn't have bomb, but he does have the blade storm. He's ready. He's checking his corners. He's not getting any information, so I think the best course of action, there we go. Exalt is gonna go ahead and get bomb down from Ashton there with KO. It's so weird to see KO, dude. I gotta be honest. Hope Magical, beautiful shot. Speaking of KO, is gonna take him out, and now 4 versus 5. Exalted has got to do extremely good on this post-plant hold. Charisma checking his corners. It looks like all of Exalted is down to see long. Oh, but Beckham's mid. Here we go, in garage. Oh, trades are coming out. Floating takes out Tempt. 1 versus 3 all of a sudden. Not good positioning for Doobie. He's got the Reaver, but they're already defusing. If he could just reach around that corner. Oh, barely is able to take out Dezio, but not in time. And there we go. Denai's going to be able to deny that final. And now, ladies and gentlemen, 2 points off of match point. Team Flakers is running away with this. With the semifinals match, they're running away 10-0.
I'll say this much. I mean, they kind of spelled their fate out when they decided to stack long on that play, right? You have an Omen, you have a Jet. There's tons of utility. You're lacking the Ashton difference to deny that. And Ashton is bleeding right now, 1 to 10 respectively. He's having a hard time getting any kind of traction. And you know that narrow alleyway of long, you can ping the bomb as much as you want, but you're not going to get much when it's smoked up. And you can see this aggression towards it. Oh my God! Deny, Hope Magical, 1 apiece respectively. They're just bunny hopping.
Oh my God! Oh. Beautiful last shot there for Magical. Just kind of went boop, and it's fun. And now, scary times for Doobie. 1 versus 4. Not going to be able to cut it. Floaty picks up a 2-piece. That was just unfortunate for Exalted. And now all of a sudden it's 11 to zip. I mean,
Mickey, I don't know what's going on here, but at this point, it just seems like, yeah, watch this. Hopefully, we get a tail end of this replay here. Watch this hop, the one tap. Hope Magical gonna just fade away here. Watch this. Ready? Boom, bang. I mean, how?
God.
That's finesse right there, man. And
Man.
that BM of Deny that last round too. He was last man standing, just doing a spinning route, 360, 180, and then goes with the Deagle frag. At this point, Team Flakers just don't even know what it means to play sight. They're just rampaging across anywhere they want to go.
Yeah, they are, honestly. I've never seen Team Flakers, and they're given a very good first impression right now. This is such a strong start. This is, I mean, we're not even in the second half yet, and it's already... Oh, there we go. Charisma going to start things off with an op shot onto Doobie. Dezio going to capitalize. Now 3 versus 5. Minute 12 on the clock. They're going to have to go for plant here soon. There's only 3 of them left. Never mind. 2 of them left. Then he shuts down Beckham. Picks up a second. Goes for the third, but Ashton was ready. And Dezio going to solidify point number 12. Ladies and gentlemen, it's match point. And guess what else? It's second half. Team Flakers is now going to be defending, and Exalt is going to be attacked. So hopefully the story will be a little bit different on this side. Is if Exalt, I mean, if they can't pick up 1 round here, they're going to get 13-0'd.
Yeah, you talk about flawless rounds, Mickey, right? Winning the round with 5 alive. This is a flawless match, my friend. You're winning uncontested. And looking at this, I mean, the cushion that Team Flakers is sitting on is about the magnitude of an inflatable castle at this point. They could fall from a 10-story building and still have 12 rounds to land on before they have to really be worried. So we'll see what they do on this pistol. Is Team Flakers going to walk away with this one nice and early and flawlessly, or is Exalt going to go on a 12-round rampage? I'm ready for it, man. I honestly, I'm gassed up for this. I really want to know what Exalt is going to do.
Look at that Cypher cam. That was kind of nuts. I mean, I'm going to be honest. Ooh, Floaty starts things off. Takes out Ashton. Temps there for a refrag. He needs help, though. He's all by himself. He's got all of Flakers on him. He's not in a good position. Able? No, not going to pick up 1. Dezito going to take out Temps, and now it's a 3 versus 4. And I really hope Exalt starts to come back here because I want to cast more with you, buddy. I want to cast more with you, Strive. But it looks like they're going to go ahead and deny my wishes. It's suddenly a 2 versus 3. 43 HP from Doobie. Not doing too hot on that Killjoy health sitting in garage. And now it's just, Floaty. Floaty, get the angle, buddy. It's like he's dancing. It's like he knows I'm talking about it. Oh, he has the alarm bot set up. He knows. There we go. Doobie is out of the picture, and now it's all on Blast. Will they stay in it? Ladies and gentlemen, 1 versus 3. We're going to find out. Beautiful shots on a Magical, but now he's down to 30 HP. He's got nowhere to go. He's got a turret behind him, 2 in front of him. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, that was all she wrote. 13-0 in favor of Team Flakers. I mean, I don't understand how you go from a 13-5 stomp and then get 13-0'd. That's insane to me. That was nuts.
I'm going to say, man, Team Flakers are far from flaking on this one. They won the game flawlessly. Did not give up anything. And to do it with that much finesse and style and with that much dominance, I mean, as a team, like statistically looking at the scoreboard, they were just dominant. Like they hardly died. I think it was like they said, 29 deaths, about 3 per round, I think was the statistic. Like that's insane to think that this team went that dominant the entire match with no response from Exalt. But I think it kind of lent itself, Mickey, to the play style, right? It was very like, Beckham dash in, right? Smoke, and then they didn't clear corner. It was just a series of small mistakes, which I think compounded to the way that we ended up here. But man, this team is, by the looks of it, going to go really far. This finals is going to be lit beyond. I think.
Oh yeah, I'm going to pop it. I got a TV right up here. I'm going to crack open a cold one and enjoy the last 3 matches, which are coming up here in a minute. So if you guys are we're going to go ahead and take a short break here. But if you're ready to watch the grand finals, let me see some, I don't know, some caps in chat. Let me see something in chat, guys. We're heading into the grand finals. Take a minute, go get some Cheez-Its, go get some, I don't know, coffee. get some food, get some snacks, get your Snuggie, get your dog, because grand finals are gonna be nuts. It's gonna be this man along with I believe Vincent's coming back, right?
No, I'm gonna be
you're-
bowing out. I think, yeah. So
Oh,
for
you
me,
are.
guys,
Oh, it's Mike. It's Mick.
maybe you segue into it. Mick's gonna be
Yeah.
coming back and gonna be taking us, you guys, for the finals on behalf of the team here. Mickey, it was a pleasure. It was a quick one, it felt, but I had a great
Yeah.
time. To our fellow viewers, as always, !Radiant to get into the Radiant Arena goodness. Thank you so much to Community Gaming for sponsoring that and bringing us that massive prize pot to you guys. As per usual, at GL Gaming Lounges, be sure to follow social. Stay in tune with the follow button here if you have not done so. !Casters in chat if you want to follow the casting team and the production team, !Production. They always do a fantastic job behind the scenes. I got to plug it before I go. So guys, wishing you a fantastic rest of your night. There is more games to come here. We're off to BO3 finals. So like Mickey said, a snack and a beverage. Don't go
go
too
anywhere.
far. We'll be back. Lots and lots of love. Take great care of yourselves, and we'll be back for more momentarily.
Entry information as we go. Oh no, Dizio. There we go. Floaty's going to be there to help him out, but a lot of shock darts, a lot of utility being dumped immediately, and now it's just suddenly a 2 versus 4 coming out of the gate for Team Flakers. They're a man down, but it seems, there we go, Tempt picks up 2. Quick little third.
That's 20 odd HP as they have chosen to regroup and aggress on this C site. Getting in position here, Blast has his crosshairs ready to go. First smoke towards Garage and second to follow towards CT. I think the knife to open it up, and they're going to W key ahead. Dezio in a great position, unspotted.
Oh, they don't know Beckham.
There. They don't know. Oh my god!
All Exalted has to do is watch that angle, make sure there's no diffusing going down. And here we go. That smoke's gonna make it that much harder. Ashton picks up 1. Charisma gets 2-piece. Beautiful. Magical. The shock dart to Ashton. It's suddenly a 1 versus 2. Blast looking for the information. He gets 1. Not able to get the diffuser, but a couple of players tagged up on Flakers, and now Flakers now has that information to work with. And here we go. Floaty gonna start things off, taking out Beckham with a quick little taparoonie. 2 versus 5 now, Strive.
Watch Blast there, though. He's so well positioned. Oh, there's 2 low enemies coming on the vent. Tails gonna do it, though, with the 3-piece.
Oh, yeah. I mean, so far, yeah, it's 6-0. Flakers is definitely pulling ahead of this, but, you know, we have seen crazier comebacks in the past weeks on Pit of Valor. So, I mean, this is in no way over. Oh! What just happened? Pulling ahead of this, but, you know, we have seen crazier comebacks in the past weeks on Pit of Valor. So, I mean, this is in no way over. Oh! What just happened?
What?
Denny!
Of utility, you're lacking the Ashton difference to deny that, and Ashton is bleeding right now, 1 to 10 respectively. He's having a hard time getting any kind of traction, and you know that narrow alleyway of long. You can ping the bomb as much as you want, but you're not going to get much when it's smoked up, and you can see this aggression towards it. Oh my God! Deny, Hope, Magical, 1 apiece respectively. They're just bunny hopping. Oh!
Go. Doobie's gonna get a little bit of entry information as we go. Oh no, Dizio. There we go. Floaty's gonna be there to help him out, but a lot of shock darts, a lot of utility being dumped immediately, and now it's just suddenly a 2 versus 4 coming out of the gate for Team Flakers. They're a man down, but it seems, there we go, Tempt picks up 2. Quick little third.
That's 20 odd HP as they have chosen to regroup and aggress on this C site. Getting in position here, Blast has his crosshairs ready to go. First smoke towards Garage and second to follow towards CT. I think the knife to open it up, and they're going to W key ahead. Dezio in a great position, unspotted.
Oh, they don't know Beckham.
There. They don't know.
Oh my God! All Exalted has to do is watch that angle, make sure there's no diffusing going down. And here we go. That smoke's gonna make it that much harder. Ashton picks up 1. Charisma gets 2-piece. Beautiful. Magical. The shock dart to Ashton. It's suddenly a 1 versus 2. Blast looking for the information. He gets 1. Not able to get the diffuser, but a couple of players tagged up on Flakers, and now Flakers now has that information to work with. And here we go. Floaty gonna start things off, taking out Beckham with a quick little taparoonie. 2 versus 5 now, Strive.
Watch Blast there, though. He's so well positioned. Oh, there's 2 low enemies coming on the vent. Tails gonna do it, though, with the 3-piece.
Oh, yeah. I mean, so far, yeah, it's 6-0. Flakers is definitely pulling ahead of this, but, you know, we have seen crazier comebacks in the past weeks on Pit of Valor. So, I mean, this is in no way over. Oh! What just happened? Pulling ahead of this, but, you know, we have seen crazier comebacks in the past weeks on Pit of Valor. So, I mean, this is in no way over. Oh! What just happened?
What?
Denny!
Of utility, You're lacking the Ashton difference to deny that, and Ashton is bleeding right now, 1 to 10 respectively. He's having a hard time getting any kind of traction, and you know that narrow alleyway of long. You can ping the bomb as much as you want, but you're not going to get much when it's smoked up, and you can see this aggression towards A. Oh my God! Deny, Hope, Magical, 1 apiece respectively. They're just bunny hopping. Oh.
Go. Doobie's gonna get a little bit of entry information as we go. Oh no, Dizio. There we go. Floaty's gonna be there to help him out, but a lot of shock darts, a lot of utility being dumped immediately, and now it's just suddenly a 2 versus 4 coming out of the gate for Team Flakers. They're a man down, but it seems, there we go, Tempt picks up 2, quick little third.
That's 20 odd HP as they have chosen to regroup and aggress on this C site, getting in position here. Blast has its crosshairs ready to go. First smoke towards Garage and second to follow towards CT. I think the knife to open it up, and they're gonna W key ahead. Dezio in a great position, unspotted.
Oh, they don't know Beckham.
There, they don't know. Oh my God!
All Exalted has to do is watch that angle, make sure there's no diffusing going down. And here we go. That smoke's gonna make it that much harder. Ashton picks up 1. Charisma gets 2-piece. Beautiful. Magical. The shock dart to Ashton. It's suddenly a 1 versus 2. Blast looking for the information. He gets 1. Not able to get the diffuser, but a couple of players tagged up on Flakers, and now Flakers now has that information to work with. And here we go. Floaty gonna start things off, taking out Beckham with a quick little taparoonie. 2 versus 5 now, Strive.
Watch Blast there, though. He's so well positioned. Oh, there's 2 low enemies coming on the vent. Tails gonna do it, though, with the 3-piece.
Oh, yeah. I mean, so far, yeah, it's 6-0. Flakers is definitely pulling ahead of this, but, you know, we have seen crazier comebacks in the past weeks on Pit of Valor. So, I mean, this is in no way over. Oh! What just happened? Pulling ahead of this, but you know, we have seen crazier comebacks in the past weeks on Pit of Valor. So I mean, this is in no way over. Oh! What just happened?
What?
Denny!
Of utility, you're lacking the Ashton difference to deny that, and Ashton is bleeding right now, 1 to 10 respectively. He's having a hard time getting any kind of traction, and you know that narrow alleyway of long. You can ping the bomb as much as you want, but you're not going to get much when it's smoked up, and you can see this aggression towards A. Oh my God! Deny, Hope, Magical, 1 apiece respectively. They're just bunny hopping. Oh.
Go. Doobie's gonna get a little bit of entry information as we go. Oh no, Dizio. There we go. Floaty's gonna be there to help him out, but a lot of shock darts, a lot of utility being dumped immediately, and now it's just suddenly a 2 versus 4 coming out of the gate for Team Flakers. They're a man down, but it seems, there we go, Temp picks up 2, quick little third.
That's 20 odd HP as they have chosen to regroup and aggress on this C site, getting in position here. Blast has his crosshairs ready to go. First smoke towards Garage and second to follow towards CT. I think the knife to open it up, and they're gonna W key ahead. Dezio in a great position, unspotted.
Oh, they don't know Beckham.
There, they don't know. Oh my God!
All Exalted has to do is watch that angle, make sure there's no diffusing going down. And here we go. That smoke's gonna make it that much harder. Ashton picks up 1. Charisma gets 2-piece. Beautiful. Magical. The shock dart to Ashton. It's suddenly a 1 versus 2. Blast looking for the information. He gets 1. Not able to get the diffuser, but a couple of players tagged up on Flakers, and now Flakers now has that information to work with. And here we go. Floaty gonna start things off, taking out Beckham with a quick little taparoonie. 2 versus 5 now, Strive.
Watch Blast there, though. He's so well positioned. Oh, there's 2 low enemies coming on the vent. Tails gonna do it, though, with the 3-piece.
Oh yeah, I mean, so far, yeah, it's 6-0. Flakers is definitely pulling ahead of this, but you know, we have seen crazier comebacks in the past weeks on Pit of Valor. So I mean, this is in no way over. Oh! What just happened? Pulling ahead of this, but you know, we have seen crazier comebacks in the past weeks on Pit of Valor. So I mean, this is in no way over. Oh! What just happened?
What? All of utility, you're lacking the Ashton difference to deny that, and Ashton is bleeding right now, 1 to 10 respectively. He's having a hard time getting any kind of traction, and you know that narrow alleyway of long. You can ping the bomb as much as you want, but you're not going to get much when it's smoked up, and you can see this aggression towards A. Oh my God! Deny, Hope, Magical, 1 apiece respectively. They're just bunny hopping. Oh.
Go. Doobie's gonna get a little bit of entry information as we go. Oh no, Dizio. There we go. Floaty's gonna be there to help him out, but a lot of shock darts, a lot of utility being dumped immediately, and now it's just suddenly a 2 versus 4 coming out of the gate for Team Flakers. They're a man down, but it seems, there we go, Temp picks up 2. Quick little third.
That's 20 odd HP as they have chosen to regroup and aggress on this C site, getting in position here. Blast has his crosshairs ready to go. First smoke towards garage and second to follow towards CT. I think the knife to open it up, and they're going to W key ahead. Dezio in a great position, unspotted.
Oh, they don't know back
there. They don't know. They don't know. They don't know.
Oh my god! All Exalted has to do is watch that angle, make sure there's no diffusing going down. And here we go. That smoke's gonna make it that much harder. Ashton picks up 1. Charisma gets 2-piece. Beautiful. Magical. The shock dart to Ashton. It's suddenly a 1 versus 2. Blast looking for the information. He gets 1. Not able to get the diffuser, but a couple of players tagged up on Flakers, and now Flakers now has that information to work with. And here we go. Floating to start things off, taking out Beckham with a quick little taparoni. 2 versus 5 now, Strive.
Watch Blast there, though. He's so well positioned. Oh, there's 2 low enemies coming up. And go with the 3-piece.
Oh yeah, I mean, so far, yeah, it's 6-0. Lakers is definitely pulling ahead of this, but you know, we have seen crazier comebacks in the past weeks on Pit of Valor. So I mean, this is in no way over. Oh! What just happened? Pulling ahead of this, but you know, we have seen crazier comebacks in the past weeks on Pit of Valor. So I mean, this is in no way over. Oh! What just happened? What? Denny!
The utility, you're locking the Ashton difference to deny that. And Ashton is winning right now, 1 to 10 respectively. He's having a hard time getting any kind of traction. And you know, that narrow alleyway of long, you can ping the bomb as much as you want, but you're not going to get much when it's smoked up. And you can see this aggression towards it. Oh my god, deny, hope magical, 1 apiece respectively. They're just bunny hopping.
Oh, go. Doobie's gonna get a little bit of entry information as we go. Oh no, Dizio. There we go. Floaty's gonna be there to help him out, but a lot of shock darts, a lot of utility being dumped immediately, and now it's just suddenly a 2 versus 4 coming out of the gate for Team Flakers. They're a man down, but it seems, there we go, Temp picks up 2. Quick little third.
That's 20 odd HP as they have chosen to regroup and aggress on this C site, getting in position here. Blast has his crosshairs ready to go. First smoke towards garage and second to follow towards CT. I think the knife to open it up, and they're going to W key ahead. Dezio in a great position, unspotted.
Oh, they don't know back
there. They don't know. They don't know. They don't know.
Oh my god! All Exalted has to do is watch that angle, make sure there's no diffusing going down. And here we go. That smoke's gonna make it that much harder. Ashton picks up 1. Charisma gets 2-piece. Beautiful. Magical. The shock dart to Ashton. It's suddenly a 1 versus 2. Blast looking for the information. He gets 1. Not able to get the diffuser, but a couple of players tagged up on Flakers, and now Flakers now has that information to work with. And here we go. Floaty gonna start things off, taking out Beckham with a quick little taparoni. 2 versus 5 now, Strive.
Watch Blast there, though. He's so well positioned. Oh, there's 2 low enemies coming up. And go with the 3-piece.
Oh yeah, I mean, so far, yeah, it's 6-0. Lakers is definitely pulling ahead of this, but you know, we have seen crazier comebacks in the past weeks on Pit of Valor. So I mean, this is in no way over. Oh! What just happened? Pulling ahead of this, but you know, we have seen crazier comebacks in the past weeks on Pit of Valor. So I mean, this is in no way over. Oh! What just happened? What, Denny?
The utility, you're locking the Ashton difference to deny that. And Ashton is winning right now, 1 to 10 respectively. He's having a hard time getting any kind of traction. And you know, that narrow alleyway of long, you can ping the bomb as much as you want, but you're not going to get much when it's smoked up. And you can see this aggression towards it. Oh my god, deny, hope magical, 1 apiece respectively. They're just bunny hopping.
Doobie's gonna get a little bit of entry information as we go. Oh no, Dizio. There we go. Floaty's gonna be there to help him out, but a lot of shock darts, a lot of utility being dumped immediately, and now it's just suddenly a 2 versus 4 coming out of the gate for Team Flakers. They're a man down, but it seems, there we go, Temp picks up 2. Quick little third.
That's 20 odd HP as they have chosen to regroup and aggress on this C site, getting in position here. Blast has his crosshairs ready to go. First smoke towards garage and second to follow towards CT. I think the knife to open it up, and they're going to W key ahead. Dezio in a great position, unspotted.
Oh, they don't know back from
there. They don't know. They don't know. They don't know.
Oh my god! All Exalted has to do is watch that angle, make sure there's no diffusing going down. And here we go. That smoke's gonna make it that much harder. Ashton picks up one. Charisma gets two-piece. Beautiful. Magical. The shock dart to Ashton. It's suddenly a 1 versus 2 blast. Looking for the information. He gets one. Not able to get the diffuser. But up a couple of players tagged up on Flakers, and now Flakers now has that information to work with. And here we go. Floating to start things off. Taking out Beckham with a quick little taparoni. 2 versus 5 now, Strive.
Watch blast there. No, he's so well positioned. Oh, there's 2 low enemies coming up. And Tail's gonna do it. No, with the 3-piece.
Oh yeah, I mean, so far, yeah, it's 6-0. Flakers is definitely pulling ahead of this, but you know we have seen crazier comebacks in the past weeks on Pit of Valor. So I mean, this is in no way over. Oh, what just happened? Pulling ahead of this, but you know we have seen crazier comebacks in the past weeks on Pit of Valor. So I mean, this is in no way over. Oh, what just happened? What, Denny?
The utility. You're lacking the Ashton difference to deny that. And Ashton is bleeding right now, 1 to 10 respectively. He's having a hard time getting any kind of traction. And you know that narrow alleyway of Valor, you can ping the bomb as much as you want, but you're not going to get much when it's smoked off. And you can see this aggression towards A. Oh my God, deny. Hope Magical, 1 apiece respectively. They're just bunny hopping. Oh.
Doobie's gonna get a little bit of entry information as we go. Oh no, Dizio. There we go. Floaty's gonna be there to help him out, but a lot of shock darts, a lot of utility being dumped immediately, and now it's just suddenly a 2 versus 4 coming out of the gate for Team Flakers. They're a man down, but it seems, there we go, Temp picks up 2. Quick little third.
That's 20 odd HP as they have chosen to regroup and aggress on this C site, getting in position here. Blast has its crosshairs ready to go. First smoke towards Garage and second to follow towards CT. I think the knife to open it up and they're going to W key ahead. Dezio in a great position, unspotted.
Oh, they don't know about
there. They don't know. Oh my God!
All Exalt has to do is watch that angle, make sure there's no diffusing going down. And here we go. That smoke's gonna make it that much harder. Ashton picks up 1. Charisma gets 2-piece. Beautiful. Magical. The shock dart to Ashton. It's suddenly a 1 versus 2 blast. Looking for the information. He gets 1. Not able to get the diffuser. But up a couple of players tagged up on Flakers, and now Flakers now has that information to work with. And here we go. Floating to start things off. Taking out Beckham with a quick little taparoni. 2 versus 5 now, Strive.
Watch blast there. No, he's so well positioned. Oh, there's 2 low enemies coming up. And Tail's gonna do it. No, with the 3-piece.
Oh yeah, I mean, so far, yeah, it's 6-0. Flakers is definitely pulling ahead of this, but you know we have seen crazier comebacks in the past weeks on Pit of Valor. So I mean, this is in no way over. Oh, what just happened? Pulling ahead of this, but you know we have seen crazier comebacks in the past weeks on Pit of Valor. So I mean, this is in no way over. Oh, what just happened? What, Denny?
Of utility. You're lacking the Ashton difference to deny that. And Ashton is bleeding right now, 1 to 10 respectively. He's having a hard time getting any kind of traction. And you know that narrow alleyway of long, you can ping the bomb as much as you want, but you're not going to get much when it's smoked off. And you can see this aggression towards A. Oh my God, deny. Hope Magical, 1 apiece respectively. They're just bunny hopping. Oh.
Doobie's gonna get a little bit of entry information as we go. Oh no, Dizio. There we go. Floaty's gonna be there to help him out, but a lot of shock darts, a lot of utility being dumped immediately, and now it's just suddenly a 2 versus 4 coming out of the gate for Team Flakers. They're a man down, but it seems, there we go, Temp picks up 2. Quick little third.
That's 20 odd HP as they have chosen to regroup and aggress on this C site, getting in position here. Blast has its crosshairs ready to go. First smoke towards Garage and second to follow towards CT. I think the knife to open it up and they're going to W key ahead. Dezio in a great position, unspotted.
Oh, they don't know Beckham.
They don't know. Oh my God!
All Exalt has to do is watch that angle, make sure there's no diffusing going down. And here we go. That smoke's gonna make it that much harder. Ashton picks up 1. Charisma gets 2-piece. Beautiful. Magical. The shock dart to Ashton. It's suddenly a 1 versus 2 blast. Looking for the information. He gets 1. Not able to get the diffuser. But up a couple of players tagged up on Flakers, and now Flakers now has that information to work with. And here we go. Floaty gonna start things off, taking out Beckham with a quick little taparoni. 2 versus 5 now, Strive.
Watch blast there. No, he's so well positioned. Oh, there's 2 low enemies coming up. And Tail's gonna do it. No, with the 3-piece.
Oh yeah, I mean, so far, yeah, it's 6-0. Flakers is definitely pulling ahead of this, but you know, we have seen crazier comebacks in the past weeks on Pit of Valor. So I mean, this is in no way over. Oh! What just happened? One ahead of this, but you know, we have seen crazier comebacks in the past weeks on Pit of Valor. So I mean, this is in no way over. Oh! What just happened?
What?
Denny!
All of utility. You're lacking the Ashton difference to deny that. And Ashton is bleeding right now, 1 to 10 respectively. He's having a hard time getting any kind of traction. And you know, that narrow alleyway of long, you can ping the bomb as much as you want, but you're not going to get much when it's smoked up. And you can see this aggression towards A. Oh my God, deny. Hope Magical, 1 apiece respectively. They're just bunny hopping. Oh!
Doobie's gonna get a little bit of entry information as we go. Oh no, Dizio. There we go. Floaty's gonna be there to help him out, but a lot of shot darts, a lot of utility being dumped immediately, and now it's just suddenly a 2 versus 4 coming out of the gate for Team Flakers. They're a man down, but it seems, there we go, Temp picks up 2. Quick little third.
That's 20 odd HP as they have chosen to regroup and aggress on this C site, getting in position here. Blast has his crosshairs ready to go. First smoke towards Garage and second to follow towards CT. I think the knife to open it up and they're going to WP head. Dezio in a great position, unspotted.
Oh, they don't know back up
there. They don't know. They don't know. They don't know.
Oh my God! All Exalted has to do is watch that angle, make sure there's no diffusing going down. And here we go. This is that smoke's gonna make it that much harder. Ashton picks up 1. Charisma gets 2-piece. Beautiful. Magical. The shot dart to Ashton. It's suddenly a 1 versus 2. Blast looking for the information. He gets 1. Not able to get the diffuser. But a couple of players tagged up on Flakers, and now Flakers now has that information to work with. And here we go. Floaty gonna start things off, taking out Beckham with a quick little taparoni. 2 versus 5 now, Strive.
Watch Blast there, though. He's so well positioned. Oh, there's 2 low enemies coming up. Oh, with the 3-piece.
Oh, yeah. I mean, so far, yeah, it's 6-0. Flakers is definitely pulling ahead of this, but, you know, we have seen crazier comebacks in the past weeks on Pit of Valor. So,
no utility to back it up. You've really got to be doing a little bit better at this level. You're typically not gonna be swinging into, you know, nobody staring at you up top there through that smoke. And Jello does find.
Consider nice. Gets a 3. Angelo. Massive impact plays now swinging. Meatwad with the mouse 1 all the way down, and he is against Silva, and you can sure as heck bet it's a Hunter's Fury. But Meatwad's got it figured out. He's gonna go try and hunt that out, but guess what? Kicks is in a complete different area code, and he connects on that exit frag. Really good position. Very close matchup too. You know, honestly speaking, 5 and 5 respectively on the scoreboard, and this is now the cauliflower of doom coming up from the side of Team Avalanche, and that gets denied quite quickly. Still, there is a good opportunity to retake from that lockdown. Omen Ultimate 2, Xeno 1 and 2 lights as well, as they've managed to get it down to just.
Actually, not so much. It's the Blade Storm that gets aggressive initially. It's going to get Owl droned out, so Flash is going to have to at least wait a little bit on that before getting re-aggression on.
Flashy aggressive on main. Oh, he gets the 1 and dashes away. Really good job, and lucky for him, there was 2 people.
It's like a Team Avalanche attacking round. Everyone grouped up here towards B, and it's only one player defending.
This is going to be an absolute landslide and very much do or die here. That's the run it back to open it up. Getting right on in. Here we go. We'll see Kicks getting tagged, getting swung. Bashi has support from the Phoenix as well, and he's looking pretty strong with the dog. Xeno spotting multiple out in sight. He's made that communication that there is plenty there to contest. See what they do as they have control of main as well. It's going to be a massively difficult retake for Team Avalanche here with this nice post-play scenario.
How that hot didn't line anyone. It's given a false sense of security. And it's a shooting gallery over on the opposite side, leaving Penny's left alone. 1v3. Already found 1, but has to reposition off the back of the hot hands. And the information being gained, but Penny's shots were so good. He's got 2, but that spike's taken away. And now there's not even enough time to actually complete this.
The Blade Storm active. Seeing it, Market has teammate there ready to go. The dog going to try and open up space at logs. Reveal 1. The joust back and forth. Bashi, knife on knife action as they're going to go for it. In Meatwad, that's the run back. We talked about it. Better to use it and get it over with as he's going to get swung on and cannot survive. Or he does survive. I apologize.
Zalos has taken control of A site. Bomb has been planted. And now it's Sir Clay and Bear Brimstone, whose name I can't currently see this. There we go, Pixel. I keep forgetting. Clay and Pixel. Beautiful shot from Pixel. He's gonna make it a 2 versus 3 now. He's got one to his left. He's got to do it quick. Kuma's gonna recon ball. Very good usage from there. Vipers, that snake bite causing a little bit of issues for Venom. Oh man, there it is.
Oh.
There it is. That was all she wrote, and now OG just done at this point. But this could be a changer here. Nerad's gonna be able to stay safe in that corner. Bomb. Okay, now Bomb's going for a rotate. Bomb's going for a rotate to B site. Nerad, possible teleportation. No, beautiful shots of spades. There we go.
Against kicks, pennies, and one clapperoni. Ooh, and a second as well. Looking healthy there with 2 opening picks. Now Meatwad contesting with the Vandal. He's getting blinded. He's counter blinding. People blinded on the short now. They're going to swing him up close and personal. No connection there from Jet as he dashes away. And this swing is huge. Is able to get the one. Lights though is able to shake that hurt.
Last time though, he did have to commit both the blade storm and the lockdown. That's not worth the risk, but nicely done. Headshot from Bashi using the sheriff to lay down the law. And GDG suddenly have the advantage and might just find another one as Meatwad is in a
With the spike planted now at A, Avalanche so well positioned, and with Silva looking pretty darn bleak for Gamer Gear guys. As Meatwad though, 4 hit points, choosing just to kind of scope things out, and with kicks, just love tapping. Up against 4, is it really the play to be hunting for kills? I don't necessarily think that it is, but somehow, oh boy.
potential for the shadows to come through and timing for Bashi. Again, no utility to back it up. You really got to be doing a little bit better at this level. You're typically not gonna be swinging into, nobody staring at you up top there. Angelo does find
Consider nice, gets a 3. Angelo, massive impact plays now swinging. Meatwad with the mouse one all the way down, and he is against Silva, and you can sure as heck bet it's a Hunter's Fury. But Meatwad's got it figured out. He's gonna go try and hunt that out, but guess what? Kicks is in a complete different area code, and he connects on that exit frag. Really good position. Very close matchup too. Honestly speaking, 5 and 5 respectively on the scoreboard, and this is now the Cauliflower of Doom coming out from the side of Team Avalanche, and that gets denied quite quickly. Still, there is a good opportunity to take from that lockdown. Omen Ultimate 2, Xeno 1 and 2 lights as well, as they managed to get it down to just...
Actually, not so much. It's the Blade Storm that gets aggressive initially, and it's going to get Owl droned out. So Flash is going to have to at least wait a little bit on that before getting re-aggression on.
Flashy aggressive on main. Oh, he gets the one and dashes away. Really good job. And lucky for him, there was 2 people.
Just like a Team Avalanche attacking round. Everyone's moved up here for B, and it's only one player to win.
This is going to be an absolute landslide and very much do or die here. That's the run it back to open it up. Getting right on in. Here we go. We'll see Kicks getting tagged, getting swung. Bashi has support from the Phoenix as well, and he's looking pretty strong with the dog. Spotting multiple out in sight. He's made that communication that there is plenty there to contest. Let's see what they do as they have control of main as well. It's going to be a massively difficult retake for Team Avalanche here with this nice post-play scenario.
It's given a false sense of security, and it's a shooting gallery over on the opposite side, leaving Penny's left alone. 1v3, already found one, has to reposition on the back of the hot hands, and the information being gained. Penny's shots are so good. He's got 2, but that spike's taken away, and now there's not even enough time to actually complete
the Blade Storm active. City Gate Market has teammate there ready to go. The dog going to try and open up space at logs. Reveal 1. The joust back and forth. Bashi right for knife action as they're going to go for it. And Meatwad, that's the run it back. We talked about it. Better to use it and get it over with as he's going to get swung on and cannot survive. Or he does survive. I apologize.
Zalos has taken control of a site. Bomb has been planted. And now it's Sir Clay and Red Brimstone. I can't currently see this. There we go, Pixel. I keep forgetting. Clay and Pixel, beautiful shot from Pixel. He's gonna make it a 2 versus 3 now. He's got one to his left. He's got to do it quick. Kuma's gonna recon ball. Very good usage from there. Vipers, that snake bite causing a little bit of issues for Venom. Oh man, there it is. There it is. That was all she wrote, and now OG just done at this point. But this could be a changer here. Nerad's gonna be able to stay safe in that corner.
Here we go.
Bomb. Okay, now Bomb's going for a rotate. Bomb's going for a rotate to B site. Nerad, possible teleportation. No, beautiful shots of spades. There we go.
Against kicks, Penny's one clapperoni. Ooh, and a second as well. Looking healthy there with 2 opening picks. Now Meatwad contesting with the Vandal. He's getting blinded. He's counter blinding. Two people blinded on the short. Now they're going to swing him up close and personal. No connection there from Jet as he dashes away. And this swing is huge. Is able to get the one. Lights though is able to shake that.
First up last time though, you did have to commit both the Blade Storm and the lockdown. That's not worth the risk, but nicely done. Headshot for Bashi using the Sheriff to lay down the law. And GDG suddenly have the advantage and might just find another one as Meatwad is in it.
With the spike planted now at A. Avalanche so well positioned with Sova. Pretty darn bleak for Gamer Duder, guys. As Meatwad though, full hit points. Choosing just to kind of scope things out, and with kicks, just love tapping. Up against 4, is it really the play to be hunting for kills? I don't necessarily think that it is, but somehow.
There's a potential from the shadows to come through, and timing for Bashi. Again, no utility to back it up. You really got to be doing a little bit better at this level. You're typically not gonna be swinging into, nobody's staring at you up top there with that smoke. And Jello does find
Consider nice, gets a 3. Angelo, massive impact plays now swinging. Meatwad with the mouse one all the way down, and he is against Silva, and you can sure as heck bet it's a Hunter's Fury. But Meatwad's got it figured out. He's gonna go try and hunt that out, but guess what? Kicks is in a complete different area code, and he connects on that exit frag. Really good position. Very close matchup too. Honestly speaking, 5 and 5 respectively on the scoreboard, and this is now the cauliflower of doom coming out from the side of Team Avalanche, and that gets denied quite quickly. Still, there is a good opportunity to retake from that lockdown. Omen ultimate to Xeno 1 and 2 lights as well, as they managed to get it down to just
not so much. The Blade Storm, they get aggressive initially. It's going to get owl droned out. So Flash is going to have to at least wait a little bit on that before getting re-aggression on.
Flash aggressive on main. Oh, he gets the one and dashes away. Really good job. And lucky for him, there was 2 people.
It's like a Team Avalanche attacking around. Everyone grouped up here for B, and only one player defending.
This is going to be an absolute landslide and very much do or die here. That's the runner back to open it up. Getting right on in. Here we go. We'll see kicks getting tagged, getting swung. Bashi has support from the Phoenix as well, and he's looking pretty strong with the dog. Xeno spotting multiple out in sight. He's made that communication that there is plenty there to contest. See what they do is they have control of main as well. It's going to be a massively difficult retake for Team Avalanche here with this nice post-plan scenario.
How that Hush can find anyone. It's given a false sense of security. And it's a shooting gallery over on the opposite side, leaving Penny's left alone. 1v3. Already found one, but has to reposition on the back of the hot hands. And the information being gained, but Penny's shots are so good. He's got 2, but that spike's taken away. And now there's not even enough time to actually complete
the Blade Storm active. Sitting at market, has teammate there ready to go. The dog gonna try and open up space at logs, reveal 1. The joust back and forth. Bashi, knife on knife action.
Alrighty, hello and welcome back to the grand finals of this week's Pit of Valor, presented by GLG. My name is Vincent, and I am joined by Mick, and this is, well, a fast intro. That's what we're gonna call it, because we're already ready to go. We're on a set, and we're ready to get popping.
I mean, you can't blame them, man. The kind of flow that both these teams have been going with is absolutely sweeping everybody today. I mean, I'm sure they just want to go ahead and get this game going. I mean, I can't blame them.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if you're feeling confident, I guess speed is where you want to be.
Yeah, ride the vibes.
I mean, what do you think? These compositions looking interesting, or much the same as we were expecting?
They're looking very typical for a Sin is what I was kind of going to go to. You always are typically going to have that killjoy, especially going over to that B side. You're going to have everybody just kind of lining up. Omens for smoking there mid, Reyna just for pressuring those sites. I mean, everything is very, very just kind of typical for these guys, especially because it's looking like to me, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but we're looking at a mirror matchup here. So, I mean, just across the board, Same is what we're looking at.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly looks to be the case. The lack of an Astra is certainly a weird one for me. I think that's a very strong character here, particularly with the usage of those gravity wells in addition to basically any bit of utility, but especially the nanoswarm can be a very effective strategy. But Team Volpit going to be starting out here on the attack, while Team Blakers, they're looking to defend. This is a best of 3 grand finals, as I mentioned, and we're getting right underway.
Yep, and with the slow little start here on mid, I gotta say I like the plays for trying to find that mid pressure here for the first round. Typically, you'll see a rush onto either one side, but I mean, we're looking at, you know, these guys, Volpit, just trying to find themselves a shove. As Rain is already gonna be right there in front for it.
Taking one shot is Dizio, but he's gonna fall back. It's Deny who's gonna be the first to take action, but it's Charisma to take the first frag. Then it's a flurry of red as Team Volpit take those 3 frags and run down the spike plant. There's 2 players quite low though, so this retake's possible.
Oh, completely. And the way everything's going to addition out for these guys, I mean, the way Volpit even pushed that side, I love the move from Heaven. Kind of find their own little flank for the side of offense, which you typically don't see. So, I mean, running these little unorthodox methods is playing into their favor as Flakers we see floating, kind of being stuck here, vulnerable, kind of just waiting out this time, just being in a super rough predicament.
Very difficult indeed, but 2 players kind of inch their way onto the site. They kind of have an idea of what's going on. Floating first to take advantage. It's Magical who does get a trade, but that spike's ticking away, and Hoshi has connected the shots to close the round down. Team Volpit take the lead.
A great little star right there for Volpit, especially to go ahead and shut down Flakers, who I don't know if any of y'all saw that last match, went absolutely undefeated on Haven. I mean, just straight 13-0, took the first half, and just had kind of no intentions of losing a single round. So this is, I mean, we were talking about confidence, we were talking about speed, just kind of playing off the momentum of all of that. This is the first round that they're actually going to lose within the past 45 minutes. So I want to see what kind of approach they have coming up into this next round to see what that momentum kind of being shut down for once.
Well, it looks like for now their options are stack A, which ain't too shabby of a play, all things considered. Gonna just try and bait the opposition in here. But the problem being that if you look at Team Volpit, they are quite spread. Very much okay with just kind of playing this slow and steady.
Yep, sticking for your typical default. I mean, that's really what you can do, especially on this map like Ascent. A lot of choke points, a lot of, you know, narrow alleyways that you're trying to just get these picks off of, get that intel. As we see Hoshi trying to check out one of these corners and not exactly getting anything out yet. And they're actually going to be walking right into Flaker's trap, it seems like, with all of them already being stacked.
That's right, but that said, being as slow and methodical and clearing all these angles as Volpit are, that does beg the question, is it going to be that successful? Charisma does find one, but elsewhere it is not so good. Deny on the back of the site is certainly denying everything left, right, and center. He's found 3 now, looking for a 4th. No more bullets in the chamber, and that is going to allow for Balus to find the frag, but boy, did it get close.
I mean, yeah, Tinny right there, man. Calm down, buddy. We're going to see the replay of this. I mean, just the way he kind of went off. You obviously got Charisma right there, just getting a great little opener, but the follow-up, the little clutch that was coming in right here with the 1, the 2, the 3rd coming in. Oh, baby, man. It leaves the question what exactly is going to happen once you put a rifle in these guys' hands.
I mean, yeah, Deny just showing exactly why Reyna is her character of choice. And making a statement there in round number 2. But that is a, well, not easy anti-eco, but a completed anti-eco for Team Volpit. Its Flakers now have those weapons you were discussing, and aggression is for Deny, and Deny has denied Hoshi any chance at life in this round.
Yeah, just a great little opening pick right there, especially running the rain and making the most of that dismiss. You know, and Flaker's having a great little reaction there, saying, you know, she's most likely going to sit there and deny that. She's going to find a way to dismiss it and go ahead and retreat. So I don't want to push. I don't want to give them that intel that another guy's there to get the trade. So we see the rest of the team following up here through the mid, trying to make a little pick here and trying to clear out the spawn as Dezio is going to be waiting for 5 guys.
Oh, wow, Desio, what a great adjustment on that. The flick back up to the heads, and he finds 2, where honestly, that should have been just a done deal. And Charisma lines them up and knocks them down. That's a quick 2 for 1 as Team Flakers, well, taking their first round of this game in pretty dominant fashion, you would say.
Yeah, and that's the most shocking part about that, especially after you've had these kind of 2 rounds that are down for you. You don't really have that much to work with. It shows that this team is absolutely different when it comes to getting these rifles in their hands, and it's a completely different game, typically, as you'll see. So the way everything's panning out right now, Volpid has to find a different strat to really push on this, because it seems like Flakers got a general read after that first round, that last one, knowing that these guys love to play in their spawn.
Well, passivity isn't necessarily a problem, but it certainly can be, as we are seeing weaponry back in the hands of Team Volpid. That was that bonus round, as you would expect. So it going Flakers' way isn't all that unusual, but it was indeed the manner in which it went that way that is certainly a interesting concept. The, well, Owl Drone going forward, and I thought that Kalyun was going to try and take a fight off the back of that, but elects to move away from Charisma's crosshairs instead.
Yeah, and the way they're just kind of playing this out, I love how slow methodical they're going with it. I mean, just kind of getting in the minds of Team Flakers, just trying to get those Sova drones out, but as you said, not following up with it. And you see Reyna just kind of going from one side of the map to the other. Everybody just exploring as many options as possible to figure out what the best avenue is, and just trying to find any mistakes that are made to go ahead and get this pick and move on it.
Trying their best to. A nice find there. Floaty falls. The Magical is certainly the hope of this B site. He swings for another one, and this Sova's doing work. Magical work indeed. That's a third for Hope Magical, as this has made the difference here with 2 players left alive for Team Volpid. The spike getting planted, but it's a 4th-player retake.
With the intel already on one, and the other one being knocked out, that's a quick, clean little retake there for Flakers to just absolutely dominate these guys, especially with 4 men standing left, absolutely just letting their econ ride out for this next round.
I mean, that's what you want, right? From your Sova, who's the site anchor. He gets 3 kills, gets away with his life, and he's ready for the retake. That's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what you want out of your guys. He's all about intel. Typically, I mean, you're not going to have him in very many duels. He's there for the intel. He's there for the recon to get you all that kind of information. He did a great job with that retake, going ahead and pinging Boathouse, finding that man on site, getting the tag on that, everybody wallbanging, getting the follow-up. I mean, it was just absolutely beautiful of a retake, and especially to put all that kind of pressure off the rest of your team and take care of it yourself. I mean, there's no better situation you can ask for.
Oh, and look at how fast this is a Ty Turner. That Blade Storm comes through and Balus frags out. Floaty does return the favor, but long range, the Blade Storm connects with another. Deny falls, and this is 3v4.
Spike planted.
Possibly losing those knives right there as everybody else is kind of being in the smoke. I mean, Charisma, you had the other Jet trying to come into sight here, and will be successful with the first one, but Baloo's after those first kind of matchups, he's not going to have very much health and easily taken down. I gotta say, Flakers, this is where they have to show once again that dominant retake fashion. Otherwise, they're not going to have that lead.
Well, that lead they do not have, or rather, they do have, is Flakers who take this one in that retake, and it's Volpid to fall to pieces. You know, what a great opening from Volpid. They really do a good job of changing the pace, right? Like, that's, if I was a coach, right, that's kind of what I'd be calling up in a round like that. They've been playing slow and methodical up till that point, and then immediately they flip the switch and they get a fast push onto a site and really catch out Team Flakers. But it doesn't seem to matter. Even with the 2 opening frags that Balus had, it just falls to pieces.
Yeah, and I feel like that's exactly why both these teams are in the situation they are now in these grand finals. I mean, the way that would have literally caught any other team off by like off guard, and they couldn't have really reacted to that. But knowing it's Flakers, knowing how well they've done on defense thus far, and especially when it comes to the retakes, the post plants, and just breaking those down, they were the exact counter needed to really just kind of show Volpid what they're made of. And they may follow it up with it right here, but DNI not able to find that opening pick.
No, but you look at these ultimates, was 9 of them available on the board. Now 8 as the lockdown comes through. The interesting decision not to throw out the Hunter's Fury in order to deny that, rather just going for the, just allowing that to go through. Now the Hunter's Fury comes in, and that's going to do wonders in finding Spartan. So you don't necessarily find the lockdown, but you do find the lockdown player in that Killjoy, and that was a nice little dart as well to follow up. The Kalyun on the flank was a lurk, is turned into a full-on push towards A.
Yeah, and I think, talking about how earlier you mentioned those Killjoys, I mean, that kind of shut down, not giving the team really enough info, not going for the Hunter's Fury to catch it out. I mean, that's exactly playing to their favor right now, as they just shut them down the other side of the map. They're back over here, and Lakers is ready for it.
Ready, waiting,
oh my
fragging.
God.
Flakers on that retake. They have been indomitable on those retakes, like you talked about before. B at A and everywhere in between. As Team Flakers, they not only keep their lead, but they make it a little bit larger. Now doubling the scoreline of Team Vulpid on, in addition, only using one of their, what was 5 ultimates at the beginning of that round. And Hope Magical doing really good work on that Sova. Truly impressive.
Yeah, I'm just kind of shocked of how well they're actually reading these guys. It's almost like they have the producer's view like we do to know where they are on the map, because it's just absurd to know that you had the Hunter's Fury there for the lockdown. You have the matchup coming up right here. Deny not able to make the most of those wall hacks just yet, but Floaty will actually find something. And just the way they're reading these guys and absolutely just mowing them down. See the chaos continue. Quizna, oh my God, everybody just following up. That was just a swift round from them to really just show what they are made of, and they have no bars held back.
Now, granted, that was an eco round, so putting it into perspective, there was a significant difference in the weaponry available to either side, but Team Flakers, even with that advantage, made it look simple, and like you said, making statements about where and how they are, moving forward in this half, in this map, and in this grand finals. They still have those 4 ultimates we were discussing, Bladestorm up and ready. That's certainly one I'm on the lookout for.
Standing ahead.
The way they're playing this, man. On top of that, the creds, the way they're leaving guys alive, the way they're keeping these weapons and giving them so much more, breathing room in terms of their economy. It's just from top to bottom, just a near flawless, if it weren't for those 2 rounds that they've given up so far.
Near flawless. I like that wording. It's exactly what's happening, and Deny has created a difficult situation, though Baloo's is still in mid, and that is a trade, so off for off, like for like. Kalyun somehow had a chance to get a 2-for-1 there, but Deny on the aggression finds the frag, but Valor's aggressive on the other side, finds the frag himself, make it 3 on the round for the operator player of Team Vulpid, putting themselves in winning streak. Charisma has something to say. Low HP, it didn't seem to matter that Balus had the read, had the look, but the frag was not there. Now it's just the 1v1.
And we see more of the plant play coming through with only 30 seconds left. The way that Eshwan's going to be playing this out. Opting for the A site, I got to say, I mean, he's going to have to opt for that long route, right? Because if he goes into hell, Jet has that Blade Storm. She's going to have that pressure, that right click at her disposal. And, the way things are panning out, looks like that's actually the avenue he's going to take.
It's all about timings. Eshwan, underneath heaven, should get at least some information once this drop happens, or at least even, there we go, there's that audio cue we were waiting for. And, it doesn't seem to matter. Eshwan's ready, but not ready enough for Charisma, who simply is better on the uptake and making that frag work out. Team Flakers taking the round and putting their 6th on the board.
Oh my God, dude. No shot. Charisma actually wins that. I mean, just everything about it. We knew that Deny right there. I mean, what Eshwan was ready for. He sat there, read it. He had the audio cue. Everything about him was completely prepared for that pick. And the way just Charisma drops down, has complete just preparation for it, almost knows exactly where the man is, just to deny that. Not a play on his teammate's name by any means, who's also performing super well, but just completely sweeping that out, knowing that he was in hell, knowing that exact angle. it was almost just like I said, it's like he has that producers, that observer view like we do.
Yeah, I mean, it has been some incredible looks, incredible reads, unreal at times,
Yeah.
like you're saying. And, well, at the moment, a timeout and a much needed timeout, I would say, for Team Volpid. They got to go in the tank. They got to think about this one, Mick.
Yeah.
They've lost 6 in a row after winning the pistol in the follow-up, and that's certainly not a good look.
Yep. Especially knowing that, I mean, you're not exactly guaranteed anything, especially after getting that pistol round, you're hoping to carry a little bit of momentum with those Spectres. You'll say it's a guaranteed round, but the way they just kind of lost it out, gave over that momentum, gave over that pressure after that round, and once those rifles came to the hands of Flakers, they just show that they're an absolutely different unit. That these guys, once they're equipped, I mean, their mentality is just as equipped, and they have just from top to bottom exact consistency with their kit and what they have to bring.
Yeah, when it comes to gun rounds, Team Flakers simply undefeated thus far in this game. Blaze Storms for both sides are out, and they're looking for something more. As you hear that sound cue, Valor's looking for it, but it's Charisma to take the first off the back of the updraft, and actually there's another knife down there. Oh my goodness, we're seeing an air battle here, but it's not going to work out in either Jet's favor. A bit more of a tag there against the Team Flakers, but Floaty's up close and personal. He's getting all this information, swings, misses the shot, and that's the problem. Now you got to fall back. You cannot try and repeat.
Oh, I mean, most definitely not. These guys know exactly where you are, but they don't know where Dezio's at. As he's going to sit there and find himself a kill, but get a little bit of answer. But oh my God, Charisma, still a threat over on the other side of the map.
Charisma's a threat no matter where he is,
That's
what
fair.
he's doing. This man could have could have his knife out and he's still threatening. As Kalyun gets tagged and fragged. Bag him, tag him, and get him out of here. As it's going to be Team Flakers who continue the onslaught. 7 rounds now to 2.
And I'm just kind of, even the way that really played out, I mean, obviously you have both sides, both Blade Storms were popped that round, but I mean, Charisma really coming out on top there as he kind of, added insult to injury to Eshwan there. After winning that Vandal battle, going ahead and getting that defuse down, then just absolutely popping the guy off in that following round. I mean, it's typically, it's considered kicking a dead horse is what I would say. I mean, you've already kind of beat him. He's already down, and you're just going to follow it up the next round, absolutely denying that entry frag that he brings to the table and just kind of continuing the whole kind of threat you've had in the game thus far.
Indeed. Aggression once again for Deny. He finds the frag,
Spike
tries to get
down.
out, doesn't even need the dismiss. It's a little bit overzealous, you would say, on that repeat, as Eshwan does finally trade the paranoia out. Though, unfortunately for Dezio, it's not going to matter a whole lot, as the swing from Charisma is good for a frag, but not much more, as Spartan confirms that with the operator, who we haven't seen a whole lot of this Spartan just yet, but in 2v3 now, this is certainly a winnable retake.
Oh, most definitely, especially when you got the likes of Hope, you got, Flakers. They've shown themselves time and time again, especially if you get the IGL still spectating what's going on. There could be a pick that occurs right here for Float. And Floaty with the flank, finding the double, that definitely makes things doable.
Not only doable, but even favored, as there is the Odin, and, well, Kalyun just a little bit unsure, I think, of where to shoot, how to shoot, when to shoot even. And that is honestly a difference in these two teams where, Kalyun there in that situation, unsure of where to, make the play. It's a 2v3. You're in an unfamiliar situation, a situation where you aren't favored. And by the way, this dart is magical. I love that dart. And Floaty is just like, yeah, no, it's fine. I'll get a double kill.
I mean, I don't want to call any shots just yet, but I mean, this is just a team diff, man. I mean, looking at from just the smaller things like Hope with his arrows, from Floaty with his game sense, kind of throwing the curveball as him as a sentinel, find themselves into the back lines, from having your duelist, having just absolute dominance from the like of Charisma. It's just from top to bottom, it's competitive level.
Been higher for Team Flakers, no doubt about it. Deny gonna get a bit cheeky inside that smoke. Actually, was just terrifyingly close to finding a kill through that dark cover, but not to be. As Dezio is grouped up here on catwalk. There's 4 players, or rather 3 players pushing. The Lear comes through. Double Lear, Paranoid to follow it up. Is forcing back that player there. It's Charisma falls. Falling again is Hope as Ishwan gets the frag. So everything looking good here. 14 Volpin, and it's just one trade, and Dezio left in a 1v4.
Yeah, and I feel like this is where Flakers actually can flake a little bit. I mean, these guys, we've seen them time and time again. When you have a lot of people to communicate with each other, this is that stage where Dezio, he's the only one standing, and that pressure is just brought to the table, and there's not much you can do about it.
Last round in the
Well,
half.
it was a good setup from Team Volpid there. They kind of used their flashes and all their flash utility to pretty much chain flash Hope Magical, or even, you know, beyond that, just push him back to a position where he was unable to be effective. And or rather Dezio, my apologies, wasn't Hope Magical over there, but they find Charisma on the site, and it's kind of all over from there.
Yeah, and especially the way they pushed it. I mean, going there through the middle, finding that dominance, utilizing, most importantly, I mean, those Omen smokes. We saw a big prominence of that, especially towards the side. I mean, that was a big contributing factor, but so is Charisma right here. Going right back into the ring, or getting back into his little kind of, you know, system he has going to find himself that opening pick and give themselves one heck of a start here, as they're already back up 5-4.
The only system Charisma has is kill.
Yeah.
Kill. Frag out of his mind. Nearly gets that pre-fire. It was Hope Magical, but Spartan actually swings and does a brilliant job at finding that kill. Now the potential for the lockdown is there, and that's going to go through, as Deny is looking for a potential shot through that smoke, but ultimately going to have to fall back and wait this out.
Yeah, definitely not the best place for these guys on Hoshi to go ahead and use a Hunter's Fury to just force them out a little bit further. I gotta say, I'm not exactly too confident about that play. I mean, just kind of wait it out, see if anybody's close, and then go ahead and create that pressure. Buy a little bit more time, but as we see, Flakers, they're quick to the cut. They're gonna be back on this side, and they're gonna be trying to go for this retake fairly quickly.
Well, now they know at least where 2 players are. Does Team Volpin? This 3-player retake certainly can be effective. Lear goes out and it denies one bit of area. One operator falls, one operator survives, but it's just one player on that operator. Nice dodge on the shock darts, but unfortunately the shots are not there. And it is Team Volpin to take the round in an 8-4 half that honestly looked incredible for Team Flakers.
Oh, I mean, most definitely. The way they kind of played that out, every single kind of stop coming out, and the way they just shut these guys down from start to finish. I mean, you see time and time again where Volpin, they definitely had a very good aggressive start to find themselves onto a side, or even go passively and find their way slowly onto a side. But I mean, Flaker's retake was just so admirable, as we can even see darts like this that you said was just so beautiful. And I can't agree anymore. It was just things like that, game sense, angles, knowing the maps, and just almost like home. That's really what Flakers was playing into this time.
Yeah, and here's the other thing, right? Like, you talk about game sense. You probably should have had an inkling or an idea, right, that there was a flank coming in like that, but nothing came up. So we see a fast-paced pistol round. It's Charisma who gets over the top.
Oh my God!
Dash, and that's an easy frag. Baluz does find one back, but it's at the cost of 2 players of Team Volpid, and Deny somehow, some way comes out victorious in that close range matchup. A triple for Deny, a double for Charisma, and it's a full house of frags between the 2 Pug Stars.
Yeah, just, I mean, starting exactly where they ended off in the last half. Just going ahead, continuing that momentum, just absolutely steamrolling, especially with that start that we had from Charisma, who, I mean, of course he's going to sit there and do the same thing he's been consistent about. Just absolutely saying, you know what? Who cares about what kind of setup they could have? It's round 1. We're not going to see too much util. Let me go ahead and get by as much as I can. Rush it out with this frenzy. Go ahead and make me a boss on round 1. Just create a little raid boss on me, and we'll be just all right. I mean, look at this Katie.
Easy does it. 9-4 now the scoreline in Team Flakers' corner, and well, the stack of days seemingly unsuccessful. This is an anti-eco round if I've ever seen one, but by the way, whilst the entirety of Team Volpid run to their demise, huge shout out to Bulbs in the chat for the sub. She's awesome. Big GLG fan. Love to see her. But as expected, or somewhat expected, I should say, Team Vulpid kind of run into their demise, but it's Eschwan who's found some success here. 8 bullets, 1 bullets. Which one do I want? Looks like the reload is what you were really looking for, but ultimately this is just a matter of time, you would think.
Oh, and once again, Team Flakers just giving Team Vulpid that L. And like you said earlier, once again, all else taken out. That's also from Bulbs, whose name is Bubs. Once again, thank you for the sub. Your go-to girl. Appreciate everything for all the support you've given us. And just once again, as we're sitting here supporting this game going on, the way these guys are just flushing out this matchup, this is once again when we see Flakers really just bring the table. They bring everything, all kind of ropes out, all tricks, all schemes, because they have those rifles in hand once again. And it's kind of surprising to see that, you know, they're on this attack and they're also whipping out the Odin this time around.
They are indeed, but look, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, my friend. You push up onto the site. It's Charisma to go in, deny to frag out. He's got 3, make it a core.
Oh my God.
Deny, truly impressive Spartan, the sole survivor. He finds something, but Deny's got the ace.
Deny doing his thing, denying every single kind of attempt to live and breathe in this lobby right now. I mean, the way they are just following through. I mean, at this stage in the game, you've been building up this kind of climax. You've been building up this momentum. You've been building up this whole match to sit there and just give yourself an established lead. And that is, I know I said earlier, that's kicking a dead horse from the likes of Charisma, shutting down Echelon there in the beginning. But this is just absolutely playing with the decayed, you know, skull and bones right now.
They're sickly. They can't do nothing about it. Team Vulpid, they try, but they're failing at the moment, and it's 11-4. Not looking hopeful, not in the slightest, but I mean, it doesn't mean it's impossible. It ain't over till it's over, as I like to say. And, well, Team Vulpid, it is indeed 2 rounds away for Team Flakers before they take us to a map number 2. But for now, just a 1-player advantage for Team Flakers in this round. And that is, right now, a great rotation from these Flakers. They have entirely sold Team Vulpid on that rotate.
Oh yeah, I mean, the way they're just kind of flawlessly moving across the map as quick and swiftly as possible. We got Floaty already sitting here waiting, grabbing at least one and grabbing a couple little bit of hits onto Hoshi. I mean, the way they're playing this out, how methodical and just as clean as they're doing it, is Deny just absolutely shoves up right there. You can see these guys are wolves out for the hunt.
Indeed they are. And oh, that's a missed shot from Kalyun, but does immediately recover. Unfortunately for him, Hope Magical's there for the trade despite the 5 health that was remaining. As Team Flakers are now sitting at map point here in the first of the best of 3 grand finals. A situation that I do not envy for Team Vulpid.
I mean, no, by no means. I mean, especially, you know that you have to sit there and take this time out. You have to figure out something. You are in this stage of the game where you have been just kind of beat time and time again. You've grabbed those first couple rounds, but as soon as rifles come to the game, you just don't know how to play it out. As soon as full util comes out, you're taken off guard. You don't know where these guys are going to come from. You expect to smoke there up front, and then you just get shot from the side of the head. There's just absolutely nothing in this case that Vulpid, I mean, they have to come up with something, and they only have a minute to do it in this timeout. And I'm trying to sit there and fathom something, give a little bit of encouragement, find some kind of advice to where if they come back into this game for a VOD, to where they can get a little bit of something out of this. And I'm just not conjuring anything up right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would warrant a bit of a more in-depth breakdown if I was being honest about it.
Yeah.
There's more than just missing shots or anything going wrong here, but I think this timeout a little bit too late. I mean, we saw them take a timeout at 6-2 if I'm not mistaken, or 5-2, and that was certainly the right decision then. But you would hope that after what we've seen thus far here in half number 2, that they would have maybe made the decision a little bit quicker to come back to that drawing board, but Deny is continually making statements and fragging out, as this has been an incredible look for Team Flakers, as they simply just, I mean, they're just outskilling their opponents right now, it seems.
You should run.
Yeah, just everything about them, as we said earlier, you know, it's what you'll see in all chat most likely is team diff. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. The way these guys move around the map, the way they switch up the flows, the way they find these picks and just come with these unorthodox methods to find themselves in these kind of positions that just help them out. All in all, everything about it is just over, especially looking how these guys played out. And Floaty just capitalizing on that, popping the man during a Hunter's Fury. What a hell of a start here for Flakers.
Dominant fashion. Ingenious moves, and I mean disastrous results if you're Team Vulpin. This is a situation that you never want to see. 13-4 in map number 1 of a grand finals is definitely not ideal, but the good news for them, they do have a map number 2 that they can go to. That is going to be Haven. Now that is maybe a bad news in that I know you talked about Team Flakers 13-0ing their prior semifinalist opponents on that map in particular. But listen, that's then, this is now. I mean, maybe this will be different.
Maybe. I mean, I know it seems like we're kind of a little slow here and everything, but it's like, I just feel like I'm witnessing like somebody on their last breath on their deathbed. And I'm just hoping to see that pulse monitor just come up and speed up a little bit. I got my fingers crossed for it, man. I'm hoping something gets pulled out here, because Vulpin, I mean, by no means do they deserve what happened in that first map. And I want to see something shine in them. I want to see that switch get flickered, and just everything about them. I want to see a spotlight. I want to see something out of them in the game.
Right. Well, maybe they can inject the adrenaline into their veins to get going, get moving here for map number 2 of the grand finals. But we're going to take a short little break. Don't go anywhere. We'll return in just a few moments. Angles as Vulpin are, that does beg the question, is it going to be that successful? Charisma does find one, but elsewhere it is not so good. Deny on the back of the site is certainly denying everything. Left, right, center. He's found 3 now. Looking for him.
When to sit there and deny that, she's going to find a way to dismiss it and go ahead and retreat. So I don't want to push. I don't want to give them that intel that another guy is there to get some trades. So we see the rest of the team following up here through the mid, trying to make a little pick here and trying to clear out the spawn, as Dezio is going to be waiting for 5 guys.
Oh, wow, Dezio! Look at these ultimates. There was 9 of them available on the board. Now 8 as the lockdown comes through. But interesting decision not to throw out the Hunter's Fury in order to deny that, rather just going for the, just allowing that to go through. Now the Hunter's Fury comes in, and that's going to
coming up right here. Deny not able to make the most of those wall hacks just yet, but Floaty will actually find something. And just the way they're reading these guys is absolutely just mowing them down. Here we go. See the chaos continue. Quizna, oh my god, everybody just following up. That was just a swift round from the 2 rounds that they've given up so far.
Near flawless. I like that wording. Exactly what's happening, and Deny has recreated a difficult situation, though Baloo's is still in mid. And it's a trade, so off for off, and like for like. And Kalyun somehow has a chance to get it. Oh, this is certainly a winnable reset.
Oh, most definitely, especially when you get the likes of Hopes, you got, Flakers. They've shown themselves time and time again, especially if you get the IGL still spectating what's going on. There could be a pick that occurs right here for Float. And Floaty with the flank, finding a double. That
wasn't natural over there, but we find Charisma on the site. It's kind of all over from there.
Yeah, and especially the way they push it. I mean, going there through the middle, finding that dominance, utilizing, most importantly, those Omen smokes. We saw a big prominence of that, especially towards the side. I mean, that was a big contributing factor, but so is Charisma right here.
If I remember, the C1 Well, I asked the question, can Team Vulpid inject the adrenaline necessary to bring them over the edge in map number 2? I know for sure, though, that we have already seen Team Flakers. They got ice in their veins. They are not troubled whatsoever. A splendid, superb performance over in map number 1 for Team Flakers. Tell me, what needs to happen for Team Vulpid to bring themselves over the edge?
Find that first round, and I'm talking, don't run with it. Hop in the nearest car, bullet train, airplane, whatever you need, and just go with it, because they have to find that momentum. They have to find a way to just keep on shutting them down. And in Haven, you have a lot of closed angles. You have a lot of kind of tunnels, a little bit of awkward angles. Find those flashes, sit there. Anytime you hear a footstep, these guys are going to be riding off straight ego right now. Hit those flashes, and as soon as you hear footsteps, you know they're going to keep on pressing that W key and find the picks off that. Just keep it as close as possible physically, and then therefore the rounds will follow in the same manner.
Well, you heard it here first. I think that's a valid strategy. The problem will be actually doing that in practice. It's easy for us to sit up here on, from 10,000 feet and say, simply do better, Smile.
Yeah.
I mean, like, or take the momentum. You got to get the momentum to take the momentum. And that has been a problem. But I think it is doable. I mean, that's the reality. Things turn on a dime. And the thing about it is, like you say, I mean, listen, props to Team Flakers if they aren't absolutely ego peeking everything, but I would imagine there's going to be some ego peeking here in map number 2. You typically are going to see that if you see a dominant performance in map number 1 like that, which to me, if you're Team Vulpid, don't be frustrated by it. Just be like, listen, that's just opportunities for us to keep scoring rounds.
Yeah, I'm completely with you. I mean, these guys are going to find something. They're going to find a little bit of crack to kind of split open a little bit more when it really dwindles down to these guys just riding out the high right now and finding a way to just carry out these rounds. Because, I mean, they don't want to go to a map 3. They want to go ahead and finish this out right now. And that's why you're going to see them probably playing a lot more aggressively than they typically do on that first map, especially knowing what they're up against and how exactly they feel in this matchup now.
Indeed. We are underway here. Haven, what could be the final map here of the Pit of Valor. And, well, opening us up, Team Flakers looking to pretty much be playing the same sort of composition. Interesting that we are already guaranteed 2 killjoys. That's definitely not the norm here on Haven. I would say that's maybe at least 70-30 going the way of Cypher usually.
Yeah. And I'd say more closely, you'd find 7-20-10 with Astra thrown in there if we're really getting down and dirty with it. Because, I mean, as you said earlier, it's also kind of interesting they didn't break her out for the Ascent. So it almost seems that she's completely taboo for both these teams to really kind of utilize her in a certain fashion. Because, I mean, obviously you've had the likes of, Vulpix get to the stage without really using her all that much, and Flakers, I mean, everything they're doing is just working. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it, in all honesty.
Yeah, exactly. I think we've sort of been a broken record on that note. Like Team Flakers have been doing things that have worked very well, so they should probably keep doing those things. I know it is certainly an interesting concept, highbrow and the such, but no, it makes perfect sense to me. It makes perfect sense to Team Flakers because that's what they've been doing. Hell, it's been successful the whole time, and well, Team Vulpix now on the attack here, starting us out, looking towards C Long. And Valu's the first to take shots, but elects to fall back after missing.
Yeah, the way they're already going ahead and just trying to flood this side a little bit. I mean, getting that first pick, run with that. This is the stage of the game. We see Floaty getting a double right now, having the aggression being pushed here from the flank from Spartan, and that will actually be closed out. But, I mean, Vulpix, look at this top right now. Flakers, they do not have a full health agent right now, and this was what you need to ride out as they do so well in these pistol rounds.
Well, we saw it happen in the first half pistol round on Ascent. Team Vulpix coming out to a massively successful start. And Balu's, like you said, no, not at all towards that full health marker. Deny going to be able to grab the victory in that one. And, well, it's definitely a great situation, and I was gonna say, I thought that that was weird. I think we've got our overlay a bit backwards here, because we got Team Vulpin on the left and Team Plakers on the right. I've been debated.
But I mean, speaking of really, I mean, being debated, look at these buys right now. Deny just absolutely BMing, it looks like, and doing exactly what we said, finding that lead and running with it, as he did such a great job in the last map that he needs to go ahead and get the larger advantage to play with, and having those heals to get him 150, he's gonna play into that just by a large margin.
A situation where this is interesting. A shooting gallery over there in I mean, I don't think I've ever seen that engagement happen in that position.
No.
You know what I mean? Like that many players in that spot. But
planted.
it happened, and Baluz is the sole survivor of that tragedy. Is got rid of oh no. Goodbye.
What?
Poor Baluz.
What? Just actually, I mean, I've never seen that before, and especially for the likes of Flaker, or not Flakers, excuse me. I mean, Vulpin to be the ones to do that. I mean, what was really going on here? Obviously, we said, I mean, or no, not Vulpin. Like I said, I'm kind of with you. That whole overlay thing really got me tripped up. But I mean, for Flakers, for Flakers to be making that kind of shove into the side, to just really be shoving it out kind of like that, just running off that ego and just everything being played out. I mean, what was the thought process, and why are they just now switching it back to being orthodox?
I mean, it's one of those plays that you try as a Hail Mary and you're on an eco, so what the hell?
Yeah.
That's the idea for Vulpin, but Team Plakers, they just kind of read it like a book, absolutely outplaying them, and yeah, it was simply a massacre inside that small little area. But this is now, as Team Plakers are down one player already. That was Baluz who actually found the opening pick. Calhoun, he's going very, very low, gets teleported out at the very correct time, though eventually does get traded. Hoshi coming in big for Team Vulpin, but Floaty's on a bit of a flank, and Hoshi finds a shock dart kill of all things on the low HP player that was that Omen, and this is now a two-player advantage rather, but Floaty's in such a prime position. He finds one. If he can find even more, this is just absolutely devastating.
Yeah, and especially knowing that he's going to be there on that side, he's just kind of really playing it out. You know that Heaven's going to be possibly the option for one of these guys, so that's definitely something to keep your eye on, as Baluz is the one heading up top. But also, the way everything's kind of panning out, not really favorable overall. I mean, you have the setup, you have the nades placed, you have the ideas, you have those hunches to play with, but it's just not really enough, as Vulpin actually gets himself something on the board.
Yeah, and it all started with that opening pick from Value, and you know, you got to get the man advantage, and they not only got the man advantage, but stuck with it the rest of the round and into the good positioning there on the retake, as they're able to trade things out. In fact, winning a couple of key gunfights in addition to that. So, as we see it, it's going to be one round here for Team Vulpin, but Team Plakers, they still got some cash in the bank. They are not entirely broke just yet.
And it's definitely helpful, though, that a lot of those guys were still standing at the end of that round. You had three of their players. I mean, this is probably the best situation they're going to be sitting in all game if we're using this last map as reference. I mean, but as you said, this map. It's a completely different story. It's a completely different outlay. It's just everything can totally turn tides. And I feel like with this Killjoy ult coming down, providing a little bit of pressure for these guys, could go ahead and be the start of something to really shut it out.
Spike planted.
Well, it was a lockdown that causes the evacuation of the site by Team Vulpin. Now they look to retake 5-on-5. The God tier arrow goes through. Unfortunately, gets destroyed immediately. Deny traded out by Spartan. And now taking shots at Eshwan here in the back is Hope Magical. So they know where at least one of these players are. The retakers looking good. Spartan connects with another.
Oh!
Values to frag as well. Charisma finds one, but that's all here for the offense. And he's just taking pot shots through that cloud burst as the defuse comes through. Has to try and reposition, but Eshwan is in perfect places to deny that push. And it's 3 players surviving once again for Team Volpid in a second round on the board.
And this is a rifle win too, keep in mind. This is not a pistol round like we've typically seen. This is rifles. This is a completely different matchup. This is where we usually see Flakers having no bars held back. And especially on a map where they just went undefeated. I mean, this is showing that we could actually have a game on our hands, a map, excuse me, and the way this could pan out. As long as we have some guys really stepping in, because when you look at this scoreboard and the way things are really panning out, it looks like a 4v4 because Hope and Kalyun are not exactly feeling themselves this time around.
No, they're not. At least not yet. It's still quite early days. I mean, we got to keep that in mind. A nice dart spots out 2 players there for Team Volpid. That means that they know their commitment towards C is very heavy. So you can see rotations already coming through. The lack of a cipher to not to hold it down over towards A or towards C means that the rotations have to be a little bit more on point. It's actually a bit of a fake with those rotations. All 5 players still at this C side, or rather like C/B side of the map. The only person could cheat over towards A is that Killjoy who has the utility down.
I mean, that will be enough of a tell, but as right now, it doesn't seem like it's going to be saying anything because, I mean, this whole kind of allocation towards mid, just absolute dominance of presence there. It just shows that that's exactly what Flakers want. They want to find this aggressiveness. They want to find these ways to push on these sites, and the Charisma getting absolutely locked out here in the start. That's not going to be the best entry.
No, flash and dash goes wide. It's Denai who tries to come up big with the Guardian, but Baluz denies him any sort of residence onto the B site. It's Volpid not only taking those shots, but they're taking names. They're taking rounds, and they're fragging out.
I mean, it leaves you the question to be answered is, you know, is Flakers, is gas running out of their tank, or is Volpid just speeding up here? They put themselves in 6th gear because, I mean, looking at the way everything's lying out, it seems like a little combination of both as they're finally meeting themselves in the middle because, I mean, we're seeing it back and forth in terms of roundage here. I mean, it is still early, but I feel like we're going to notice a pattern here unless Belush just absolutely goes off with his op.
Well, I mean, I hate to put too fine a point on it here, but Team Volpid are hitting shots. They kind of weren't over in map number 1 as a whole. And they're winning opening tools. They're you know, peaking with confidence. And again, that's not something we were seeing before. Nice. Oh, again, that's a confidence swing that I'm talking about from Kalyun, who just, you know, takes that against Denai, who had a phenomenal showing there in the prior map. And, you know, maybe last time out, that would have been a very different look, as now the man disadvantaged Team Flakers are back to the drawing board as they look to maybe eke their way towards A with 2 of these players and the spike going that direction.
There will be a little bit of a tail there. You had that KJ turret set up. You had the ultimate, or not the ultimate, excuse me, the Omen kind of seeking that out with his ultimate. And the way everything's panning out right now, Kalyun grabbing his 2nd kill of the match on both of the top frags from the last map. So that's definitely going to be a little bit of a confidence booster if you're sitting in the shoes of that Omen, especially when you're trying to hold out this side.
Nice job from Spartan. The lockdown not even necessary. In the end of days, as Team Flakers all fall, and Kalyun finding that kill on Charisma is so impactful because that was the player who could have kind of been on the flank, right? Who could have potentially been the thorn in the side of Team Volpid. Now, ultimately, Charisma wasn't actually going for the flank, but it's the threat of that flank that could have been a devastating factor for Team Volpid. Kalyun finds that player, denies that potential, and then it's an easy player retake from there with the advantage.
Yeah, all really just dwindles down to is getting rid of that other variable. Getting one less man off the field, having one less real kind of vicinity in the map to worry about, to stress with. And I mean, Kalyun being that man, as we can see, I mean, having 3-4 now, as he was sitting at 0-4 recently. I mean, this guy's ego absolutely just skyrocketed over the course of 2 rounds.
Well, it's not ego when it's the correct thing. And Hoshi and Schwan both finding frags despite the onslaught of weaponry. As Charisma recovering an operator is trying for more. Unfortunately, the Lear is going to deny him. It's a trade for Hoshi, but it's triple kill on Hoshi for that one. And it was, I mean, an eco round, yes, but a deadly one for Team Flakers, as they got 3 kills out of it.
Yeah, and just the way everything's going to be played out right now from the likes of Flakers, we're seeing a much different game just generally. Obviously, it's a different map. It's a different team that they're facing now because, I mean, the way Volpid's playing, it's completely kind of polar opposite from what they had going for them earlier. But we're just not seeing enough real smokes, util, enough real kind of chaos being brought to the field. Because when you look at Ascent, when you look at those plants that were going down, they were very quick. They were very kind of flawless feeling and just kind of set completely up and methodical. And this may be that round where they bring that kind of flow back because they haven't really brought this aggression just yet, as Chris is going to follow through with it.
A big mistake there from Balus, taking that shot when they didn't really have to. And the follow-up from Charisma is solid. Dizio is playing disgustingly by sitting inside of spawn, waiting for any players to get curious. And now there's only 2 players left alive for the retake. Hunter's Fury available for either side. But tagged is Hoshi through the sidewall, and fragged is Hoshi up in heaven. And Floaty continuing onto the opposing Killjoy as well.
And this right here, as like I was mentioning earlier, this is the team Flaker we saw earlier. This is them shoving a site collectively, finding different avenues onto it, having a guy in a really weird spot, having that wild card placed around the map somewhere different that's going to find that individual pick. This is the team Flakers we saw earlier compared to that passive team who's playing it very slow, couldn't decide where to go, and even if they did know where to go, they took it very slowly rather than just, you know, believing in themselves and just following through that last round. I see right here with this Sobadrome coming out, if they can shove this right now, they're going to throw it.
Yeah, well, the Hunter's Fury does indeed deny Eshwan space as Charisma takes the frag ultimately, but it was the Hunter's Fury that created that opportunity. And everybody else selecting to run away. I love this play, as it does indeed leave the defense wondering, scratching their head, like, what the heck is happening? It looks like it's all a bit of a ruse, as it's going to be re-aggression there towards C. Don't know if it's going to work out, as there's 3 players kind of sitting in garage, but still.
Yeah, just the way this is panning out. I mean, you got Charisma right here, being that little wild card, being that jack of trades. And it really leaves the question, especially with these KJ setups over here on mid, as you can see the util being allocated there. I mean, I feel like going right back to the C, not getting that plant earlier, is going to just kind of let these guys, especially Volpid, find themselves in a favorable situation.
Well, right now it's not so favorable. Floaty on the flank is flanked outrageously.
Oh.
Triple kill for Floaty. And, well, the flanker gets flanked himself by Deny, who's kind of waiting late in mid. But I'll be honest, I think it's the opposite. I'm on the opposite side of you on this one. That hold was perfect because they waited just long enough for Team Volpid to rethink their strategy, and you know, they obviously didn't want to invest enough resources to retake that site without, you know, a drone or something, and so they just kind of left it alone, and then they rotated towards A, and that was when the rest of Team Flakers kind of walked in for free. So they actually perfected that timing over towards C, and it was basically the best you could have hoped for.
Yeah, that's fair. I'll give it to you. I mean, the way it just kind of dwindled down to what it really kind of, on a baseline, how everything played out, it was a lot of mind games going on. That's definitely something that's really kind of underplayed in this game, because obviously aim is king when it comes to stuff. And this is the kind of league where you have to go ahead and throw in that mental attribute, find those ways to get into their heads and, you know, get a little bit of free open air to play with. And at this stage of the game, Lakers, I mean, I got to agree with you on that. They're much better when it comes around to doing that, and I see them finally finding their flow once again and kind of transitioning that from Ascent over to Haven now.
Looks as if playing around with the idea of using the lockdown over towards A, but ultimately the pick comes towards C, so that's going to be the side of choice. And there is 2 players already down for Team Volpid. as the Flakers get the plant down. Gallion inside of that dark cover, trying to look for some more. The shock dart doing a little bit of damage, and that sonar gives away the information that at least 2 players are sitting over it long. But it's actually the vast majority of these players who are sitting over it long. Deny before that dark cover goes down already gets 1, and Dezio closes the round with 2 more of his own, a triple to to put the cherry on top rather, and Team Flakers are right back into this thing.
Yeah, they're most definitely finding their flow again as we see Deny giving us a little tune right there, singing his way up. I mean, because the way they're just once again finding themselves into situations where they can really just kind of play into their advantage. I mean, we saw them kind of playing a lot more slow. We saw them being a little bit more scatterbrained when it came around to figuring out who exactly to kind of play these picks off of, what side to really kind of invest in. And I mean, now in this stage of the game, they're just confident about where to go. Make sure to find that pick, so whatever ideas they have in their head, they can make sure it becomes a reality.
Indeed. I like that alarm bot there, put down by Team Flakers. They don't want to allow for Volpid to get too aggressive, not without them knowing what's going on. As I say that, the alarm bot is returned to them as the push towards C is in. But once again, the site's wide open. They've somehow done a magical job of Team Flakers of pulling rotations just far enough, and it's kind of the issue with you don't have a cipher, isn't it?
Yeah, that Killjoy is definitely, that little weakness is definitely shining right now. And it's not exactly going to be enough. I mean, obviously, it's great for these post-plant situations, but when you're right there on defense, you had the likes of Flakers being the ones who are shoving up on you. It's not exactly going to be too great as we see them just absolutely capitalizing on themselves right now.
3v3 now. Empress has been popped, and well, that increased fire rate not doing well enough for Eshwan, as it's now Volpid left in that 1v3. Still, with that Empress, it's possible, doable. Taking the first, gonna use the dismiss, get the overheal as well with the Empress. Now you gotta look to defuse, but that spike has been ticking for far too long. Tapping once more, has to hit the shot, but misses its mark, and Eshwan, despite the heroic attempts, falls. And this is 6 for Team Flakers.
And just the way that really played out for that retake. I mean, the way that Flakers just absolutely played operation there. I mean, you saw Volpid, they were making shoves, they were making attempts, everybody had their own role in that retake, but it just seemed like once you get one man to fall apart, they're not universally, you know, kind of gifted in every single role to find themselves into an easy retake. I mean, we saw right there, Eshwan was the one kind of creating that distraction, and then meanwhile, you had Dezio just kind of getting the picked off from the side. How you making a push towards the back and trying to find something different. It was just, everybody had something, and once that direct line fell apart, everything just kind of snapped.
Yeah, it's almost as if there was one small moment, and that was exactly what the turning point was. Deny, he finds that first, tagged through onto Hoshi, but re-aggression for Baluz does net a kill, though it's not the equalizer that he was hoping for. Gonna have to contend with a owl drone in return, but Spartan has gotten a very forward position. He's gonna get all this information. He knows that the rotation's coming in, can find a good timing, and Valor, speaking of timing, has found one of his own. Now it's all on 2-on-2. One for Dezio, and now a second. Nicely done. Wow, that is also close, but Team Flakers take it 7-5.
An interesting end right there, especially Volpa to kind of switch the gears, find themselves being very offensive when it comes around to being on defense, and especially not working on that second round we saw, and then to just kind of follow through with it is, I gotta say, not probably the best call going into this halftime. I mean, they are now down to the much better kind of situation to be sitting in compared to the last map. But I mean, it's not enough for you to really throw away when you know exactly who you're dealing with.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's half the number of rounds they walked, or rather, yeah, half the number of rounds that they gave away last time at half, which is certainly a step in the right direction. But like you say, you can't forget that this is Team Flakers who just gave you the 13-4 smackdown over on Ascent. You gotta keep it real. As we see alarm bot going out there for Volpid, they look to do the garage push, and the push is there. See where they head. Maybe towards B, or rather C. paranoia comes through. That's a bit
Oh.
aggressive for Spartan. Nice find by Kalyun, but it's quickly traded. And Floaty is now left to try and find something, but, well, Deny might be the one to do it.
Spike planted.
And this is where we saw them excel last time. Flakers retake just being absolutely just chef's kiss, man. Just mwah. So maybe this is where we see them once again find their flow, especially with this 7-point, on the board. And Deny just absolutely going off in this introduction for a half. I feel like this is exactly where Flakers saying, we're home, baby. So let's send it home.
Man, Reina is just so broken on pistol rounds. It's just ridiculous. I mean, Deny, I don't know. I wish I could look at the stats at how much damage Deny took over the course of that round. But with the fact, that he had 2, overheals, like, it was so much damage. It was ridiculous. I'm fairly confident. And, it's just going to show you the reason that you play Reina sometimes, even if it's not the best character when it comes down to their utility, it is certainly ideal when it comes down to chaining the frags together. Just one ult orb away from a potential Empress, and actually that's going to be netted already if I'm not mistaken, as they head towards A. Actually, no, not going to grab that ult orb. It's going to be the push towards B. Team Vulpid looking to try and catch Flakers off guard, as it is.
Yeah, and we see a little bit of an attempt here from the likes of, Flakers, and once again, just spotlighting how well of retakes they have across the board. And Vulpid to go ahead and opt for that B side to put themselves in the most open stage. It just allows such easy picks for these guys on Team Flaker to really just put an end to them.
Man, a valiant effort there for Vulpid, but not to be. Not to be. 5-9 the score, and a timeout being called.
There we go.
This is certainly a good timeout call, I think.
Yeah. I completely agree. I mean, this is the game that they're used to playing. Flakers, we saw them earlier, like I said. They're so clean with these raid takes. And B, I don't feel like in that shoes, as much as I hate to say it, you can't go for B side if you're Team Vulpin. You cannot go for that site at all because of how open it is, how many avenues you have, how many different kind of entries that, Flakers can play with. That alone is just super, super detrimental to these guys, especially when every single one of these players have their own individual capabilities and they all are just super universal and can fill each other's shoes.
It's a tough site to defend. That's certainly the case. I wouldn't go so far to say is you shouldn't go there necessarily, but you look at the data, and you're saying exactly what I would say is that, by the data, these guys are really good. Flakers are at the retakes, and that's a site that you're forced to play retake on, or rather just play far back from the site, allow for the retake to come back in. And so now as we are unpaused, Team Vulpin hopefully are going to have a potential plan in place for what is right now going to be a bonus round for Team Flakers. They definitely are going to want to deny the SMGs.
Cover going out.
Yeah, we see those all over the place, especially with these rifles now being whipped out. And the first ones to really bite onto it is going to be these guys for Vulpid. So, this is going to be something, seeing that we now have Flakers kind of on a bonus, but it doesn't really matter to the likes of Floaty as he finds himself that first pick. And a second to go with it.
Give it more as Kalyun somehow finds a nice position. But again, Dizio, 2 for 1. These are not good odds if you take it 2-for-1's trades. Team Vulpid, you gotta do better. And it's Echelon who's left alone. 1v3. He's going to be able to recover that spike, but that's not going to be met with anything but resistance and charisma for Rags in order to push Team Flakers up over the edge and out of that bonus round into victory.
Yeah, and having 3 men alive still, they're just kind of slowly itching themselves back towards where they were in this last game, in that last map. Just kind of sitting comfortably on Econ, finding themselves a lot of, room. Look at the likes of Deny. This man has a full rifle, full armor, with 4,700 creds, and the rest of his team isn't exactly too shy of them. They definitely have armor. They have util buys. They just have to make sure to have enough of those rifles. And going forward, Vulpin, they're kind of scrapping together what they can with all these sheriffs.
Scrappin is right. I mean, this is certainly not ideal. Charisma. Oh, he's lined him up. 2 for 1. And that's Floaty and Hope Magical as well getting involved. Blues has 1 kill, and that's the only kill that Team Vulpit are gonna find.
Oh, these rounds, man, they're getting quicker and quicker. It's scary.
I mean, we're getting to a point where it's just looking like, you know, Ascent, but late. I mean, right? Like you say, quicker and quicker. Again, that's an anti-eco round, but man, missed shot there from Eshwan is brutal, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, just the different kind of flanks they took right there, just kind of utilizing that whole A side, that little ring around the Rosie and just finding those picks, especially when Deny had such a clean entry right there, finding that double. I mean, you can't question finding himself there and just now going into the ego peak with the ops and winning every single shot, it looks like. Oh my God, Deny.
Swing frag. Swing frag. And that's what Team Flakers are doing. Oh, man.
Match point.
This looked like it was going to be a lot closer.
Yeah.
But ultimately, we're looking at down the barrel of a 12-5 scoreline. What that means is that there's only 1 round difference currently between last game and this game.
Yeah, and I mean, things tell me that I feel like it's Flakers retaking just their defense. Just, I mean, obviously, the way they started it out on defense last time around, and now it's the second half where they're really into it. And this is where we see them just running away with the game. It's not just how weird and how aggressive their defensive plays are, but just how damn clean their retakes are.
Well, I mean, it's definitely a multifaceted idea, right? Like,
yeah,
their aggression on defense is I mean, it's unstoppable right now. As I say that, though, Spartan does find a kill, which is certainly a nice find. But the thing is that Spartan found that kill because they actually were in a position that there was just no trade available. And that's what tends not to happen all too often. And great patience from Deny, despite the dart to come through, just waited long enough and now reaggresses, dismisses away, finds everything necessary, and puts the team on their back.
Yeah, I mean, just the way that you usually have oppers played out. I mean, look at that. Not only you have an unorthodox Reyna opping, but she's not opping kind of back as you would see a Jet or something. Deny is using it like a rifle and shoving into everybody, as Charisma is going to do the exact same to close out the game.
13-4, 13-5. Team Flakers sweep the grand finals in such a dominant fashion that we have not seen in a hot minute.
Yeah.
In any grand finals for the Pit of Valor. It's certainly an impressive showing. Taking home the beans, that $50 dues, and well, I mean, geez.
Yeah.
I'm blown away.
Yeah, I'm feeling dirty after that, dude. It's so interesting. I mean, once again, I know earlier you were talking about you hadn't exactly heard of these guys Flakers before, and I haven't either. And they had one hell of a first impression on me in that last game, going 13-0 against their last matchup. And now they're just continuing that momentum, just showing what they're made of and playing a completely unorthodox defense that makes you just not only just when it comes to your attempts as a pusher, as an attacker to get yourself onto that site, but just once you get on there, you're scared of where they're going to come from, of whether or not it's trigger discipline, saying, what if we slip past them and we don't know if they're there and this flank is going to come through sooner than we thought? Just everything about it puts an attack side on their toes to sit there and figure out, what are these guys doing? Because I can't figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? It was just a succinct statement of dominance, of composure from this Flakers side. And yeah, I mean, listen, I don't pretend that we can't see a brilliant team come out of nowhere, but it's so much fun. That's part of the reason that I love doing these Pit of Valors, man. Like, you don't necessarily always get the most known teams, but that means that all of the teams that are on the come up, they get a chance to show what they're worth and how much they care, how much they can put into this game, and I love it. I mean, that's what's so much fun, and I hope to see Team Flakers elsewhere. around the scene. I hope them see maybe they signed up to get into the Radiant Arena.
Yeah.
If you want to get signed up to the Radiant Arena, you can go over to glgaminglounges.com. I'm hoping I'm getting that right. And you can sign up for that one. That's, I believe, a couple of places still available in the one
Dude,
happening July 9th and 10th. That's this weekend, the Friday and Saturday. But if you don't get in on that one, don't worry. We got one more coming out the week after that, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know the dates off the top of my head on that one, but you can definitely go over to the website and that will get you all the relevant information. Those Radiant Arenas are only made possible by our wonderful partnership with Community Gaming. They have helped bring this event back and make it what it is. Huge shout out to them. We appreciate their all of their support, and you can do !Radiant in chat as well if you aren't able to get to that website. I tried my best, but I could have been wrong on that one. Nonetheless, that's going to be it for us tonight. Sad as it is to say goodbye, my name has been Vincent. Joining me on the microphone has been Mick. We've had a great team here as well behind the scenes. Samter producing, as well as Skittles, who's been doing the observing. Wonderful work from them. And we love to see you back here next time for more action here at GLG. We'll see you then.
Ultimate not going to find any kills, gets a lot of damage. Doobie and Beckham trading with these assault rifles. Kaplan trying to get onto that site but can't quite make it through. Does get one through the smoke. Blast going to trade it back. Kaplan with the third through the stun. The diffuse is still going down. Can he find them in time? He can! He's for Kaplan!
The opposing opponent peeking out from garage, could move to position, but the site opens up, and immediately two down here as AV strikes first, and then strike quickly. Almost all of Kid falling apart. Smith coming here for the upper short. Striker J gets a triple, but to get a quadra.
And upshot, and now you have to deal with three more. You get one through the smoke, a triple kill no less. Is he able to find it? No, through the smoke. He's able to find a second one. That's the quad kill.